Whose eye is stained with tears, a wretch hell-bound and bent on blood, the makings of the fearful spheres. The tide it stole away her grace, but depths they wouldn't claim her. Toil begat by father's blood, this path was laid before her. Redemption born by brigand's blood, of blood upon the darkness. The pact embraced, the road unsought, the maiden of death won't be unwrought. Wrath is known throughout the black, the gardens of death she's tending. Vengeance is her only ward, where the blood-red roses bloom.
Alright guys, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Crossfire Stars National Qualifiers here for North America to decide who will ultimately today make it through to the CFS Grand Finals out in China in December. And we're down to just 4 teams left, so I'm pretty excited to see which one of these 4 comes through today. Obviously, Carbon coming in is our front runner, but we have 3 very solid teams looking to try and contest that here as we round out our day. But once again, I am joined by Jordan, aka Thorns. Man, how you doing today, and how do you feel about the Final 4 we've got?
Well, the Final 4, I'm pretty excited to see how it all shakes down. Surprisingly, we have Rose in the front, ahead of, more storied players, on the rosters of like Instinct and Kingzone. So it's interesting to know that whoever wins this matchup that we're about to go into has to play a relatively, I guess, inexperienced land team. But, I mean, after yesterday, I'm pretty excited because yesterday we had a bunch of really good matches. And I don't think we'll see a series today that will quite match the hype between underdogs and Rose.
Definitely was the closest series we've had so far, but you never know. We've got a lot of close matches potentially here today. Instinct and Kingzone, though, is, if I think we will have a very, very close match to match that one, I'd say this one may be the one that takes the cake for that, because these two teams are both, I'd say, very, very capable of making it through to that match against Rose, and ultimately I think both of these teams have the potential to beat Rose as well. Something to keep in mind, neither one of these teams has actually had their shot at knocking out Rose just yet. Both of them were on the same side of the bracket and lost to Carbon before they could have faced Rose, so neither one of these teams has actually had a chance to play Rose yet, but I think both of these are very strong candidates to potentially even make the final.
Yeah, I definitely can agree with you there. Whoever ends up taking this match W is gonna put Rose through the ringer.
And now, looking at the brackets, I've got it up for you guys at home there. We're down to just the 4 teams. You can see how everyone has journeyed through the brackets so far. Carbon remains the only undefeated team. They haven't even dropped a map yet, the only team in our brackets who could say that. And they look pretty primed to potentially take everything here in the national qualifier. They've actually played all of the remaining teams, and they've 2-0'd all of them. So Carbon, they've got to be feeling very confident going into this final day, and rightfully so. They haven't had any tough losses just yet. They haven't even had a series that's gone to a 3rd map yet, and they're going to be going into that grand final with a 1-map advantage for their win in the upper brackets. So, I mean, the question of the day is, do you think there's someone out there that could dethrone Carbon, or do you think it's just going to be a matter of the battle for 2nd place at this point?
I mean, considering the fact that Instinct, Kingzone, and Rose have all lost 2-0, the only way I really see anyone taking at least a map off them is if they studied the map and realized what all their mistakes were. But even them, you're going into prime time Carbon. They're going to be at their peak prepared today. And the only chance you have is if you can catch them slipping, which you may be able to do considering they're not going to be warming up, at least in a competitive aspect, the way they are until that grand finals. They don't play into the grand finals. So these teams will have a chance to warm up, especially these 2 teams, because they get to play 2 matches, provided they win both.
Let's rock and roll.
All right, guys, well, we're going to hop right into the action here. Game number 1, we've got Kingzone here taking on the hopefuls of Instinct, who had a pretty good showing in day 1 as well, but both of the teams here have fallen to Carbon in the upper bracket, and we'll see who can potentially have a chance to face them again here, but it all has to start with a confident best of 3 today. Map number 1 here, Ankara, to decide who gets the early lead in this series. Aaron finds the opening pick there, though. Jaime goes down. He was a key player in Instinct's Ankara performances yesterday, so getting him out of the picture early, not a bad call there. Kingzone, though, can't sell them short. A very confident team in their own right, and honestly, all of these players, with the exception of Imagine, have CFS experience, so definitely a strong roster to be going up against for Instinct, but Instinct definitely knows that position well. They've been to CFS before, with the exception of Eric, who hasn't had a shot at an international just yet, but he's shown us that he may have the capability of being one of those players. But right now, Aaron, he is leading the charge here, picks up his 3rd entry frag. Eric goes down, and so far, Kingzone, this is exactly how they needed to start this one off. Aaron bringing his A game to the table in round number 1. 15 OL finds a nice pick onto Mundo there. Ralph trades it out with one onto Zedwow, aka Mr. Juice. But it's going to be a pretty sloppy first round from Instinct. They only managed to get 1 kill in the hands of Ralph, but Kingzone looking pretty clean in that first round.
Yeah, Ralph got a nice little pick there at the end onto Zedwow, but Aaron had really nice picks. He got that nice 1v1 against Jaime, and I love the way he baited himself on bridge. He made it look like he disappeared, so Pablo came up to check it. He made a misstep, and Aaron was right there ready to pounce as soon as he heard that misstep. Absolutely clean play coming out from him.
Instinct, they're going to go for an A-long collision here, trying to get control of it, but so far it's only been a 2-for-2 trade, nobody getting any sort of large advantage out of this exchange just yet, and we are going to see Kingzone decide to back off and rush B. They know there should be an opening if they can quickly work their way onto the B bomb site, and they are completely right here. All 3 remaining Instinct players pushed way too forward out of this A bomb site, and now this is going to be a great chance for Kingzone to take control of this map here. Instinct, though, doing a good job. They're going to send the full rotation as a unit. They've read this quite well, and they're already in preparation for the B retake. Imagine, though, spotted Pablo there on the bridge cross, and Pablo, he has no idea that he's been spotted, so they know the rotation's coming here. Aaron already in position, ready to try and hold the cross here. Juice gets the bomb down, but now it's all about the hold. Imagine finds himself a nice frag there. It's going to be a 3-on-2 now for Pablo and Ralph to try and retake this one, but Juice slides in on the flank, and Aaron cleans things up nicely with a kill onto Pablo. And again, we see another clean rotation come through, and Kingzone puts up their second round.
Yeah, right now, Instinct's just being completely read like a boat. They made their A push, and then they made a mistake of pushing way too forward, like you had said. They had nobody left inside the global risk area to do a quick rotation back to B. No way to set any sort of delays, and just allowed Kingzone to just control the tempo of the map. Instinct needs to wake up and realize that's not what they can be doing right now. You're in a match to determine whether or not you're in the money, and whether or not you're going to have a shot at making CFS this year.
And something else I've noticed right away is in their previous matches, Jaime was able to push out early and gain control, and Kingzone has done a great job of making sure each round he's unable to do that. So Jaime, he's going to lose some of the flair he had in their previous matches here on Ankara, and he's been shut down and forced to play a little bit more passive, which, from what I've seen with Jaime, isn't necessarily the most comfortable of positions for him to be in, but nonetheless, he has to find a way to make it work. So he's going to go ahead and roam here with Pablo, but it's not going to work. Juice opens it up with a double kill, takes them both down, and Kingzone has another solid-looking start. Aaron finds one. Aaron isn't ready for Ralph to be there, though, on the GR spawn wall, so still, it is going to be a 4-on-2 for the plant here, but Ralph and Eric are looking at the potential for a retake here. Eric trying to help Ralph get out of spawn here to potentially get back onto the speed bomb site, but it is locked down completely. Eric goes down to Imagine, and just that is going to leave Ralph all alone to be traded out by Brando. Another clean round goes to Kingzone, and right now, Instinct, they don't have a whole lot of answers. Ralph, the only one above a single frag.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like everyone is asleep over on Instinct's side. You know, it looks like we may have another potential, another Pablo-esque situation where we're going to see someone go 0-13, 1-13. You're going into the 4th round and you have 3 players in your team with 0 frags and 1 player with 1 frag. You're doing everything wrong then. Your players just aren't hitting their shots, and you're being completely outstratted because you should at least be getting at least 1 trade frag per round.
Definitely in need of some improvements here on Instinct. We'll see if they can pull through, though. It is still a full best-of-3 series, so even if it is a slow start here, they'll have a chance to recover, but an important note, this is Instinct's pick here for the map, so losing your own map pick, not the way you want to start it off, because the next map on the table was Port, picked by Kingzone, so Instinct definitely looking for that recovery here, but we did see earlier in the day yesterday how blacklist-sided Ankara can be. We had a match where it went 7-2 both ways on the blacklist side, so we'll see if there's any recovery, but Instinct, again, failing to hold these sites, and we still have 3 players on 0 frags. Right now the rotation will be all 3 remaining players working their way through the GR spawn, but will they be ready for Juice in the corner position on fence? They are ready for his position. So far the retake looking very clean. Jaime and Pablo both find a frag each, but it's not going to matter. The shutdown starts to come in, and now it's all on Jaime in a 1v3, but 15 OL. He's there to close this one out. Makes the good decision, too, on that post plant to pick up the AK. He knows that up close isn't going to be as effective, and that's some quick decision-making that's going to give them another round on the board here. 4-0. So far, Instinct still with no answers.
Yeah, I mean, right there, Kingzone had a beautiful post plant setup. They had 2 people playing lower, 2 people playing upper. You know, you had Zed and Imagine playing stairs and ramp. It was just a beautiful setup that they had going. There's no way for Instinct to get through it.
Starting this one off, though, Jaime has a nice aggressive play, finally paying off for him. Pushes out of A-long and finds some nice picks there. It's going to be a 3-on-2 advantage, but he's down to just 15 HP after that along a rush, and now there's going to be an opening on B once again in Kingzone. They've done a great job of exploiting this A-long push that comes through from Instinct, and now they're just going to have Juice sit in the GR spawn and call the rotations while Aaron sneaks in to plant the bomb. Definitely another good strategic read coming out from this roster. And right now it's going to be Jaime and Ralph, the two fraggers for their team. Can they pull this one off, though? Jaime's already on 15 HP. It's putting a lot of pressure here on Ralph to make some big impact here on the entries. Jaime just has to play cleanup duty and maybe be able to get a trade out of this. Ralph, though, he's got to be able to find one of these players, but they made the right decision here. They plan it for the GR spawn, and they're both playing off of that angle in the crossfire setup here. Definitely a smart decision again from Kingzone. Aaron finds the first. It's on Jaime. He has no HP to work with in this situation. Can he get it, though? He knows Aaron's behind the pillar, but it's not going to matter. Aaron swings out wide, takes him down, and it's a 5th straight round.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Instinct's being read like a book. They overextended once again on their A-long push. They didn't capitalize on the fact that they had the bomb down, and then Eric wasn't checking his corners and got completely punished by Zedwow there. Right now, Instinct's just playing like they don't know what they're doing. They got their heads in the sand, and it's really kind of embarrassing to see because they're being absolutely dismantled by this roster of Kingzone on their own map pick.
Right now, we already see the pressure on the B-bomb site. They just go for the mid-take. They know the A-long push is coming early, and there's only one player on the back of site, Eric, who will go down very quickly. Imagine, though, does get caught in the GR spawn, but it's still a 4-on-3 post plan here. Aaron goes down to Pablo, though, and now Instinct finally see some hope at a retake, but still, it's a 3v3 where they don't have any advantages on the positioning here. Jaime and Ralph trying to work their way on the GR spawn. We do see Pablo grouping up here as well. They're going to try and just storm their way in, but those flashes are going to be pretty devastating, but Jaime still finds a way in as 15OL gets the trade frag, making a double kill with the Colt in his hands. Ralph, though, he's going to try and stick the defuse. He's on it. Will he get it in time? 2 seconds, but 15OL shuts it down with his 3rd Colt frag. And that is going to be another way to keep it going here. And this entire roster has stepped up today here for Kingzone. Everybody looking good across the board. Meanwhile, Instinct still 2 players with 0 frags, and we're 7 rounds in.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we saw Mundo play absolutely phenomenally on Ankara every single time they had this map, which is why I think they had the confidence to pick it and be like, hey, Ankara's been what we've been winning at. It's what we've been fire at. We should continue that. However, today it looks like Mundo's kind of come back to how he was in the previous qualifiers he's played in, where he's kind of been deadweight. And you got Eric over here who's really not been able to make an impact either. And they both played really well yesterday, at least comparatively to what we thought they would be doing. This is a lot more reminiscent of how I thought they would play. But I'm really hoping they wake up because these guys were really on fire yesterday. They were the stars of Instinct.
Right now, they definitely need somebody to step up and meet Jaime there. He's definitely been, throughout these past 2 days, the one leading the charge for Instinct on their entry fragging, and right now he has nobody alongside him here. Ralph had a little bit of impact early on in this match, but he's fallen off as well. We'll see if there's any sort of recovery here on map number 1, but it's looking like it could be a clean first map for Kingzone. Unfortunately, for Instinct, this was their pick, so they're going to have some ideas in the bag for Port if they want to bring this series back. Because right now it's going to be another full take onto the B-bomb site. No players lost for Kingzone. Juice finds 2. Aaron finds the kill onto Pablo, and it's already Ralph and Mundo. Just Ralph, actually. Everyone goes down. Quick execution. Juice finds 3. The rest of his team is just right behind him to clean up, and this is the kind of Kingzone that makes you wonder if there is indeed someone out there that's able to take down the likes of Rose and Carbon here today. I mean, Rose, they have to be a little bit shaken by what's happening right now, considering this could be the team they play next.
Oh, absolutely. Especially when you take into consideration that yesterday, at least as far as I'm aware, Instinct had the best showing against Carbon. And Instinct is being completely ripped and dismantled by Kingzone. Like, there is 0 context going on here. The second best fragger on Instinct is equivalent in frags to the worst fragger on Kingzone.
The crazy part here is Jaime just opened up with a double kill of entries, but it already is irrelevant because the rest of Kingzone has just collapsed in and made it an even number situation. Eric finally able to pick up his first frag, though, takes down Aaron, but the question is now, will it be enough? Juice still catches one with the Colt in his hands. Ralph is able to trade, but now Juice will get caught on the flank, and finally Mundo and Eric are on the board, and because they're managing to pick up a round finally, but It's a pretty late round to pick up here, 1-7 as we go into the final round of the first half.
Well, I mean, it's also crazy to think that 3 fraggers on the side of Instinct have equivalent frags to Brando, the worst fragger on Kingdom. And that's definitely not how you're going to win a match, especially when you have Jaime go down after a 1-1 trade. At least he took down Aaron, who's been kind of leading the charge for Kingzone.
And now going into the final round here, Instinct looking for a second round. If they can find it, there's still a glimpse of hope that they could try and move this back into maybe a winnable situation for themselves. 2-7 is something we've seen brought back on the Blacklist side, so if they can pick up this final round here, the hope does remain alive, but an 8-1 half surely wouldn't be something Kingzone lets slip. So we'll see what they have in store for us here to try and make that happen. 15-0 and Brando, the last 2 alive. However, they do not have the bomb, and the bomb is completely surrounded by every player on Instinct now, so this is where Brando and 15-0 have to get a little creative here. They do have 2 nades to work with, so if they can find a way to open it up with some solid utility usage, that might be the way to go here. 15-0 trying to creep up the bridge. Brando, though, going for the full rotation through the B-bomb site up towards Hotel. They're going to try and split the difference here, but unfortunately, Mundo will be there to spot 15-0 early, leaving Brando in a 1v3 situation, but Brando, he hasn't had any shining moments just yet. He's been in sort of the support role so far on this map for his team, but now this is a chance for a good old-fashioned Brando clutch here. 1v3, though. A very tough situation to come out of on top. Pablo will spot him, but he has to know there's another player around this corner here, but Pablo doesn't want to waste any time here. Goes for the wide peak, and they will secure 2 rounds in a row to close out a very rough start. So 2 rounds on the board still makes it a winnable one if they can start this half off confidently, but it's still going to be an uphill battle to say the least here for Instinct.
Yeah, I don't see Instinct being able to come back all the way through this, mainly due to the fact that no one's really awake yet except for Jaime, and everyone from the looks of things is kind of awake over there in Kingzone. You're not going to catch them slipping the way that Instinct got caught slipping by Kingzone. It's just not going to happen.
Kingzone just 3 rounds away from victory here, and so far we're looking just as confident on the global risk half here, playing a little bit forward, aggressive even, but I definitely like this approach. They're not just sending players out along, they're just pushing forward within their safe positions, but Ralph and Mundo, they're going to push A very aggressively. They find an opening pick here. Brando and Imagine trying to hold things back, but so far Instinct, they get the opening they need. Ralph finds a second kill here. Imagine, though, trades back with the double before going down, but the bomb will still get planted here. And Instinct, they hold on to their man advantage. Aaron and Juice left on the retake positions now. Pablo down to just a sliver of health. Juice trying to put the punish on him, finds one. Here comes Jaime, though, right around the corner, takes him down. Aaron now left in a 1v2, but he has control of A top here. We'll see what he can do. Will he try and fake the defuse? He's going to try and vape it in here, finds the first. Can he get the second? Gets the double kill. The 1v2 clutch to keep his team on top. Aaron definitely showing some of his old amazing talent here as he picks up the first round of the half, and this is definitely an Aaron I haven't seen in CFCL lately, but I like to see it.
Absolutely, definitely agree with you there. Aaron's looking back like his prime time form, back when, you know, him and Carbon, him and Ace Gaming, him and STDX were out there taking names, taking W's at multiple international events. Now he looks to be back in his prime, and it's nice to see. However, I do want to mention, like, Ralph and Jaime both had double kills open up that round, and the rest of this team could not capitalize and get 1 frag between 3 players, and that's a little bit scary if you're Instinct right now.
Definitely not a great situation for them. We'll see if they can try an entry onto this bomb site, but it's just not going to happen. Imagine finds 2, Brando finds 1. Finally, Eric is able to clear his way through, but it's a heavy cost they have to pay. Eric down to 12 HP. Pablo, the only one left with full HP. He catches 15-0 going up into the tower, but he can't connect the shots he needs to finish off that kill. 3-on-2 for the retake, and again, the numbers sit in advantage here of Kingzone. Juice already finds the kill onto Eric. Pablo, he is all alone. We'll see if he can find the 1v3. His team is surely in need of it, though. Pablo finds the 2k. Now down to the 1v1, but Juice, he's there to seal the deal and keep his team confidently in the lead here. And now they're already going to be on their 9th round here, 9-2, continuing to decimate this Instinct roster even into their global risk half.
Yeah, well, it looks like Pablo is starting to wake up. You got Jaime, who's playing great. Ralph's doing extremely well, considering the fact he's leading his team. He's barely negative whatsoever. He's made quite a few impact frags, but Right now, Mundo and Eric are really bringing this team down, and the only chance they have on port is if they can wake up right here, right now, and play well on port.
Right now, Instinct trying to force a play up mid and B here. 15OL just getting overrun here, but they don't actually go for the kill on him. They just walk right past him, straight onto Aaron's position here. Aaron will go down though. Instinct successfully holding on to their mid control so far, but they have to be careful. The collapse is coming through. Juice finds 2. Juice gets the 3rd kill. He's not done just yet. He's still going to be on the flank now. Brando finds 1, and Eric, he's left alone in the GR spawn. This is going to be potentially the end here on map number 1. Eric has to find the 1v3 clutch, or it's all said and done here on map number 1. Imagine seals the deal on a very confident first map victory here. 10-2 Instinct fall on map number 1.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I was not expecting them to get beat this bad. I was expecting them to get a couple rounds on their blacklist side. However, Aaron and his friends over in Kingzone had different ideas. And it looks like we're just going to jump right back into port.
Seems like everybody is ready to go. Instinct probably in a situation where they just want to forget what happened there on Ankara and come back with a confident showing on port. They do have the advantage of starting on the global risk half, so maybe that will be enough to get them some early momentum and finally start to feel comfortable in this match. But after that first map from Kingzone, I'm beginning to wonder if Instinct may have found the end of the road here.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to agree with you there. I do think that they have found the end of the road there. I don't think they really have a shot at coming back. Unless they have to win this half 7-2 or 8-1. They have to have a dominant lead because it looks like their blacklist side is just not ready. And the global risk side last map was just that was atrocious.
The one benefit here to their global risk half is they have split up Eric and Mundo, which is definitely a smart decision here because both of them combined had, I believe, 3 frags on Ankara, which is not something you can really afford to do in this level of competition. If you want to make it through to that top 3, finishing in the prize money, you have to bring everything you've got, and clearly these 2 guys are not awake and in the zone just yet. But now, going into map 2, maybe they are warmed up. Maybe we'll see something different from them, but Kingzone, they have their eyes on the prize here today. They're looking past this match and on towards Rose, their potential opponents here if they do win. Right now, though, Kingzone prepping the execution here for the B bomb site. They're going to have a lurk here as well, but Ralph, he's ready for the mid lurk here of Aaron. I'm close by for the support on B. Mundo, though, going to eat 3 flashes as they execute on the site, but Mundo holds it off with the opening frag here. Jaime finds 1. Mundo finds the 2nd. Jaime able to trade with the double kill of his own, and this is looking like a very solid hold here for Instinct. Aaron, the last alive, sneaks his way, though, through mid. Nobody's ready for his positioning here. He finds the opening kill, but it's going to be a 1v4 down to a 1v3. Still a tough situation to be in, but Pablo sneaks up from behind to finish this one off, and Instinct open it up with a solid round there, and that is the Mundo we saw in day 1, and maybe he's made the adjustments here to go into map 2.
Maybe. I'm hoping he has, because if he can continue playing with that level of play, being able to throw a counter flash while completely blind, being able to position himself correctly to get that nice double kill, almost triple kill onto Kingzone. That's the kind of Mundo Instinct needs right now. It's the only way they have a chance to be able to take this map and bring it to a map 3.
We'll see if it's in the cards here for Instinct, but still a lot of work left to be done here after a very tough performance on map number 1. 10-2 they fell, if you guys missed it. 10-2 Instinct lost to Kingzone here on our first map of Ankara, but now they're off to a comfortable start here, but not too comfortable just yet. Only a 1-round lead, but if they can hold on to the lead here and have a confident first half, that'll be a start to bring this one back in their favor, which they are in desperate need of if they want to go to a map 3 situation. Tournament life on the line as well for both of these teams. Winner going on to face Rose in the loser bracket finals for a chance to face Carbon and contest them for that national finals victory. Right now, though, we are going to see Kingzone storming on the A bomb site. Pablo, though, in a great position to hold them off, finds 2. Eric finds another. It's already down to a 1v4 as Eric finds a 2nd. And Instinct finally starting to piece things together here on map number 2. Eric gets the 3rd kill, and now he's come to life as well, and this is the Instinct that's starting to look a bit stronger and a bit scarier for Kingzone.
Oh, absolutely. Especially when taking into consideration that 2 of the players over on the side of Instinct have yet to even fall. And you have Eric and Mundo, who are seemingly awake now, considering their combined frags now is already higher than they were on the entirety of Ankara, which went 12 rounds long.
We'll see if Kingzone has the response here. They definitely need to start piecing things together on their blacklist side. They don't want Instinct to get a comfortable large spread lead here. Otherwise, the comeback potential could start to mount, and Kingzone could lose everything they built in map number 1. Here we have it, though. It is going to be Instinct in the lead 2-0, looking to make that 3-0 if they can hold on with another solid defense. Right now, though, Kingzone needing to rework their setups here, having some struggle getting through on these executions, but Instinct, they've always been a team with a very confident global risk half on port here. Solid utility, and they have solid counter flashes as well. One of the few teams on the global risk side that I've seen always have some solid setups that are very hard to break through. Ralph catches a player in mid. He's looking for more here. 15-0, trying to follow up with a cold kill, but he can't seem to find it. And he's going to have to force himself into the lower B tunnels. Ralph gonna try and trade this one, but Jaime finds 2. Ralph trades it out, though, leaving Imagine alone. After he gets a double kill, he's gonna have to do more than that. He actually has to get every single player, even though he does have the bomb planted. It's a 3-on-1 on the post plant. We'll see if Imagine can do the unthinkable here and find the ace clutch opportunity, but it's just not gonna work out for him. Instinct makes the smart move. They all peek him at the same time, and Kingzone falls yet again here, and this is looking like the same thing in reverse here, but this time Instinct, they're on top.
Yeah, I mean, when you're the only person on your team fragging well as Imagine, and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to discredit what he's doing. He's had really nice double kills both rounds that he's been able to put up numbers. But Kingzone just looks like they've lost their tempo. Instinct has full reset them, and it's going to take a lot of work for them to get out of the set.
And Ralph already opens it up here with a double kill. Imagine, though, getting another double kill of his own. Question is, will it be impactful enough if the rest of his team can't put up those numbers? Brando steps it up and finds a frag, evens it out to a 2-on-2. Imagine and Brando looking to backpack this round for their team here. They're gonna have to go the full distance. Eric and Jaime, they're left to try and make this happen. Jaime, though, almost spots Imagine from the lower B tunnels. Eric comes in for the support as well. Imagine knows he has to get out of there, but Brando goes for the repeat, takes down Eric, and that's exactly what they needed out of Brando. Perfect time for him to step up and find his second frag of the round. Jaime, though, a very deadly player in these close quarter situations, finds the first on to Imagine for the retake. Now looking for the 1v2 to keep Instinct in an uncontested lead here on our second map. Brando going to be playing the isolated position behind the headshot box here, just trying to stall the time here and see if Jaime makes the mistake. Brando, though, going to be playing it very patiently, catches him off guard, and just like that, Brando finds his 3rd kill and the first round on the board here for Kingzone.
Yeah, that was just great teamwork coming out from Brando Imagine. Instinct, I really don't think made any real mistakes there, other than they kind of over-peaked, were a little overzealous. Jaime and Eric there in the B tunnels were together. They were peeking together. Brando just had a really nice shot and fell off. Gave no chance for a repeat from Jaime. Great round coming out from Kingzone there. Really not from Kingzone itself, but really Brando and Imagine. Really nice 2v5. They pulled out right at the nick of time to get them onto the board, so it's not a 9-0 sweep.
And now Kingzone looking to build some momentum off of that win. Aaron finds the opening as well. Juice gets taken down once again by Ralph. They're definitely having some struggles, but Aaron, he's already in the GR spawn, but he gets caught by Mundo there. But the rest of his team is going to execute out onto the A bomb site, but they're going to be completely shut down by Pablo, who finds 2 with 15-0 all alone in the 1v3. 15-0, though, knows Ralph's going to be there, can't connect the shot, though, and finds himself between a rock and a hard place there. Gets caught in the 1v1 pinch. And just like that, it's another round on the board for Instinct, 4-1, and this is exactly what we were hoping they'd be able to do here on map number 2 so far.
Yeah, Instinct has completely woken up. They've turned the tables around. They are playing phenomenally right here. They've completely woken up. They're fragging equivalently across the board. This is not something we saw back in Ankara. Ankara was just a complete mess of a map for Instinct, and it looks like they've woken up. They've realized what the kind of situation they're in. They've made the mental reset. This is what you expect from a tier 1 caliber team.
And right now we're waiting to see if some of these players on Kingzone can wake up. Aaron, he led the charge for his team on map number 1, but right now he's only sitting on 2 frags, and we're in round number 6 already. Juice yet to find his first, going to be leading the charge on entries once again. He goes down without a frag, though. This time, Imagine is there to fire back quickly. Eric, though, He's going to be playing patiently here. Spots a player, misses the flick. Eric still hasn't been taken down yet. Finally gets taken by Aaron, who's left in a 1v3. He takes down Eric, looking for Ralph now. He's going to find the shot. Aaron takes it down to the 1v1 now. Mundo versus Aaron for the round here. Aaron trying to be cautious here. Spots him out of the corner of his eye, I believe, but it's going to be a tough one here because Mundo, he's prepared for it, takes him out, and Aaron won't be able to get the 1v3 clutch today. 5-1 now. Instinct pulling further and further ahead here.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Aaron just missed him out of the corner of his eye on that last setup there. He had no idea and was not ready for Mundo to make that peak on that ramp. I don't know what to say right now about Kingzone. It looks like their executions are solid. They use their nades correctly, but they're just not able to get the frags. It looks like everyone on Instinct wants this match more than, at least this map, more than what it kind of feels like than Kingzone does. They're just out there playing their hearts out. And you got, you know, we're 7 rounds deep, and Zedbot still has not picked up a single frag.
15-0 though will pick up his first frag of the round. Pablo goes down, and finally, that's actually the first time Kingzone has won a mid exchange here, with the exception of one round. Aaron snuck behind and found a kill before going down, but that's the most control that Kingzone has had over mid so far, and they're going to abuse that, sending Brando and Aaron forward. But Ralph, in this position, has been quite dominant in this matchup, and finally, they're going to see Eric go for the repeat, takes down 15-0, trades it right back, and wants to retake this mid control. Ralph going to be sent over to the B bomb site as Pablo was taken out. We are going to see the 2-man stack now on B. Still, Kingzone yet to find the opening they need here to try and sneak into one of these bomb sites, but it looks like we're going to see the rotation back towards A here, and this is where it's going to be all on Jaime to hold things off here, but we'll see if he can make it happen. He does have the long box control. He's going to call for a player to rotate as well. Instinct doing a good job of reading the map here, making sure they have resources where they need them to be. Here comes the flash on to Jaime here. Aaron, though, going to get the check. Finally, we do have someone who checks that position. Aaron going to punish this completely, but Brando gets taken out on the lurk. 2v2. Ralph and Mundo looking for the retake here to keep their team on top. Aaron, though, ready to fire back here. He's finally stepped up to the plate. 2 opening kills, and he's not done just yet. He's going to be looking for more here in the GR spawn. Aaron finds one. Aaron and Imagine clean it up nicely and finally get a second round on the board here. 5-2, still a potential for a 5-4 half here if Kingzone can get things together, but they definitely need to continue that kind of strength forward. But Imagine and Aaron, they've stepped it up here.
Yeah, Imagine has really been the kind of core point for this Blacklist side for Kingzone. He's won them realistically both of the rounds that they have. Nice pick by Ralph on the A-long push to take out 15 round, but it does look like Kingzone's just going to walk into B site after taking down Mundo with 0 contention.
And this is the same problem they had on Ankara when they overextend on an early push. Kingzone, they've been great about abusing that position to take one of the bomb sites, and now they're going to have a B take successfully on their side as long as they can hold the post plant here. And Imagine getting a double kill furthers that towards success here. And now it's all on Ralph in their 1v3. Ralph finds the opener here, but Brando quickly comes in for the trade, and that's another round on the board for Kingzone. Instinct, they do get the opening pick there, but again, getting caught overextending isn't what they need to be doing here.
Yeah, they like to send way too many people on their aggressive pushes. They'll send 3 or 4 people. And it's just like, why would you ever do that? That's way too many resources put towards one lane control. There's 2 other lanes you have to worry about. You can't be worried that much about one.
Mundo going to be isolated here on the B bomb site. Juice finds the opener, making a double kill here. Juice finally coming to life here. Could be just what they need to find this final round here. Imagine gets the trade frag. Eric and Pablo, the last hope here to try and get this retake on their way. Pablo, though, finds the frag on the 15-0. Imagine he's caught alone, but the question is now, can he pull through for his team once again? The 1v2, a great opportunity to make it happen. Catches Eric off guard, and Pablo, he's isolated in the pit, but he still gets the kill with 10 HP. Imagine almost has it, but Instinct, they will barely hold on there to grab a 6-3 half. Still, a nice clawback towards the end from Kingzone. But now the question is, will it be enough as we go into our second half?
Well, I mean, honestly, a 6-3 scoreline is a pretty decent scoreline to have. It's not ideal for you to start off to go over risk half with only having 4 rounds you can fumble without losing the map. However, that's still 4 rounds. That's pretty hard to do. Let's remember here, Instinct started off 4-0.
Instinct are already executing quickly here onto the A bomb site, though, but 15-0 throws the stall flash and stays alive here. That is a key life to live with as he grabs 2 frags. Brando gets 2 of his own, and the cleanup comes through from Aaron, and that is a confident start here now on their global risk half. They pick up number 4, and now it's already 2 away from a tie. Instinct, they had the right idea there, though. It just seemed like 15-0 won that one with the counter utility to stall for the rotation.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at a veteran AWM user right there. 15-0 has done it all, seen it all. He can stall. He can. It was just a fantastic play from him. He threw that nice counter flash, threw down the smoke, and was able to get 2 AWM picks to help further his team in the whole situation.
Right now, we're going to see a battle for mid. Instinct, that's been sort of the pin of their success here on Port, is being able to control mid on both sides of the map. And again, they have it for the taking here, but again, they want to try and force the issue A, but this time they're going to split it from mid, potentially. I definitely like this change in momentum. They don't want to try and contest 15-0 top, so they're going to go ahead and split it from AC and mid, and so far it's worked off. Jaime and Pablo find the opening frags here. Ralph going to have control of A-top already. Aaron struggling for survival, but finds one on the flank here. Brando and Juice quite low as Aaron goes down. This is going to be a tough retake to say the least here. Brando and Juice both under 25 HP. Looking for that retake potential here, but Instinct, they may have done it here on this A take. Juice, though, finds the opening for the retake. Still a lot to be done with this low of HP. Brando almost gets the kill, but Juice finds the second. Down to a 1v1 here. He has to be careful, but Ralph, he sneaks up behind and gets the trade. A very close attempt there from Brando and Juice on that low HP, but unfortunately, it just won't be enough.
Yeah, that was a clean execution coming out from Instinct. I like that 4-man push out of AC. That was a really good play coming from them, especially considering how 15-0 was dominant in holding that A top. Pablo completely took him out of the equation and just allowed them to get in with 4 people still alive.
Right now, it will be 7-4 though. Instinct comfortably in the lead here, but on the global risk side for Kingzone, they know the opportunity is still there to claw back and take this match into their control. And we've seen Kingzone be able to have control before. They won the first map 10-2. Unfortunately, not an easy situation here for them on the second map. Port proving to be a bit more of a struggle for them. Juice, though, he has stepped it up. He started this match 0-7. He's up to 5 frags now, but he gets another 4 going down, but it's not going to matter too much. Instinct, they're in full control here. Brando able to find one before going down, but it's already down to just Imagine and 15-0. They know there's a couple players in pit. Imagine does find one, but 15-0, he's taken down in the process, and Jaime, he's there to trade from pit with Eric, and that'll be an 8th round on the board. So what started as a 10-2 lead on this series here for Kingzone is quickly turning into a map 3 potential now on the board for Instinct, because so far on map number 2, this is an Instinct that looks like they're ready to come back into it.
Yeah, and you're really kind of seeing what's hurting in Kingzone right now, and that's the fact that Juice WoW is not able to really get anything going. 15-0, he's hit some key frags with his AWM, but he's not able to really take those AWM duels, mainly because Instinct is just smoking him off. They're not giving him the opportunity to open up the map with any heavy, mid-orientated picks. And that's really kind of hurting his value as an AWM, as a sniper. Because if he can't get those lane picks early on, then he's not going to really make any huge impact or value to the round unless he gets a nice late picks on a aggression. But with the way Instinct's been throwing their smokes and utilizing their utility, he's just been completely removed from the equation.
Yeah, 15-0 definitely having some struggles here on this second half. His only 2 kills of the half were in the very first round here. And unfortunately, since then, he has been silent on A top. This time around, though, Aaron pops one from the top of A connector here. A great pick to get things started. Taking Ralph out as well, the top fragger for Instinct currently. Definitely a nice way to get momentum on their side in this round. Still, it's going to be a tough situation for Instinct to try and get out of, but Kingzone, they're in need of the rounds here. They're down 8-4, and they need 6 straight rounds to take this one without the risk of overtime. 3-on-5 situation. Ralph and Mundo already down for Instinct, but Pablo, he's ready to sneak onto the B-bomb site and challenge Juice in this position. But Juice, he stepped it up on the second half here, already up to 7 frags here, looking for more in this position. 15-0 finds the opener here. Juice finds the trade frag as well, and right now it's just going to be Jaime all alone, 1v5. He grabs Imagine, but that will be it. In Kingzone, they do find a very clean round there to try and bring things back in their favor.
Yeah, they definitely put 15 well where they needed him. Hold that mid aggression early on, then trade him over to the B bomb site when things are silent. That allows him to get those nice little backstairs picks. And it looks like Instinct's just going with balls out with a full A long push.
Tons of nade damage, though, coming in from Imagine's initial nade there. That should be enough to help them clean up. 15OL finds 2 Colt frags. And this is just going to be a slaughter. 15OL finds a 3rd frag, just cleaning up off that nade damage from the initial double nade down A long. Eric, the last alive here, looking for a 1v5 opportunity. Not looking too likely, as Aaron will shut things down, and it's a 2nd round in a row here now on the board for Kingzone. 2 away from the tie here in Kingzone. They're starting to crank up the heat here and potentially take this one back in their hands.
Yeah, right there, Imagine's definitely loving the fact that his nade was so impactful for them that round. Imagine really has been leading the charge for his team on the Blacklist side, and even here on the Global Risk side, he's been doing a lot of chip damage, getting a pick here and there, and Imagine's really stepped up for Kingzone. They would not be in the situation of, potential overtime, or potentially still even winning this map, had Imagine not stepped up for them when he did.
Now it's all about Kingzone here, trying to bring it to a tie, because still Instinct is 2 rounds away from taking this to a map 3, but if Kingzone, they can turn this one in their favor, they will be walking away with a 2-0 map score and a solid performance to put themselves on to the next round in the lower bracket finals. This time around, though, Brando, the one who has to stall from A-top, we'll see if he can have as much success as 15OL did. So far, though, the struggle will be real for Brando. Doesn't find a single frag. Mundo takes down 2 as well, and this is not the A-hold that Kingzone needed here. 3 players going down already. Imagine and Juice, the last 2 alive. Looking for a glimpse of hope here, but Juice, he's already given away his position to this player behind the AC boxes, and Eric swings on him to secure the final kill as Imagine goes down, and just like that, Instinct, they will have 3 opportunities to take this to map 3 now.
Yeah, Instinct, that was a beautiful A take, and even though you can definitely see on the scoreboard itself that Mundo and Eric are still kind of behind in terms of actual frags, their ADRs aren't terrible. Like, Eric and Pablo have a similar ADRs, even though they're 3 frags apart. Mundo's a little bit slacking with only 50, but that's alright. Everyone in Instinct's fragging pretty well. They're playing really well as a unit right here. Kingzone, they may have woken up now, but it may be a little bit too late.
Definitely maybe too late. Unfortunately for them, this could mean a 3rd map on the horizon, but the 3rd map is one we have yet to see on stream. Black Widow would be map number 3 in this situation, and Instinct, they look ready to take it all the way into a map 3. As we will see the first pick going their way, but Ralph immediately traded down by Juice. We'll see if there's any recovery in sight, though. Kingzone, they're going to have to do more than that to make it happen, because Mundo, he's already aggressively pushing out for mid control. Gets caught, though. Juice finds himself a 2nd frag in the round, and it's still going to be a 3-on-3. And now Kingzone, it's all about their response here. They're ready to collapse and rotate A. They know that it's coming, and they are all in position to contest this A-bomb site. Take Pablo, completely lit up on the ladder. Going to have some trouble from that nade, but he's still not taken down yet. Juice falls as well. It's all on 15OL to hold on to the map, and it's not going to happen. We're going to map 3.
Yeah, right there, Juice really confused me with how he's trying to peek the ladder. He had a nade he didn't throw. He could have just dropped a nade on top of Pablo, but he jumped on top of the boxes there when he knows that there's still 2 more people in the back of the A-long lane. And that was just a really confusing choice there, but end of the day, it doesn't matter. Map score into 10-6. It's a lot better than Instinct being demolished 10-2. Now we're going into Black Widow, like you said, a map we have not seen here in the CFS national qualifiers, and I'm interested to see how this is going to go.
Definitely should be a very close finish here, considering Instinct has stepped it up on their global risk halves. However, we're going into a very blacklist-sided map, and Kingzone, they're going to be starting on the attack here. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, they had a very strong attack, to finish things off when they were playing on Ankara. And Ankara is very similar in terms of how you can attack the map as Black Widow. However, Black Widow is a very, well-known map, especially between both of these teams. It's a storied map for them. I think that definitely Kingston has the advantage here with having 15OL A real dedicated sniper versus Eric over on the side of Instinct, who really hasn't been a sniper, at least back in the day in his heyday. I don't know what he has been doing now. I know he's moved on to different games. He may be a sniper in those, but I think 15 Noel is definitely going to have his number on Eric in this matchup, and that may be one of the key factors between them.
We'll see who ultimately, though, can take this one away. Instinct and Kingzone tied up now, one map each. And this is going to be the decider for both of their fates in the national qualifiers here. The winner goes on to face Rose in a best-of-3 in the loser bracket finals here. The winner of that going on to face Carbon in the national finals. And both of those teams will actually have a shot at going to CFS, because the loser of our national finals will be playing the runner-up from the European national finals for a third sort of consolation slot at CFS this year. So definitely a new addition, but an exciting one, as we could see a whole new plethora of teams come through for North America and Europe into the CFS scene this year. But right now, it's going to be who can make that top 3 in North America. Both of these teams fighting for a guaranteed top 3 finish here. We'll see who can make it out on top. Right now, Instinct has momentum on their side after taking map number 2 in a much more confident approach than we saw in their map 1 loss. Black Widow, though, the decider here on the attack. We do have Kingzone on the defense. We have Instinct here. The attacking side, definitely the more favorable one here. Imagine once again going to be leading the charge here for his team, rightfully so. Him and Aaron are doing a lot of work for this roster, but Ralph gets the double kill shutdown. But imagine he's there to fire back once again for his team, finds the double kill, and it's going to be a 3-on-3. Instinct, though, already collapsing in, but 15OL, this time he's ready to react, takes down Pablo on the quick flank, and now Juice gets caught pushing A-ramp alone. Mundo going to find a frag there. Now it's going to be Imagine with a lot of weight on his shoulders here in this round. He's going to spot Jaime, finds himself frag number 3. Great headshot coming out with a good spray down there, and now it's going to be a 2v1. Mundo, though, with a nice HP advantage here. 15OL very low. Imagine just over half HP here. He's going to get caught on the cross, but still manages to survive. 15OL misses the window pick as well, but it's not going to matter. Imagine finds the quad kill, and definitely he is the one to thank for this opening round going the way of Kingzone.
Absolutely. He has really stepped up today. He's been playing phenomenally across the board. Starts off map number 3 with a quad kill. If that's not a statement, I don't know what is. I'm really excited to see how he continues to adapt. And even though I really like the way that Instinct is playing defense right now, and Eric taking on 15-0 in the first matchup, making it an 0-1 lead to him, I wonder how Kingzone's going to be able to maintain this kind of level of play, because right now it looks like across the board Instinct is outperforming them.
Definitely a tough situation to be in. 15OL especially has had some struggles throughout the day. Juice finds one onto Eric, but gets traded immediately. Pablo there with the answer. And now it's down to a 3-on-4. Instinct, they're in control of this one, but they do need to be careful because Aaron and Brando, they are still alive in this one. Imagine goes down to Pablo. And now it's all about the execution here. It looks like they're going to try and potentially sneak a pick through mid or cat. Brando eyeing this mid double doors position. Aaron trying to work up cat, but Instinct, they're shoving 3A long, and Aaron, if he peeks out here, they could actually sneak control of the A bomb side here. Aaron, I think he may have heard one of these players, but he actually doesn't know that they're wrapping already behind him. So Brando and Aaron, the longer they wait in this position, it's actually going to hinder them quite heavily here if they don't go for the push here. Brando, though, he seems ready to sneak out. He's getting shot in the back as well. He knows the flank is on. This is where he has to be careful. Finds one on the flank. Brando, he's looking for more. Gets the double kill. Brando gets the triple kill. It's down to a 2v1. Mundo alone once again. Brando turning this one completely on its head. And now it's going to be Mundo left in the 1v2 clutch. Aaron gets the bomb planted. Brando still alive, but definitely bleeding a bit here after that performance. But Aaron, all he has to do is seal the deal here. Brando going to be playing on the back of A-ramp. He should have heard the drop down there as well. Aaron runs into trouble, isn't going to have too much issue with that, and that is a huge round coming out from Kingzone. But Brando, what a play there to hold mid.
Yeah, I don't see as much as I want to say that was a great play by Brando, and it truly was. I don't know if Kingzone's going to be able to maintain this level of dominance these past 2 rounds, because it's really come down to Instinct has numbers up, but then somebody on Kingzone steps up to the plate, and you can only do that so many times before you start losing rounds.
This time around, Jaime will have full control of A. Long Juice answers back with a frag before going down himself. But Instinct may have just pieced together what they need for their first round. But Brando, he is still alive here, so definitely someone they need to be cautious of after that last round, which was also a 2v4. Was taken away from them. 15-0 this time may be the one who needs to step it up and pull out some crazy kills here. 15-0 going to be eyeing his way over towards the A-bomb site, but the bomb is down A long, and this makes the retake of this position even more difficult because Instinct, they are all over it, which means 15-0 he needs to bring some magic here, but it's not going to happen. Mundo will take him out. Brando now left in a 1v4. Mundo calls the position, and he's just going to stall for some support from his teammates, but actually, he just goes for it there. No fear in his eyes, takes down both remaining players, and just like that, Instinct, they do find their first round.
Yeah, right now you're definitely worried if you're King Zone because all of your success on this map has come from 2 players making huge plays for your team.
Here we have it, though. It is going to be a very slow start here from both teams, but Instinct, they're almost turtled up a little bit here, but there's full control of the B waters already coming out from King Zone. They just want to go straight in here. Eric, nice delay flash, but it's going to be pretty much just rolled through here. Mundo in the position where he has to fly out for his team, but he's not going to be able to find anything. Eric goes down without a fight either. Jaime's one and done, and Aaron opens it up nicely with a double kill as Juice found the entry. Ralph and Pablo looking for some semblance of hope, but this is not looking too likely here. King Zone starting to push things even further here as they pick up a 3rd round, and things just looking better and better for them. That's the first clean execution, though, we've actually seen resulting in a King Zone win.
Yeah, that was a clean round coming from them. I have no complaints coming from King Zone on that B execute. Was well timed. They all dodged the counter flashes coming out from Mundo from the hell position, and were just absolutely monstrous in how they attacked it. Now let's see if they can bring that level of execution to the A long, and it looks like Nevermind they are backing off of A, and Brando gets that nice opening snipe pick onto Jaime on the catwalk.
And Brando playing the hybrid role here for his team. Makes it work, but Brando and Aaron taking a lot of early damage here. But Imagine finds a frag onto Mundo, keeping it in a 5-on-3. 15-0 finds one as well, and the double arm setup will prove to be at least beneficial for now here for the side of King Zone. Pablo going to be caught in mid, but Ralph finds the follow-up frag, make it a double kill here as he does take down Aaron and Juice, but he has to take down every single player on this King Zone roster if he wants to find the round for his team, but Brando will not allow that to happen. He's going to take him out here, 4-1. King Zone starting to show us what we saw on map number 1 and just starting to pull ahead here pretty nicely.
Yeah, King Zone is playing, now they're playing to the level of where they should be. Those first 2 rounds, really the first 3 rounds, are really shaky, but now they're executing cleanly, they're making their picks work, they're baiting Instinct into them, and it's just working flawlessly.
So far, a lot of early trades coming out, but it is going to be Mundo who actually somehow gets out of there with just a little bit of HP. I thought Zedwell was going to pick up that frag initially, but look at this double stack under Cat. Pays off so far, but the trades come through. Imagine being the double kill machine here again for his team. Still somehow keeps finding 2 before going down. That leaves Ralph all alone once again. This time it's only a 1v2 though. A much more winnable situation. We'll see if they can catch him on the cross though. And it's going to be Aaron who finds the final frag there. 5-1. A scary situation for Instinct to be in, but if they can recover here and now, there's still a chance they could bring this back with a good second half.
Absolutely, I definitely agree with you there. What really needs to happen for Instinct is to have Eric wake up. His only frag is his shot onto 15-0, which is really their only duel in this entire map. They've only had 1 AWM duel, and Eric came ahead. I don't know if it's 15-0 just not wanting to peek him, or if he's just more worried about doing other things on the map. I haven't been paying too much attention to him. However, Eric, he needs to make some sort of impact. He's been absolutely silent.
Eric definitely having some struggles on the day, but now more than ever his team will need him to step up to the plate here. Slow play coming out from Instinct. They're going to go for a B stack here as well. An interesting setup here. We'll see if it pays off, but unfortunately for them, I don't think this is going to be a B execution coming out from King Zone. They're already grouping up for the split from Catwalk and A Long. And it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. It's an open A bomb site as well. 5 players alive and none of them on the A bomb site for Instinct. A gamble that may haunt them here, as it's going to be full control of A, going in favor of King Zone already. They just take right a hold of it. Pablo will go down to Juice, already pushing into the GR spawn as well. Just trying to find some early information here. 15OL finds Ralph on the catwalk. This is not looking too pretty here for Instinct. Eric finally able to find a kill here, forces his way onto the A-bomb site. He's just going to try and stall for his teammates to collapse around him, but it may have not been long enough. Jaime able to find one from the A window, but it's not going to be enough here. 3-on-2, still the advantage in favor of King Zone. Imagine, though, struggling to get that kill, but finally secures it. Gets traded by Jaime. 1v3 for Jaime, down to the 1v2. 16 seconds, not going to matter, though. 15OL shuts it down with a nice pick there from Catwalk. And just like that, it is 6 rounds now on the board for King Zone, 4 away from moving on to face Rose.
Yeah, I mean, right now, if you're Instinct, you have to be extremely worried. You guys, they're not able to put together the success they had back on port. This is a lot more reminiscent of how they were playing back on Ankara, save for the fact that Mundo and Eric aren't only getting 4 frags combined throughout the entirety of the map.
It's going to be a tough road ahead for Instinct if they can't find at least one of these final 2 rounds, but surely they are in need of both of them. We'll see what they have in store to try and make that happen, but this time around, after the B stack, we are going to see a focus now on B from King Zone. Definitely a good read. They knew they stacked B in the previous round, so attacking B, not necessarily a bad decision here from King Zone. They know what they need to do here. They find Jaime, they find Mundo. That's a clear perfectly already. Not even losing much health in the process here. And this is where things can get very scary for Instinct. Their tournament life starting to be on the line. Each round that falls away from them here is going to be a crucial mistake. Eric finds one, but it's still a 2v5 situation, only down to a 2-on-4. 15OL trades it out. It's all on Ralph to try and make some magic happen here. A 1v4. Not a very likely scenario to go his way. 15OL is going to be spotted, but it doesn't matter. Imagine quick on the draw, and now 12-4, leading his team towards a potential victory.
Let's rock and roll.
Yeah, King Zone just came out of this map swinging. They've been playing beautifully. Everyone has 6 frags on the side of King Zone, save for Imagine, who honestly has been the MVP of this map and series thus far. He has really stepped it up for King Zone, and just as I say that, they're just King Zone wipes out 3 of the players for Instinct and just makes it a 3-on-2. And Instinct, they've got to be sweating bullets right now. They have a possibility of being 8-1, and I think that's the biggest disparity, save for Carbon 10 winning Rose yesterday.
Yeah, not a situation they can afford to be in here. Imagine, though, is looking to seal the deal, finds himself another double kill round already. 14-4. Eric, it's do or die here. He needs this round for his team to have any hope going into the second half. An 8-1 half is almost unrecoverable at that point. Eric, though, we'll see what he has in store. Maybe we can see some magic. He does manage to almost find that frag, but it's not going to be enough to get the job done. The rest of King Zone will be there. And it's going to be an 8-1 half. Instinct, with their backs against the wall for the remainder of this match. It's going to be do or die for their tournament life here as we go into our second half.
Yeah, the only time I can think of a team has come back from an 8-1 deficit on Black Widow was actually, I believe it was 2012 or 2013 Lifeline. They made a complete road to recovery on their turnaround, and I believe they ended up going, I think back in the day it was actually 7 rounds, or maybe it was, I don't remember exactly, but they won the entirety of their half without dropping a single round.
Ralph, though, getting a nice early pick here as they take control of the A-bomb site. Pablo does find the follow-up kill as well, takes down Juice. They do have control of this match, but they have a disconnection occur, and that is going to be an unfortunate one here, as now it takes it down to a 3-on-3. That was a living player going down for Instinct. Not a moment you want to see that happen, but still, they look to be able to hold on here. Pablo finds himself another frag, and Brando and 15OL are left for the retake. And they're going to be able to hold on. Jaime and Pablo doing some nice work here to close out this round, but an unfortunate disconnection. Hopefully they can get their players back, but it looks like we are going to see a pause at 8-2.
I mean, that's, if you're going to use your pause, map 3 disconnection, that's the time to use it. Especially when you're 2 rounds away from elimination and King Zone moves on to play Rose.
Yeah, definitely a tough match here. But Kingzone, they're in full control of this one. And all they need is a couple rounds to close. But it is the Blacklist side, and we've seen crazy things happen on Black Widow on these Blacklist sides. So it's not necessarily over just yet for Instinct, but they are going to need nothing short of a miracle here to bring this one back.
Yeah, I just don't see it happening. They just don't have the consistency to pull off a miracle like this. I mean, winning 8 rounds in a row to take the map, or winning 7 in a row to take it to overtime. That's just extremely unlikely. The consistency that just hasn't been there. Mundo's been hit and miss all day today. Eric's been hit and miss all day today. The only consistent person on the rosters for Instinct has been Ralph and Jaime. Pablo's been there, but he hasn't been playing to the level that he was yesterday against Vivificate. It's just been Ralph and Jaime, and that's not enough to beat the roster of Kingzone, especially when you have Imagine popping off the way he has been today.
And we will return to this match if you guys missed it. We are still mid-match here. 8-2 was the score at the pause here, so 8-2. Kingzone in the lead when we come back into it. Guys, this is map number 3. Both of these teams have their tournament life on the line. Instinct, though, feeling the pressure because 2 rounds stand between Kingzone and a trip to the loser bracket finals to face Rose here. Instinct going for the full B execution. It could be their last chance at a round on the board here to try and claw back, but right now it's not working out. Aaron and Juice hold off nicely. They find 2 kills each. Aaron makes it a 3rd kill there as he gets 2 Colt frags to finish off that hold. Juice and Aaron lock it down and take their team to match point.
And that's one of the reasons why we say Aaron's one of the best anchor players in the entirety of North America. He starts off this after a pause reset, and Eric gets a beautiful snipe onto 15 well through the smoke. Now that's how you have to open it up, and Eric seems to have an answer for Aaron's 3K in the previous round.
Aaron and Brando, though, come back swinging. Juice finds the double kill. This could be it. Ralph alone to try and bring this one back. It's match point on the table, though, and Ralph, he's the only player standing in their way, but he's going to be able to find the frag here onto Juice. But he has a lot more left to be done here. Has to get the 1v4 clutch to keep his team alive. Their qualifier life is on the line here. Ralph in need of a 1v3 now to continue this out and make it happen for his team. Aaron, though, still being alive, such a huge threat since the reset here for his team. Already has 4 frags in just these potential final 2 rounds. Ralph, though, he's trying to find the opening he needs. He does have a full A bomb side control now. However, even if he gets this bomb down, he has to hold off 3 players for the retake here. He's just going to check his window. He doesn't want to get caught on the plant doing his due diligence here to keep the dream alive for Instinct, but right now he's going to have to do something even more insane here. He's going to have to win out this 1v4 clutch. 3 players left in his way. Nobody will walk past him either, which is going to make it even more difficult. They rotate in together. Kingzone, they know what they need to do here. They see their eyes on the prize, and they're ready to close this one out. Brando going to stick the bomb. Aaron confident to hold that shot, and that is it here. Kingzone, they take it 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, Kingzone put up a beautiful match there. Juice and Aaron really stepped up for their teams in the last 2 rounds, getting the 8 out of the 10 frags. That's pretty crazy considering the fact that Juice was really kind of quiet in the entirety of these last 2 maps. He was quiet on Port, and he was quiet on Black Widow up until that post pause. So, you know, if you're Rose right now, you definitely want to be watching how Kingzone reacts to how they kind of react to those different kinds of pressure. 15 well was really kind of hampered heavily by smokes, at least on Port, by Instinct. And then you take a look over at Imagine, you have to figure out how to shut him down because he's on fire today. He was leading the charge, I think, in almost every single map, or he second fragged every single map. And that's the kind of a play from Imagine I don't think I've ever seen.
Yeah, Imagine definitely stepping it up here to push his team one step further, and you can tell that Kingzone, when it came to the pressure, they were the team that was ready to take this one all the way. It did go all the way to 3 maps deep after a tough first map loss. Instinct, have to give them credit, didn't even expect them to be able to claw back there on map number 2, but they brought it back, had a great second map, but unfortunately, when it came to Black Widow, it wasn't in the cards for them, and they will fall here as the 4th place team in the national qualifiers. Still a great shout out to those guys coming through every year. They consistently at least get a top 4 performance out of their showings. So Instinct, they definitely need to go back to the drawing board, put in a bit more practice, maybe put some more year-round work in, and they could do it. I mean, these guys are all potential players to be back in the near future and performing at the highest levels. However, their road ends here, and now we are down to 3 teams remaining. Kingzone, Rose, and Carbon. One of those 3 teams guaranteed to go to CFS, potentially 2 if the runner-up of this qualifier takes on and beats the European runner-up. So potentially 2 of these 3 teams are teams we could be seeing at CFS, guys. One of them guaranteed in the finals. It will be either Rose or Kingzone going up against Carbon in that final. We are going to take a quick break. We will be back, though. Rose versus Kingzone, the loser bracket finals to determine our second team making it into the grand finals of our North American qualifiers here today, guys. Appreciate everybody tuning in, but stay tuned. We've got a lot more action on the way coming up for you in just a short bit. Alright guys, we are back and ready to go with our loser bracket finals. Only 3 teams remain here, and one more is about to go home. I guess they're technically already home, but they're going to be going out of the bracket. Not empty-handed though, we're now into our top 3. However, the winner here and Carbon will both have a shot at CFS. The loser of this match, however, will not be in contention for one of those spots. So, a lot on the line here. Potentially, one of these teams could be going to CFS. The potential is there. However, before we get started, Jordan, my man Thorns, what do you think about this matchup? Do you have a favorite in your eyes?
Well, if I'm going to go off the pure numbers, my favorite's definitely going to be Kingzone. They have the better historic team there. They have the more experienced roster there. Everyone on that roster for Kingzone has been under the highest levels of pressure, has competed at the highest level of pressure, and has performed at that level of pressure. When you look over at Rose, I really see 2 kind of outliers that's going to really determine how well, if Rose can take down this mountain that is Kingzone. And that's whether, 1, Ethereal, aka Dom, can stay consistent, and 2, whether or not Logic and Ying can actually maintain the level of play equivalent to the rest of their team. I'm expecting to see Tooney go off and take out 15 Noel, make early round picks, and get advantages for Rose. I'm expecting to see Solo play on his own, play solo, and win a bunch of duels to get some extra rounds for them as well. Ethereal, I'm expecting to pop off at least once or twice a half to make some serious impact, but other than that, the only way they're going to be able to win is if Logic and Ying can keep up, and from what we were seeing yesterday, they can't. Logic can at times, but Ying, he's been one of the biggest detractors for Rose.
Yeah, and when I look at this match too, I actually don't think Rose is going to determine who wins this match. I think Rose is going to play pretty much to what we come to expect from them in their past performances. I think Kingzone is ultimately going to decide if they win or lose this game. They were kind of all over the board. Just looking at their last match, even the individual performances fluctuated quite a bit. We had moments where players like 15OL and Juice were completely silent, but there was also moments where they were getting double kills every single round, and the players like those on Kingzone are, I think, the ones we really need to keep our eye on, because if you look at everyone on the Kingzone roster, Imagine was the only one to have a consistent performance in that last match. Everyone else was very hot and cold, but I think it's going to come down to how the individuals play on the Kingzone roster more than Rose. I think Rose, in terms of consistency, I think they're actually the more consistent performing lineup right now. I think Kingzone is the one we have to sort of question these individual performances, because if you have Juice having a half where he starts off 0-7, a team like Rose, I think, is going to be much more efficient at abusing that compared to Instinct, who just used it to barely slide into a 2-round lead.
Yeah, I can agree with you there. That's... yeah, I guess in that aspect, yeah, Kingzone really is going to be the wall for themselves. If they can get over the wall, they should win. But at the same time, I feel like when the fire gets on underneath these players, they all tend to show up. I mean, look at the last match. Imagine, he won them 2 rounds in a row to give them that 2-0 lead, and then from there, Aaron woke up, Brando woke up, 15 woke up, Juice woke up. Everyone woke up after Imagine was leading the charge for them. And if they're able to maintain that, Kingzone should win. And that's what my prediction is going to be. I think it's going to go 2-1 Kingzone. I think we're going to see a really close match. We're going to have a match go really close. It's going to just barely etch out in Kingzone's favor. Rose is going to dominate the map. And then Kingzone's going to come back and put up numbers and eventually take the map for map number 3.
Yeah, and looking at the map picks real quick while we're waiting here, I was interested with how those sort of went down. Kingzone picking Ankara was the only obvious one for me. Rose actually picked Port, which was a little bit of a surprise to me. I thought they may have picked Subbase instead, because I thought their Subbase was really strong, but Subbase actually ended up being the 3rd map, so we'll see if that plays to their benefit at all. But it looks like we have a player disconnection, so I'm not sure if they're just going to start it off and hope that he loads in. It looks like he's already loaded in, so we're going to go right into it, guys. Ankara map number 1 to decide the fate of both of these teams, who will have a shot to face Carbon in the finals and potentially still qualify. Even if they don't beat Carbon, the runner-up will have a chance at going to CFS as well in our runner-up showdown, which will be at the end of the day. Both second-place teams from Europe and North America will fight for another CFS spot. So should be pretty exciting to see unfold. However, it all starts here for both of these teams, who will make it into the grand finals here to face Carbon, the beast awaiting the winner of this matchup. But after seeing both Kingzone and Rose and their performances, I'm actually pretty excited to see these two teams go head-to-head. They have yet to face in this event just yet, but both of these teams have some outstanding talent on their lineup. It's going to be all about who brings their A game here today. The sniping duel, definitely something we should keep our eye on as well. 15OL versus Tooney. I'm not sure who I have my money on just yet, but Tooney, he had quite the performance in day one, so I would definitely be looking at him as maybe the one to get things started in this sniper v sniper duel. But just as I say that, 15OL, he gets the opening pick here, takes down Dom. Ying and Solo also very low already, so things looking pretty good here. But just as I say that, Solo, he's going to shred through ZWOW. Mr. Juice falling very early, and Ankara, a map that we've seen him have some consistency issues on, so hopefully he can recover quickly. It still is just round number 1, but Rose recovers things nicely. Logic finds 1, but imagine, again, the double kills always there for him. He always seems to find 2 before he goes down, and that's enough to make this one an even 2-on-2 situation now as the bomb works its way towards A. 15OL and Aaron, the only 2 left for Kingzone to try and stop this one on the A bomb site, but Aaron, he's already hot on the flank here. Tooney and Yang, they have to be ready for these positions, otherwise they could run into a difficult situation. Aaron sneaks up nicely. 15OL finds 1 as well. Tooney will get caught off guard, and Kingzone set up a nice pinch. They'll take the first round, but again, we see Imagine being the player to tilt the numbers in their favor.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you there. Kingzone had a really nice performance coming out from Imagine there. I think Imagine is honestly probably the best trade player currently in this lobby. He gets all the trades he needs to get. Whenever someone on his team goes down because they go a little aggressive, he's always right there to pick up the double kill afterward. He's just a double kill machine right now for Kingzone, and it's honestly what they need. You look over at the lineup of over on Rose, the only player who really plays that trade role is Logic, and he's great at it. However, once again, they don't use him properly. The only reason he got the frag this last round was because he did get the trade onto Solo when Solo went down to, I believe it was, Aaron.
Right now, we do see some slow play from Rose at the start of this one. Solo, again, favoring this potential pick over towards the B-bomb site. He was able to get one last round successfully, but right now, he's going to do it again. Aaron goes down. I thought maybe Aaron would have had the best of that shot, but unfortunately, Solo will connect just a little bit faster on that spray down, and Rose does grab the man advantage, looking to tie this one right from the start here and keep things close. The bomb slowly working its way potentially towards B here. It's going to be in the hands of Dom, aka Ethereal here, who had a pretty strong performance in day one, a little bit of fluctuation in performance map by map, but overall, definitely one of the key entry fraggers for this team, so we'll see if he can continue that forward here today. Him and Solo definitely led the charge in a lot of entry fragging in day one. Imagine, though, again, the player you need to watch out for here on Kingzone. He's been quite phenomenal with his entry fragging, but this time around, Ying, he's going to find the opener here as well for this A-bomb side execution, but Brando and Zed will each find a trade frag, and that is going to be another unfortunate situation for Rose here because Tooney and Ying are both incredibly low, putting the pressure onto Dom as the only player with full HP on their roster to really make a move with. However, Tooney does still have the in hand, so it's definitely a situation where he could find a frag or two before he goes down, but Ying, he's already taken out, making this one a 2-on-3. Dom needing to be an entry frag machine here. The rest of Kingzone, though, is all stacked over towards B, so now it's all about how they set up on the post plant. They cannot afford to get pinched again, and they really need to make sure they have all of their coverage on lockdown here. Tooney going to be taking the GR spawn position to try and challenge that, and we are going to see a rotation here from Dom to play under the A staircase. I like this setup. It gives them the efficiency of holding the best amount of coverage they can on these retake positions. Dom, though, needs to be careful. Rotating too far towards the left side of the spiral stairs can expose him to both arch and window at the same time. A little bit more of a risky position here from Dom. He's going to get caught between this crossfire here. Does so much damage, but can't secure any frags there. And that'll be enough for Kingzone to clean it up. And it's just going to be, you know, just on time, but I feel like had we seen a little bit more patience from Dom in that position, he may have been able to isolate some 1v1s and actually been able to grab a couple of those players, but unfortunately, it seemed like he was just peeking a little bit too wide for comfort there.
Yeah, it's one of those things when you're not quite always playing all the time. You know, he's a player that comes in and out of the game. You're not going to always remember exactly how every angle works specifically. And when you don't have that experience, that muscle memory, it can come to haunt you, just like it did Dom right then and there. He was overextending just a tad bit and got completely punished for it.
Right now, though, Kingzone definitely going to be leading the charge here on map number 1, and rightfully so, it is their pick. So we'll see if they can play just as strong on it here as they did against Instinct. Remember, against Instinct, Kingzone, they went 10-2 here on Ankara, so it would not surprise me to see them have a dominating first map. However, Port and Subbase are maps that I would say Rose is significantly stronger on compared to Ankara. So if they can just make it through this map and maybe even get a win here still, the potential is there. It's not anywhere near over just yet, but I definitely think Rose is going to have a better time on the back half of this series. Juice finds the opening frag onto Logic. Dom immediately there to find one onto Brando back, but he gets traded out by Imagine, who is definitely remaining the trade king here for Kingzone. However, Kingzone across the board, they're fragging pretty well. Everybody at least 2 frags and a positive score. Not quite what we can say here for Rose, though, who have about a frag each, except for Solo, the only one above a single frag here, and he's looking to do something in this round, but Imagine, a very tough player to go up against in these aim duels. Solo, though, the bomb is down as well in A connector. 15OL goes for the wide peak, and now he is completely pinched, and he's going to go down here to Juice. Nice cleanup coming in from Kingzone, and again, they find another round on the board, 3-0. A nice way for them to get it started, especially on a map that tends to lean towards being blacklist-sided.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty blacklist-heavy map, and right now, really, Rose has no answer to really get their juices flowing, and that's not looking good for them. Hopefully they can wake up a little bit, get Toonie popping off a bit, have Ethereal step up to the plate, and we can see them really move forward with this, you know, this side. If they don't get any sort of juices flowing, if they don't take any sort of aggression to get some map control, they're going to lose.
Right now, Rose, we need to change the momentum here. Find a way to get some solid entering on their side. Right now, though, across the board, it's been a struggle here for Rose to put any real numbers up just yet. We're on round number 4, and the combined fragging is only 6 for the entirety of Rose. Meanwhile, Kingzone, they're looking in a prime position to potentially take map number 1 right now. Very confident start here, but Solo has got something to say about that. Finds himself a nice double kill here in mid. Takes down both Aaron and Juice, putting it in a 4-on-3. Brando, 15OL, and Imagine trying to hold on for Kingzone to remain in an uncontested lead. Brando, he's been a pretty strong performer throughout the day for Kingzone so far. Had a few key rounds in the Black Widow match against Instinct. Logic going to take some damage there, but is able to get out pretty comfortably, losing about half HP. But Solo, he's already found his 3rd frag of the round. Dom follows it up with one onto 15OL, and now it looks like Rose may have their first round in the bag, but Imagine, a very deadly player for the side of Kingzone. We'll see if he can pull off something crazy here to clutch out the round, but right now he's going to be stuck in a very difficult situation. 3 players peeking him from the global risk spawn. He's going to be one and done. And finally, Rose, they do put their first one on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Solo had a great round there. He played the garage position and was able to get 2 early key picks to make the man advantage non-existent that Kingzone had picked up. And Toonie finally was taking on the AWM duel against 15OL, going up in the, you know, starting it off 1-0 with his AWM duels versus 15OL. And that's definitely how you want to start this round up. Get a nice free pick from your sniper, get a nice lane pick. Allows you to make a lot more moves, especially considering that the defense is on the back foot. And car is extremely hard to hold when you're already a man down, and even harder to retake if you lose your players holding the site that you attack.
So now Rose, they do find themselves in a pretty solid position to go for an execution here. They've got the man advantage. They're still going to be looking for another one here, as they do send both Logic and Ying to start scouting things out over towards this A-bomb site. Brando and Imagine, the 2 players locking down this A-bomb site for Kingzone right now. We'll see if Rose can get the execution here. They're going to send all 5 players now to group up. Brando and Imagine, they're going to be feeling the pressure here. Imagine, though, we'll see if he can continue to lead the entries for his team here now is definitely around where he's going to need to shine here. Imagine going to be stuck in a difficult position. This time around, he finds no frags. Brando not able to get anybody as well. Great entries coming in from Solo and Ying. They clear the bomb site. Aaron already on their flank, though. But Dom, he's going to know exactly what's up here and look for the challenge. Aaron and Juice looking for the 2v5 retake opportunity. A tough one to say the least, but Aaron's already found one. Juice, though, now it's his turn to shine here. Has to try and find something. Aaron goes down as well. Juice not able to make it happen, and it's going to be another one on the board for Rose. But Solo, he's coming to life here in these past 2 rounds. Went from 2 frags to 7. That's 5 frags in just 2 rounds here from Solo.
Yeah, I mean, he's starting to step up, and when Solo wakes up, he gets absolutely scary. Like I was saying yesterday, the last time we've seen Solo play at this level of play was back in 2016 on Onyxia, where he was one of the most, if not the best player in North America. He was an absolute monster, and now we're seeing it come out once again here in 2018. This is what Rose needs. Have Toonie pop off, have Solo pop off. You're almost guaranteed to win any map. As long as you have Dom following it up as well, the only answer for that is Carbon.
Right now, still not out of the woods just yet. Rose, though, they find themselves just down a single round. However, Logic and Ying still having some struggles here in this first map. 2 and 4, 1 and 5 on both of those guys. Not looking the best, however, with Solo and Dom doing what they do. They found themselves just 1 round away from tying things here. We'll see if they can keep up these performances, though. Solo definitely one of the main anchors for this squad. Always in these high-pressure situations, he seems to step up to the plate for this lineup. 15OL going to be playing up in the tower. Almost catches him off guard, but 15OL, what a repeat there. Takes down Solo, and that's definitely the player you want to go for in that situation. Logic, though, manages to sneak his way into a kill on Aaron to even the score here, 4v4. Rose still in a position where they can win this round, but they have to be careful here. Imagine getting a little bit antsy over towards this A-bomb site. Pushes out Vents to try and find a pick, but he can't find one just yet, so still numbers remain even across the board. Rose, though, having their sights set over towards B, will run into some trouble. Juice locks it down from Hotel, finding both Logic and Toonie. Unfortunate way for things to go down. Juice finds 3 kills before finally getting taken out, but 15OL, he misses the shot onto Ying, but it may not matter. It's a 3v1 Ying. He hasn't done a whole lot for his team just yet, but now, if he could pull off this 1v3, it'd be a big way to step up, but that bomb is down in the back of Hotel, and he's only got 15 seconds to retrieve it and plant. There's no time to get this bomb down. He has to just try and frag out here, and he knows it, but there's no time here. Ying, unfortunately, doesn't commit either way fast enough to make the decision. The remaining 2 players of Kingzone will split up. They know there's no time, and they do their job just as they need to here. Kingzone just stall the clock there, and they pick up another round, 4-2.
Kingzone played that perfectly in that kind of situation. There's 15 seconds left. The bomb's back Hotel. You know exactly where it is. You know the player's in Hotel. Just play safe. There's no reason to go for the frag. There's no reason to put yourself in a situation where you might just barely be able to get the bomb down in time. Or might just barely get that last kill as time's ticking down. There's no reason to do that, and they did that perfectly. However, Rose really screwed up there by not playing for trades at all onto Juice, and that got punished them. And as I say that, Kingzone does the exact same thing this round with Zedwal and Brando, not playing for trades off of each other, pushing through smoke along the B-long tunnel, and get absolutely punished for it. I don't understand how these 2 teams are continuously making the same mistakes at this level, when these are really easy mistakes not to make.
Unfortunately so. Now Kingzone are in a position where they're going to have to win this one in a 3v5, otherwise Rose will pick up their 3rd round on the board. Kingzone, though, they know that the A attack may be coming here. They're going to send 2 of their players onto the A bomb site and have Aaron just pushing out for intel here over towards the B bomb site. 15OL, though, misses the shot onto Toonie. A crucial mistake. He will be punished for it. Imagine he has to frag out here. He grabs 2. Imagine looking for it. Gets the triple kill. Holds on. Aaron finds 1. The 2v5. Now down to a 2-on-1. Imagine and Aaron attempting to do the unthinkable here and take this round away. Aaron finds the final frag. They get the 2-on-5. A huge round coming out from Aaron and Imagine to keep Kingzone in a strong lead.
That was a beautiful play coming from Imagine. An absolute monstrous play, locking down that hut position on A. Rose really needs to step up right now. They've already lost a half on a blacklist-sided map, and it's only going to get worse as this map continues forward. You really only have 2 players putting in any work over on the side of King Zone. That's really Zedwow and Imagine. And you only have 1 player on Rose. Imagine needs to wake up. I mean, not Imagine, sorry, I misspoke. Dom needs to wake up. He's 4 and 5. Tooney's 2 and 5. This is not looking anything reminiscent of yesterday. And if this continues, we may end up looking at a 2-0 sweep coming from King Zone.
Definitely a position that Rose could be in if they don't start putting those numbers on the board, especially on the blacklist half here. They've already lost the half on the more favored side here, so they're going to have to be looking at least grabbing these last 2 rounds and having one of the best global risk sides they've ever had on this map in order to take map 1 away. But it could be a situation where map 2 has to be where they recover here, because Rose, things have not been going their way here on Ankara so far, and it doesn't seem to be getting too much better for them. Solo, the only really saving grace here on this Rose lineup. He's been getting a lot of entry frags for them, but if no one else can follow it up here, it's going to be a tough time. Meanwhile, though, Imagine, he's had the time of his life here on this A bomb site, and we'll see if he can do it again. He's the only one to try and hold this off. Finds the opener, but he's going to be traded out immediately. This time, they don't let him have too much fun there on that A top position. 15-0 does manage to trade with a kill of his own. Make it a double kill! What a headshot there. Solo goes down as well. 15-0 still storming his way in with Aaron. Juice comes in for the follow-up as well, and it's going to be enough to clean things up. Juice performing quite well here in this match here. He's not doing anything too early on, but he's always there to make sure these rounds get secured, and he's found himself 9 frags on the board here as well in half number 1, but it's going to be 6-2 now going into the final round here of their GR half. King Zone looking very confident here in map number 1.
Yeah, King Zone's putting out an absolute monster performance right here. Zedwow and Imagine are putting up some serious numbers against this Rose lineup, and they really have no answer for it. Dom's been, suspiciously quiet. Tooney has been completely irrelevant so far in the match, and that's not a good sign looking for Rose. Especially considering that, Ankara has lots of those long angles that AWM players can use. However, I'm hoping that they can turn around on their global risk side, get some juices flowing.
Right now, though, it's looking like another grim fate here for these guys. Aaron, 3 kills already in the round. Juice finds 1 as well. It's Tooney all alone, and it's looking like a 7-2 half to finish this first one out. Unfortunate situation for Rose, but they're going to have to be thinking almost about map number 2 at this point. I don't see a whole lot of recovery options here in their second half. They're going to have to play amazing on their global risk half to have any glimpse of hope to take this one away.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to have to do to make up their defenses going here on the global risk side. You only have 1 round of error before you have to go to potential overtime. And that's not a lot of room for error, especially on a map like Ankara, where it's so easy for the blacklists to swing across the map. However, it's not that easy for global risk to swing back and forth from site to site.
Here we have it, though. It is going to be 7-2. A very fantastic first half for King Zone, but right now Ying gets the opener here, exactly what Rose needed to get it started. Catches Aaron getting a little bit too aggressive by himself. 5v4 though. Rose looking to try and capitalize on this lead and close out a first round of the half in their favor. Here we have it, though. It's going to be a full execution onto the A bomb site. Tooney, he's going to be 1 and done. But will it be enough? Logic already getting isolated on the back of the GR spawn wall. Juice, though, he wants to take this fight here, but it's not going to happen for him. Logic pops a nice headshot onto him. It's going to be a 2v4. Imagine, once the frags, though, he's been the firepower this team has needed, and he's going to continue that forward. Finds himself a frag, but Brando, he's going to have to step up to the plate here and make some impact. Imagine, not able to find anything else. Brando left in a 1v3 now, as it will be Imagine taken down by Ying. Brando, the lowest fragger for his team, so this is really a chance for him to step up, but he's read the situation well, and he's actually snuck in to a position where he can rotate all the way to B if he needs to, but he's trying to see if someone will push out so he can have a free pick in this process here. But if no one pushes out, he's going to have a clean rotation over towards the B bomb site here. But Rose, they're not really playing for info here. They're just going to be playing safe and playing together and hoping that Brando makes the mistake of coming back to A. However, Brando, he hasn't committed to a decision just yet. He's just slowly working out mid to try and find info. Maybe he'll even go for the full flank here on A and catch these players in a double fake here. But right now, he's going to make the safe decision. He's going to plant the bomb here for the GR spawn position. And if he can just sneak his way into the GR spawn, he could actually hold this one off. Or no, he's actually going to play it for mid. This could be a risky decision here, but he's going to catch a couple players off guard, but it doesn't matter. They are ready to react. Tooney gets the final kill there, and Rose picks up a much-needed first round to start off this half.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good round coming out from Rose. They had solid picks early on. I think it was Ying caught Aaron super early, and then they just played the trade game from then on, and it was really easy for them to just continue their number situation and just close out that round, you know, in a 3v1.
Here we have it 7-3. Rose still clawing back at the scoreboard here, but they have a lot of work to do in order to make this full comeback a reality here on map number 1. Kingzone still up by 4 rounds. And Solo is going to start out by getting a nice frag there. Juice goes down, and he's able to back off as well without going to a trade frag. So definitely the start that Rose needed here to keep things in their favor. But right now, we are going to see a small swing in momentum here. Rose starting to pick up their pace. But now Kingzone, they're going to be looking for that counter pick to try and answer back here. So far, they haven't found anything just yet. Here we have it, though. Very slow pace. The guys on Rose, they know they have the man advantage. They're going to try and draw out these remaining players and see if they can even get another pick here. They're going to send a couple players to push out of underpass. We see both Ying and Dom here trying to find their way into another early entry. However, Kingzone, they're playing very spread out here. Not too sure where they want to commit just yet, but we are going to see a slow rotation over towards B. But Dom, he's able to swing out into mid. 15 OL catching some bullets there, but still remains alive as they work their way over towards the B bomb side. Imagine, though, he's going to be on a quick flank of both of these lower players. They have no idea, but he misses the shot. Unfortunate mistake, but it doesn't matter. Imagine he's there to find one, but the rest of his team is already down and out here, and he's going to get caught as well. Tooney with a nice double kill there on the cross pick as Ying and Logic step things up to help them get another round here. So Global Risk side definitely off to a clean start for Rose, but they're still down by 3, and they can't afford to let things slip just yet.
Yeah, they seem to be a lot better on their defensive halves, really across the board. If we look back yesterday when they were playing Port, that's where they were dominant. They were not very good on their blacklist aggression. You look at when they were playing sub-base, that's where they were confident. That's where they were getting all their round Ws, was on their Global Risk side. They're just not an aggressive team on the blacklist side enough to actually win rounds. They don't know how to post plant. They don't take sites properly. And that's really where their downfall is going to be if they do have to end up going into Carbon later today.
And the nades will come down, but the bomb barely planted in time. Aaron, though, in the key position here to try and hold off this retake. Aaron just playing behind the top boxes here, and he's going to be able to line things up and get a lot of damage dealt there. Unfortunately, not quite able to take down Ying just yet, but Ying's left in a 1v2 that his team desperately needs him to win. Aaron very low on HP. It's a winnable situation here, but they need to be careful. But Ying, unfortunately for him, won't be able to find either of the remaining players. He goes down, and Kingzone, they move to an 8th round on the board.
Yeah, Kingzone's just really showing their dominance here on Ankara. You know, at least on their Global Risk side. Here on the Blacklist side, it's 1-3. It's 1-2 right now. It's just beginning. They can easily walk away with this with another 2 rounds going in their way, as it looks like they're doing a complete underpass push with one late lurk coming close out.
And right now, Rose got to work to claw this back quickly. Otherwise, Kingzone, they're just 2 away from already taking a 1-0 lead in the series. Logic starts it off right, finds the opening, triple kill, big plays coming out from Logic. Brando, though, finally snaps back to trade that, and it's going to be a 4-on-2. Great start to the round here as Logic makes things nice for them, but maybe not nice enough. We saw a 2v5 already from this roster of Kingzone. We'll see if they can do it again. Aaron now left in a 1v3, though. The bomb is down in mid, and this is going to make it a very difficult situation, especially with Tooney sneaking up into the tower position, but he's going to get headshot. A nice flick spray up there takes him out of the picture. Aaron, he finds the second, now down to a 1v1. Solo has a huge HP advantage, though, and knows where the bomb's at. So Aaron, it's going to be a difficult 1v1, but this would be a huge 1v3 to put them up 9-4. Aaron, again, the top fragger for his team on Ankara, something we saw earlier against Instinct as well. He's been one of the key deciders in how these matches play out on Ankara for his team. Him and Imagine definitely putting in a lot of work here. We'll see if he can make this happen, though. A 1v3 Rose. What a way to fall down this would be. But Aaron, he has shown us a whole new side of him here compared to what we've seen lately in these qualifiers. He stepped it up, and you can tell that this man wants to walk away with a shot in the grand finals here. Aaron sneaking his way up mid though. Solo just playing the safe decision here, just sitting in the GR spawn. He knows he has an HP advantage to work with, and he's going to try to abuse that by playing a safer position where he knows he can get a swing on him, and just like that, a nice attempt from Aaron, but it will be foiled there. Solo picks up the round for Rose, and it's going to be 8-5.
Let's rock and roll.
Yeah, I mean, right there, Solo really needed to get that round. Logic opened it up with a 3K. Losing a 2v5 at that point would just kind of really ruin any momentum they could have had going for them. Now, I want to see how this mid stat goes against when you have Logic down in the garage. Once again, behind 4 players. He gets 1, 2. He can't get a third. He gets traded out by Zedwow.
Logic still stepping it up here, though, with those entries. Again, gets the drop down, finds himself almost a double kill here, but he cannot connect that spray. That should have been a double kill for him, but both players having some issues finishing off each other there. But at the end of the day, it is going to be Juice who walks away with the frag. Aaron finds one, and now it's all on Tooney. A 1v2 that he desperately needs to win for his team here. 8-5, could be 9-5 though, if Juice and Aaron can close this one out. And if anybody could, it's these two guys. They've been playing quite well here on this first map of the series. But Tooney, he has an HP advantage to work with here. Both of these players are under half HP, so we'll see if he can make it happen. He makes the smart decision to switch to the AK as well. He knows that both of these players have been hit at least once, so we'll see if he can capitalize on this now. Right now, we do see the vent positioning, though. Both players playing close by now, as we do see Juice back off to set up for trade position here. Smart decision. He doesn't want to get caught from the lurk. And now Tooney, he's going to have to swing out, guns blazing here in a tough position. Spots both players, but it's not enough to make it happen. Juice gets the best of him, and it's going to be a 9th round now on the board. And Kingzone continue to hold on to the lead here.
Yeah, that was a great play coming out from Kingzone. They were able to completely swing the momentum that Logic was able to open up for them. He got a double kill. However, Zedwow traded on him, and I believe it was Brando actually picked off either Ethereal or Ying or somebody early on, and it just completely swung the momentum of that round.
A nice cross position, though, from Rose here, pushing up and gaining control of Belong here. Aaron, if he peeks out, he should surely at least get traded, if not instantly taken out. But Logic, he found the entry again for his team. Brando taken out of mid. Logic doing a great job for this mid position. Aaron, he's going to be one and done, but imagine slides in to grab the trade. 15 finds one in mid, and just like that, the Blacklist side of Kingzone looks to try and close this one out. They have the man advantage. However, 15OL is the only player on Kingzone looking comfortable in terms of HP. So Tooney and Solo, this is still a very winnable situation for them, even though they are a man down. 15OL, he's going to be lit up as well. All these remaining players are lit. Rose with an opportunity to keep the dream alive here on map number 1. Tooney, though, this nade could be devastating if someone walks into it, but they actually back off of that hotel position. Nobody will go down just yet. Here comes the rotation, though. We are going to see Kingzone potentially going all the way back to A. However, Solo, he's in well, I was going to say he's in preparation for this position, but he actually falls off right away. So going back into mid, there's going to be an opening on this A bomb site. No direct contest. Solo, he may have a chance to pinch it from the A connector if he moves quickly here, but 15, he's caught in mid. He'll go down. Now it's going to be a 2v2 with a huge HP advantage for Rose. Definitely a retake they should be able to win here, especially considering Imagine is the only one with utility here. Aaron, though, he just swings out, no fear, continuing to be a devastating force here for his team. 16 and 8. Tooney left with a clutch, or map number 1 will be lost. Tooney, though, gets the 1v2. A big time for him to step up. Not necessarily the hardest clutch, but still one that he needed to win there. Both players were very low, but he keeps the dream alive for his team, and they will live to fight another day here and take it to 9-6.
That was a great play there, finishing off the round by Tooney. However, you have to keep in mind, Aaron and Imagine were both really low on their HPs, but that's not to take credit away from him. That was a nice double kill to close that round out. Right now, it looks like Rose is starting to look up across the board. Ethereal is really the only one who hasn't had much impact in this map whatsoever, with only sitting at 7 frags. But that's still more than Brando over on the side of Kingzone.
Definitely Brando not having the best of games here, but fortunately for Brando, he has 3 players playing quite well here on this map, but Solo, he's always the one that has something to say about it here on the Rose squad. Logic, he's going to be one and done. Imagine, though, still finds 2 before going down. 15 well, the last alive here, though. The 1v2 for the game, but it's not going to matter. Another round goes to Rose in a close situation here. They take it away and move us to 9 and 7. Rose continues to claw back here on their global risk half, having a very solid defense, to be quite honest. The rotations have been on point for them, and they've been doing a great job of getting the necessary entries on the board. However, it's not over just yet. Kingzone still lead 9 to 7.
Yeah, right now, if Rose wants to close this out, they just need to keep playing the way they have been. Play defensively. Don't be over eager to peek. Don't be going off trying to make super solo plays by yourself. Having someone do it once in a while has been okay. Logic's gotten 2 huge plays for his team thus far. However, only one of them is translated into a round win. So they just need to continue the defensive play they've been doing. It's been working for them. It's their bread and butter right here. And if they divot from it, they're going to lose.
Yeah, right now it's definitely a situation where Rose, they can't afford to have anything slip away from them if they want to take this one into an overtime situation. So Rose will see what they have in store to try and potentially bring this back to a full overtime game. But 2 perfect rounds is what they need to make that happen right now. Kingzone, though, they have to be thinking about closing this one out. Looking forward to a second map. They've definitely let things slip here on their blacklist half, but this has been some stuff that they've struggled with throughout the entire tournament so far. Their blacklist halves haven't necessarily been the best. However, we'll see if they can make it just enough to close this final round of map number 1. Let's see where they decide to go here. It's going to be a B execution. Here they go. Dom, playing the look down on the top of stairs, gets naded down to half HP. He'll be taken down, but the rest of his team steps it up as Ying and Tooney hold this push off nicely to make it a numbers advantage for Rose here. 2v3, Juice very low, but the control of the site is in their hands. Logic, though, has control of the bomb, and this is going to be an unfortunate position here for Juice. He'll go down. Aaron takes it to a 1v1, though. Gets dropped down in front of Logic, though. Logic sneaks back to get himself in a prime position to take that 1v1 in his favor, and just like that, the potential for the tie is a reality here now, as we do see the final round on the board and a potential overtime situation here if Rose can pull it off.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a stronger Rose today than we did yesterday. Logic and Ying are no longer the real detractors for this team. The only one who's really not putting in quite the amount of work as the rest of them is Dom, but he's more of their kind of fluctuating player where he can, when he pops off, it's a guaranteed map win, but when he's not playing well, it's going to be rough because Logic and Ying have to bring them down.
Right now, though, Kingzone, they see their eyes on the prize here. They're going to take control of this A-bomb site. Solo, the only one to try and delay the push, gets taken out without a kill. Kingzone still maybe just able to take this one 10-8. They're looking for that final round here. Rose, though, this is their chance at overtime. We'll see if they can get the retake. It would be a full swing in the second half. They were down so many rounds here, but it won't matter if they can take it into overtime and take this win back into their hands. Rose, 4v5. Here comes the retake. Full flash execution for the retake over the top. Imagine, though, has already found one. Brando finds another. This is just going to be a complete slaughter. And just like that, Kingzone, they close it out 10-8.
Yeah, I mean, that was a nice closing round there coming from Kingzone. I feel like Rose really kind of misplayed there by giving up A so heavily. They had 2 players in the back of A top when Solo went down to try to contest it by himself, and they completely gave up A, and that ended up being their downfall because Kingzone had all 5 players still alive, and that just allowed them to have a really strong defensive hold. A site is not easy to retake. There's 3 different angles they can hold, and they really only need to play 2 different spots to hold them. And I mean, that's just the way the round went.
And Kingzone, they will take the lead here, 1-0, 1 map away from moving on to our grand finals to face Carbon in a best-of-5 situation here. However, Rose, they're not out of it just yet. If they can win here on Port, which is their map choice, and considering they went 8-10 on Kingzone's map choice, it's definitely a situation where we could see Rose bounce back on a map where they are presumably more comfortable. However, something I've seen throughout the picks and bans over the past couple of days is the map that the teams pick generally is the map that they have been doing worse on, which is something that I wasn't expecting, but the map picks haven't necessarily favored the teams picking them throughout the tournament so far, which has been kind of interesting to see. But Rose, they did have a very solid performance in some of their past games on Port. However, they are at a pretty distinct disadvantage here, and that is starting on the blacklist side. We saw them have a lot of struggles with their ability to control mid in their past matches. However, Kingzone has also had those issues, but they have the comfortability of starting on the global risk side here. Global risk on Port has been something that has been very comfortable for them as well. We saw them, even though they had a very poor performance on their blacklist side against Instinct, they still had a pretty solid showing on their GR side of Port. So I'm interested to see who may walk away with this one, but I definitely have to say Kingzone has a bit of an advantage starting on that global risk half.
Yeah, I'm starting global risk is going to be a huge advantage going in for Kingzone, especially after how they played, yesterday. However, we need to look back on how Instinct did first them on Port, and Port was, I believe, Kingzone's map choice when they played earlier today.
Right now, we'll see who steps it up for Rose. Logic, though, definitely having a much better performance today than we saw in day one. Ying has stepped it up as well. However, Dom didn't have quite the best map on Ankara, but we are going to be going into Port, so we'll see if they have anything different in store for us to try and swing back with a solid map number 2. 10-8 though, the score on map number 1. Kingzone leads us in the series 1-0. It's a best of 3 here, guys, to decide who goes into the grand finals to face Carbon. And now Rose, they're looking to swing back here on map number 2, starting it off with a fast push over into the B-bomb site. Tooney already gets an entry as well, takes down Juice, 4 on 5, and they seem ready to react. Logic rocking the shotgun once again. We'll see which way it goes for him this time around, but it's definitely a risky decision, especially on the blacklist side where you generally have to take some wider angle challenges, but he's just going to use it to sit and anchor on the lurk. I definitely like his positioning with it, not forcing any duels where he may have to fight at long range. He's just going to hold for these rotations and potentially use it to isolate players as the rest of his team goes over towards A. So if you are going to use a shotgun, that is the way to use it. However, it's definitely a risk to use playing in these close angles here on Port, because if he has to peek wide, he's going into very risky territory here. But right now, Rose, unsure of where they want to take this bomb, and Aaron peeks upper AC, drops the bomb carrier as well. That's a lot of information for his team to work with, and Aaron, he's been one of the players leading the charge here for Kingzone to have some success in this best of 3, and I definitely want to see if he can continue that forward here in map number 2. He's been the key factor in finding a lot of their early entries alongside Imagine. Here we have it, though. 4v4, still anyone's round for the taking, but Rose, after a very aggressive start to the round, they've slowed their pace quite a bit, and now they're looking for a secondary frag before they go in for their execution here. It's going to be a slow group up towards the B-bomb site, though. Logic still holding that position in the lower B tunnels, waiting to see if anyone comes in for the rotation or the flank. However, this is a pretty solid setup on the back of B. 15 well, going to be holding things off, but he misses the shot. Actually legs Dom in the process. But Brando, he's the one here to make some havoc happen. Gets the triple kill. Brando holds this one off perfectly. And Logic gets taken down by Aaron on the flank. Good round from Aaron and Brando there to get Kingzone the first here, 1-0. It looked like a great start for Rose, but then we just saw a lot of hesitation after that opening pick.
Yeah, they completely hesitated in that B take. They dominated getting into the B bomb, into the B lobby. They had control of Barn, and then they decided not to push. No utility was thrown at them, and nobody on the global risk side was even close to the B bomb side at that point. Everyone was rotating in. They're still at candy when they were inside when they had control of Barn. They could have easily pushed out and controlled B, but they made the safe decision to like, okay, hey, let's back up. Let's try to work another pick. But that just ended up them isolating themselves and getting shut down one at a time.
Brando, again leading the charge for his team, finds the opening pick. Aaron, though, will be traded down. Logic takes him out, loses about half HP, though, in the process. Has to be a bit careful here. Still an early 4-on-4. Brando gets spotted from Tooney. However, no connection on the shot, but Juice has already pushed out B tunnels, flanks Tooney, gets the kill, backs off and holds the numbers. Smart decision. Knew he didn't want to get too overzealous to try and find himself another frag. 15-0. Misses the drop down shot though. Ying takes him down, but Imagine finds the kill onto Logic to keep them on top in this situation. Ying and Solo looking for the 2-on-3 to make this happen. The bomb is down A long, in control. Imagine has a hold of it here. Solo will spot him though, takes him out, and it's going to be a 2-on-2. HP advantage though slightly in favor of King Zone here because Ying is down to just 25 HP. Still enough to make an impact, and he does have a chance to flank around here. Solo has the bomb, and now it's a matter of where they want to take it, but Ying heard both players rotate towards A, so they should have a pretty clean entry if they can move to B quickly. However, King Zone, they may have noticed this rotation as well. They're going to send both players back to defend the B bomb site. And this is them doing a great job of reading the situation. They're going to leave Brando close rotation to B, but still playing for some information over by the mid-bridge. So, Juice, he's going to get a little bit antsy here. Pushes out, finds the kill onto Ying, who was very low, but now Solo, he's left alone, but he has the bomb. He can still sneak back to the A bomb site, and this is exactly what he's going to do here. Finds the opening, knows both players are now going to be over towards B after Ying went down, and now all he has to do is hold A top. Definitely a fairly comfortable position to play here. And now he has time to try and stall this one out, but both players are going to be crossing the mid-bridge together. Solo looking for the double kill, finds the first. Solo looking for it, finds the 1v2. A big clutch coming out from Solo to keep his team even here in this situation. It's tied up 1-1.
I really like that aggressive play coming out from Solo there. It was such a gamble to push up into that cubby position to hold that bridge angle. However, as we saw, it paid off completely as both Brando and Zedwa were not ready for that whatsoever. Got caught off guard. Nice double kill coming out for him to close off a really shaky round coming from Rose.
Definitely Solo continuing to be the savior they need on Rose, making sure those rounds go their way even when they get close. However, they need to do a lot more than just a round on the board here in this first half. They need to win this entire map to keep themselves alive in the Crossfire Stars qualifiers here today. Solo, this time he's going to be working his way up mid. However, he needs to be a bit careful in this situation because there's a player boosted into the A connector. Aaron going to be playing one of his favorite positions here on GR port. He likes to just sort of sit crouched backside of AC waiting for someone to peek him. Solo, though, he wants to take this challenge. We'll see if he's up to the task here. A nice pop flash, but Aaron, he's going to eat it right in the face, misses the shot, tries to shoot through the flash, does a lot of damage, actually takes Solo down to 9 HP, but it's not going to be enough to take him out of this fight. And now, Rose, they will have a slight advantage here. However, with just 9 HP, it's not a huge advantage. 15-0 tries to follow it up with a nade, but unfortunately, it won't be enough to connect there onto Solo. 5-on-4 situation, though. Rose looking to put their second round on the board and take their first lead here of the map. Still, the pace very slow here from these defenders. They know they're already at a disadvantage, and they just want to try and anchor this one out on a good hold. But Juice, he's all alone here, has one close rotator, but he's going to have to anchor this bomb side and find himself at least 2 frags if he wants to keep his team in this round. He has a hunch that it's coming. 2 spots, 2 players cannot hit any shots, though, has to fall pit and call for the retake. But 15-0, he's already taken down Juice. He's made one mistake, and they'll make another there by not being able to trade out onto Dom, who picks up 2 on the entry, and this should be a round for Rose here to hold on to. Brando and Imagine just Brando now, actually, as Solo swings on the flank quickly. Brando left in a 1v5. Brando finds himself 2 kills, but still a lot of work left to be done to try and reclaim this site. In just 22 seconds, he has to make some quick moves here. Dom going to spot him, does a little bit of damage, but they wait for Logic patiently on the flank. And just like that, Rose, they will grab the lead.
Solo's been so key for Rose here in these rounds. He got that nice early round opening pick onto Aaron, and then he followed up by being able to do that late lurk through mid to get that nice shot onto, I believe it was Imagine or somebody, I can't remember quite who, but great plays coming from Rose there. That's really how you want to be playing. Once you get that nice bomb plant, you have the nice site take, they just completely executed perfectly on how they move people around the map instead of just, you know, sitting in barn waiting for someone to come contest them with the bomb.
And right now for King Zone, 15 OL, needing to be one of the people who should step up for this King Zone team. He hasn't found a pick yet at all. And Rose, they're looking very clean here on map number 2 so far. They find the opening pick as well. Aaron goes down. Brando, surprisingly the top fragger here for his team. Not usually somebody we see on top for the side of King Zone, but right now, he's the one who's had to step up here. But unfortunately, him alone will not be enough. It's going to be an early 5-on-4 though. Rose looking to make this a 3-1 lead for themselves. And on the blacklist side of Port, it's pretty good if you can grab an early lead, especially if you can still take the half away on top of it. As we've seen Rose on their GR Port, they are very confident, so if they take this first half, it would surprise me to see them lose this map at this point. Here we have it though, still only 2-1. If King Zone can find a way to turn this one back in their favor, they can stall it out and make sure that this half goes back into their hands. Slow execution, grouping up towards the A bomb site. They are going to just group for the AC split out of A long. 15 OL though, this is his chance to step it up. He's going to be playing the A top position here. Has to make some impact this time around. Hasn't had a whole lot of luck so far this time around. Hasn't had any luck just yet. Finally connects there on the Tooney. 50 HP though, has to try and find something more, but it's not going to be enough. He's one and done. And the rest of Rose just comes in, mows it down, and it's going to be Juice all alone with the 1v4 in front of him. 20 seconds though. They do plant the bomb. I thought for a second there they may have just forgot about the bomb, but they will realize their mistake. They get it down, and now it's Juice in the 1v4. Not a likely situation to come out of on top. And with only 24 seconds here, he's going to be going for the play out of A connector. Or no, he's actually going to use it to try and Harvey jump quickly back around. But Logic, he's going to make the right call there. Peeks mid-bridge to make sure there's no mid-flank coming through. Catches him off guard. It's going to be a 3-1 lead for Rose.
Yeah, I mean, Roses have really clean executions now on their blacklist side. And it's really nice to see this complete day and night kind of transformation comparatively to underdogs. You know, when they played underdogs yesterday on Port, Rose won 7-2 on the global risk side, and then only got 2 rounds on their blacklist side. Today against King Zone, they're already up at 3-1 on their blacklist side on Port. This just is a spelling disaster for King Zone here on this map. I'm pretty sure we're gonna watch as Rose continues to walk away with this match, because realistically, there's no answer for anyone on King Zone right now except for Brando, and that's not something you want to be hearing said aloud if you're King Zone.
Definitely not the best situation for King Zone. Imagine who's been their strongest player throughout the event so far. Only at 1-3. The double kill machine is not on for this map. And unfortunately so, because they could use those double kills here at this point in time, because things are not looking the best for them so far on map number 2. But Rose, this is a great position for them to be in. They can look forward strong and potentially take this into map 3. If it does go to map 3, it is going to be sub-base as the decider for who will move on to the grand finals here. 15 OL though, starting to step it up here, finds the opening frag, but again, losing a lot of HP in the process, so it would surprise me to see him snag more than one out of this one. Brando though, going to take some nade damage here, very low as well. Both A players getting lit up. Solo finds the shot A long onto Brando through the long box. Great pick from him. Logic finds the finish on 15 OL as well, and this is looking fairly confident once again for Rose, and they've been doing everything they need to here. Aaron getting lit as well. Solo finds another. This man has been on fire and very consistent throughout these matches so far, and if he can keep that up, Rose stands a chance to close this one out fairly strong. Imagine, he's all alone. It's a 1v4. There's almost no way this is going to happen. He downs the bomb carrier, though, but with just 16 HP, still not a likely win for him in this one. Tooney grabs the bomb, does not get taken down, surprisingly so. I thought surely, but Imagine was going to have the best of him there, but Tooney, he sneaks away, gets it onto the A bomb side. It's going to be a 3v1. Logic, though, he has heard him, but it's not going to matter. Imagine finds another, and both remaining players are now extremely low. And Imagine, he has a nade here. This is a winnable situation for him, but he has to play this to perfection. The 1v4, Imagine looking to step it up for his team once again, but there's still so much work left to be done, and he has to nail this Harvey jump perfectly, and he's going to make the mistake of falling there. We'll see what he has in store for us here. Spots Solo. It's a 1v1. Tooney, he's the last hope alive. The 1v4 down to all isolated situations, but Tooney saves the day here just in time. Imagine He had a chance to make it happen, but unfortunately, the 1v4 ends in the 1v1, and Tooney will hang on to keep his team up 4-1.
Jesus, man, that was just insane plays coming out from Imagine there. A 1v5 turned into a 1v1. That's not something you see every day. Imagine, oh man, that was such a close call there. I have nothing but praise for this man. He's been playing exceptionally well today. He's been a little slow here on the port map, but hopefully he can get his juices flowing after that nice 4K he just had.
Definitely a nice round from Imagine. However, Rose, they lead 4-1. They're looking very confident here. They do lose Solo to start off this round, which is a great pick coming out from Aaron. However, it did drop him down to 3 HP in the process, so he needs to be careful with the remaining life he has in this round. However, they have the man advantage, so that's a lot for them to work with, and considering the work Solo's been putting in round for round here, a great player to get punished without a single frag. Rose, though, they're ready to take this one over towards the A-bomb site. We're going to see Ying swing back around to make sure the bomb is in their hands. However, again, we see Kingzone reading these setups quite well. They're going to send an extra rotator towards the backside of B. Rose, though, taking their time in this one, making sure it is going to be a slow rotation. Actually, they're going back to A already, and it looks like Kingzone, they're going to run into some trouble here over towards this A-bomb site. But Rose, we see the hesitation once again that did result them in a losing round. However, Logic, he sneaks onto the A-bomb site, finds the kill onto 15OL from ladder. That's a great way to get this one started on this execution. However, Aaron, he's going to lock things down from Cubby, finds himself a frag, but now he is isolated. He goes down to Tooney. Imagine, though, already on the rotation, finds himself a frag. Ying and Tooney, the last two alive. Nice top nades come through, though, but they don't actually hit on either player. Imagine, though, finds himself a second frag on the board, and Brando comes through for the finish there. Nice round coming out from Kingzone, and definitely at a time where they needed it.
Yeah, I mean, that was really good plays coming out from Imagine. Nice, another double kill. The double kill machine, as we've kind of dubbed him today. He's been playing phenomenally. Hopefully he can keep up this pressure that he's put on the last 2 rounds. Otherwise, we're looking at a still, I mean, regardless of how well Kingzone does the rest of this half, the best I can hope for is a 5-4 scoreline, which really is not that great of a scoreline on port.
Right now, Tooney keeps the reign supreme here for Rose. Finds the early pick, winning that duel against 15OL. Nice way to get things started and continue a shot at taking this half away now. As if they pick this round up, they're guaranteed the half win. 5 rounds on the blacklist side of port. Generally a decent showing. If you can get 6 or 7, though, on your blacklist side, that guarantees you a very strong sitting going into your second half. So if they can pick up 6-3 as the half Rose, they have to be feeling pretty good about this one, even if they let one of these last 3 slip. However, Kingzone, they could still make this a 5-4 half, which makes it a very winnable game for themselves. Keep in mind, they've already won the first map, so if Kingzone can convert this into a map win for themselves, they're still going to walk away with a 2-0 sweep here in the lower bracket finals. Here we have it, though. It is going to be Rose looking to rotate potentially over towards the bomb site. Still playing a little bit of a pick setup. However, the bomb is a lone B long, so they need to be a little bit careful here. Ying has the bomb in his hands, but they are going to go for the pick A, and now they all rotate into mid. Interesting decisions coming out from Rose, but they're going to play for mid control here, and it looks like they're going to use that to pinch back towards A. Solo, though, he's going to hear these players in the lower B tunnel, so he knows that the rotations are coming through out of mid. Solo finds himself a frag there. Zedwow and Brando, the last 2 alive here, but Ying slides up the ladder to find one, and Juice gets traded by Dom. Another clean round goes into the hands of Rose, 5-2. And the entirety of this team has really stepped it up here, but Logic and Solo, they're going to be the ones leading the charge so far on map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a great play coming out from Rose. Everyone on Rose is kind of firing off on cylinders, mostly Logic and Solo, though. Solo today has been extremely consistent, putting up big numbers for Rose, really giving them those key picks and just allowing them to be able to dominate the way that they have been, at least here on port.
Meanwhile, on the side of Kingzone, 15OL having a bit of an underwhelming performance alongside Juice, who had a pretty good first map, but Juice on map number 2 has not been very present, alongside Aaron, who had a phenomenal showing on Ankara, but this port map has not looked the best for them so far. Still, they do have some time to recover here. 2 rounds in this first half left to see what they can do, but if Rose picks up at least one of them, they're going to have a fairly confident chance to take this one away, and it's looking like they may do just that. We see 2 players go down already, 15OL and Aaron taken out of the picture. Kingzone left with their backs against the wall once again, looking for a 3-on-5 to go their way. Brando going to sneak up mid. They're going to try and pinch these players in the lower B tunnels. So far, a pretty solid setup in Brando. He's the one we got to keep our eyes on here on a full flank position. This could change everything, but it's not going to matter. They're ready for his position, and they take him out. Dom steps up to the plate, finds the kill there. Juice and Imagine, the last 2 alive. Ying spots one, but he's the only one left now as Imagine goes down. Ying finds the follow-up to end this one with another round win for Rose. 6-2, potentially a 7-2 half here on their blacklist side. Rose definitely showing us a much stronger performance here on map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Ying is definitely having a better performance, and Rose in general, 6-2 scoreline on the blacklist side of court. Kingzone is being absolutely demolished. They have 0 answers for this aggression coming out from Rose, and it's not like they're just walking up into lanes early in the rounds. No. They're getting those early round picks, getting picks through mid, getting picks through AC, catching everybody in rotation. I think Aaron most notably has been caught by Stillo 3 or 4 times on his rotations from lower B or from mid towards the A bomb site or vice versa towards the B bomb site. And that's not something you want to have, especially when it's one of your better players who was really one of the key reasons why they won back in Ankara. He had 19 frags in Ankara. Here on port, 8 rounds in, he only has 4.
We'll see exactly what's in store for us from Kingzone, but right now they need something big here to take this map away from Rose, who have been quite on point here. But it's not going to matter if they let it slip now. Rose, they have to close this out to take this one into a map 3 situation, because that's really what they have to do to keep themselves alive in this tournament right now and keep the dream of making it to CFS on the table. However, both of these teams do have to have in the back of their minds who is on the way if they do indeed win, and that is Carbon, who is a whole new monster in themselves here, because they are honestly one of the strongest performing teams we've had in a qualifier. Yet to drop a map, but right now we're going to see if Rose can take a map of their own here and push themselves one step further. Aaron finds the opener here though. The trades go in favor 3-2 for these defenders, but Solo and Dom, they're here to answer back here, trying to turn this one into a winnable round here for Rose. They find one, it's all on Solo, gets the drop down shot, but he can't connect it. Imagine, he walks away with it. Solo, he should have had that there, but Imagine, the double kill machine, is back to close out this half with a 3rd round on the board for Kingzone. An unfortunate situation for Solo, but at the end of the day, Kingzone, they definitely needed that one to go their way, and now it's going to be a 3-6 as we go into our second half.
Yeah, that was just a great performance there from Imagine to close off that round, to give them at least a 6-3 scoreline. However, Logic pulling out the AWM, that's something we haven't seen in a little bit. WM setup here on port is something I do like to see, especially when there's on opposite sides of the map. It just makes these long lanes a little bit easier to handle and just hold on to without really having to expose yourself too much.
Definitely. Just a quick update for those of you wondering, we did just get confirmation that Flipside Tactics has made the final against Penta in the EU qualifier. So those are the final 2 teams in the EU qualifier, will be Flipside and Penta. Unfortunately, Final Gaming, they fell in the lower bracket finals to Flipside Tactics. So congratulations to those 2 teams who will have a shot to play for CFS later in the day. But right now, Logic, he's playing for his shot here as he takes down 15OL, deciding to hybrid this time around, but Juice, he's starting to wake up here, finds himself a frag there to trade it out. 3-on-3 situation, but Juice is down to just a tick of health here. See if he can hold on to it, but Dom, he's going to make some work of the lower B tunnels, finds both kills there. Imagine now left in a 1v2. Can he do it again? He did it to close out the half, but now, to keep his team going strong, he'll have to find another 1v2 here. Both Dom and Tooney, the last 2 alive. Dom, though, he has stepped it up so far to kick off this half, already finding 2 frags in the round, looking for more here to see what he can do. Imagine, though, he does have one advantage, and that is the C4 in his hands currently. and he can take it wherever he'd like here. He's going to slowly rotate back to B. This could be the right decision, though, because both Rose players are going to be playing potentially back over towards A here. But imagine he fakes his rotation out of the B tunnels and quickly shifts his way back through onto this B bomb site. A great read coming out from Imagine, who's continued to put up a strong performance in this match. But now, if he could do this once again, this would be absolutely insane. The 1v2 looking for another round here for Kingzone. Back-to-back 1v2s would be quite phenomenal from him. He spots two men on the bridge, finds the first shot. It's down to the 1v1 now. Imagine, can he do it? The 1v1 versus Dom. But Dom, he's nowhere near a position to contest this defuse. He has 20 seconds to move all the way into the B-bomb site, kill Imagine, and get the defuse. He's gonna spot him. He gets the 1v2 again. Imagine steps up to the plate big time for this roster of Kingzone and wins 2 straight 1v2 clutches.
I mean, that's Imagine for you. This man has been stepping it up all day. Whether it's versus Instinct, whether it's versus Rose, it doesn't matter. Imagine he's just got the juice today. He's been playing extremely well today in this map. He's only died when Rose wins a round. That's it. He does not die whenever. He's the reason why they've had 4 rounds. He has not died a single time when Rose has lost a round, and that's not an easy feat to do. It's just fantastic seeing him play like this.
And now here we have it. Kingzone in control on their blacklist side so far. They had a shaky first half, but right now they're looking very confident to still potentially take this one in a 2-0 sweep. Rose, though, this is their chance to recover and keep their lead under control. Solo finds one before going down, but it's just going to be a trade. It's not enough. We are going to have to see if Toonie can hold on to upper A, but right now, it's just not going to happen. 3-on-2 situation now. Dom and Ying looking to make something happen here. Imagine is down, so they don't have to worry about Imagine being a massive threat in these later portions of the round. However, Brando, 15, and Aaron still alive with the man advantage, so they do need to be cautious on how they approach this retake. Dom, though, throws the pop flash so Ying can try and sneak his way across the bridge, but he gets caught in the process. Aaron takes him out, and it's going to be a 3-on-1 for Ying. Not a likely situation to win here, and it's just not going to happen. Brando takes him down. It's another round on the board for Kingzone, and now they're just one away from bringing it to a tie already.
Let's rock and roll.
Wow, that's just crazy. I don't know what to say other than right now, Rose just seems to be falling apart at the seams. Ying is not able to get any sort of trade frags going. Toonie, he's holding the A top. He got the one pick that he needed to, make his impact into the round, but at that point, Solo had already gone down with only a 1-for-1 trade off the mid push.
We are going to see an A execution once again. This time, Toonie looking to grab at least 2 before he can go down to have a more efficient hold on this bomb site, and he'll do it this time. Finds 2, Solo finds another, and finally Rose have some semblance of a good round, but still, they have to be careful. Imagine the double kill machine is back, finds 2 before going down. Aaron takes it to the 1v1, but Dom saves the day and keeps Rose on top in this one, 7-5.
It looks like Kingzone has found a little bit of momentum to get their feet going. I mean, it's really just come down to Imagine has been stepping up phenomenally. He's had double kill after double kill after double kill, and it's just, he's just a force to be reckoned with. And over here on the side of Rose, I mean, Toonie stepped it up, he got the next double kill entry frag, but someone else needs to step it up with him.
And right now, we do see a lot of pressure in the B tunnels coming out from Kingzone. Still no frags going either way just yet, but Brando gets knocked down to 27 HP with some spam through the barn windows coming out from Ying. He did take some return fire, though, down to 35 himself. Still no players taken out, though. And we look to see where Kingzone will take the bomb here. It looks like they still might rotate back towards B, but actually, they're going to try and establish a bit of mid-control here. They've got Juice in the lower B tunnels, and they're going to send a couple players up to help control this position here. Brando going to go up here into the A connector, see if he can find potentially an early pick, but nobody going to be playing forward here. Brando, though, he's going in solo. He's going to try and sell a fake here while the rest of his team goes B. Brando, he's going to be sneaking in all by himself to try and just stall these players up, but the rest of his team collapses onto the B bomb site. It's going to be a 2-for-2 exchange. 15-0, finding both frags here for Kingzone. And now it's going to be a tough situation for Rose, once again losing control of the bomb sites, as now they have to go into retake mode here for this B bomb site. However, they're all position close by on the GR spawn wall. They just have to find their execution properly on this retake. Logic finds one, 15-0. He's isolated in the pit. Solo takes him down. It's looking like they may be able to close another round here. Imagine only going to be one and done in this situation, and it will be Solo to continue leading the charge here for his team, 17-8, as we see Rose put up an 8th round.
Yeah, I mean, right there, that was just a great play coming out from Rose. However, at least on the retake, but there should never have been a retake to begin with. They way over-rotated off that fake coming from Brando. I think they jumped the gun a little bit. They should have let their 2 A players take care of things, then rotate off, had there been more numbers being called. But a little over-rotate. They almost got punished for it. They lost control of the site. But Logic got that nice key frag onto Brando. 15-0 fell shortly after, and Imagine just could not pull off another 1v3 miracle.
Right now, Kingzone definitely looking a little bit shaky here on map number 2. Map 3 could definitely be on the table here very shortly because Rose, they have risen to the occasion here and have shown us that they are capable of pushing themselves further and stepping up their performance here on map number 2 to take us all the way in this series. Right now, though, Kingzone, the potential is still on the table to close this one 10-8 if they can have a perfect finish to this half, but they have to do everything they can to make that happen right now. Otherwise, Rose, they're going to push it on to sub-base, which could be the decider here. Logic, though, makes the mistake of peeking mid. Kingzone now with an opportunity to push through with a one-man advantage. They're going to take this one over towards A, using their extra player, Aaron, to lurk here in the B tunnels and maybe catch some rotators off guard. Comes the execution, but Aaron, he's going to sell the fake. He forces Dom to stay in that position, but they're not even going to fall for it. They just rotate Dom regardless, and Aaron, his fake hasn't been sold at all. The positioning of Rose is perfectly prepared. Tooney finds one of his own. Dom finally tracks down Aaron, and it's going to be a 2v1 onto a very lit Juice to decide the round here. And Rose, they take it away, and that just shows you Rose, they knew exactly what was coming. They knew Aaron was going to be pushing alone, and they decided to send everyone over towards A regardless. A great read coming out from them, and they picked themselves up around to take them to 9.
Yeah, that was just a solid hold coming out from Tooney. He didn't quite catch Zedwa across the ladder. However, he was continuously jiggle peeking that corner and was able to get those nice double kills off of, I don't know, I think it was Imagine and Brando who were coming out of AC, and it really hurt any sort of push that Kingdom could have done. And now they're in a 4-3 deficit on that point. This is going to Subway.
Definitely should, but we do have to keep in mind, Imagine, he is still alive for Kingzone, and this man has been quite incredible for this lineup, and if anyone could recover this round into a winnable situation, it's definitely Imagine. But Tooney, he almost spots Aaron there, not able to connect on the shot. We'll see if he can get the follow-up here, but Brando, a nice pop shot there from the AC box, takes him down. Aaron going to try and just hold this position and apply pressure to these players in the GR spawn. He's going to find one, make it a double kill here in Kingzone. They take things back into their hands now. Dom left in a 1v3 here to try and close out the map, but Kingzone, they may just live to fight another day here on this map, and it's going to happen. Aaron, having a nice hold there from A top, finds 3 kills to close this one out and take it to 6-9.
That's a really nice late A take there coming out from Kingzone there. Really, you know, 15-0 has made a nice play there over in the BC connector, getting that nice trade frag onto whoever was using the AW. I believe it was Logic. And after that, it just, I don't know, Rose just could not get any trades going there into their direction.
Rose, though, looking to end it here, and now they've already found 3 kills. This should be it here. 15-0 and Brando, the last 2 alive. They have to back off here and do something big for their team in order to make this one happen. But a 5-on-2, surely not again here for Rose. This should be their chance to take us into a map 3 of Subbase to close out this series with one final map to decide their fate. 15-0 and Brando, though, looking to keep the dream alive here on port. Still the opportunity to make that happen. However, in a 2v5, they have to hit a ton of one-taps here or just some incredible spray downs to make this happen. 15-0 tries to sneak for a play in mid here. Can't seem to find anyone just yet, but there's a huge stack over towards the B-bomb site here. Nobody actually directly responsible for holding A. 15-0 finds the first here. They're trying to do the unthinkable and take this one another round in. And 15-0, he starts it off right, but still, there's much work left to be done to make that a reality here. But Brando, he's going to be taking the bomb A. The gamble could actually backfire here from Rose. There's going to be 2 players in position to hold A. If Brando can clear A and 15-0 doesn't necessarily give up this position in mid, this is a huge implication. But 15-0, he's about to run into 3 players here. He has to back off, but he's actually going to charge in. 15, he finds one. He's going to hold the angle now. This could be huge. 15-0, he's going to go down, but Brando, he has the clear to plant the bomb here. But he has no idea where these players are all going to be storming in from. And it's a 1v3. Still not a likely story, but 15-0 puts this to a good start for at least some potential there. They're going to rotate back to B. Brando, all he has to do is plant the bomb now, and he's going to have so much time to work with in this situation. Rose completely misreading Brando's position. It gets planted on A, and they have to go full retake mode. Brando, he's going to throw a deep nade, but it's not going to be deep enough to do any damage, and now it's all about fragging out. At this point, he's going to spot 2. But he doesn't have enough information yet to make his move. A pop flash comes out over the top. Brando finds one, but that's going to be it. We're going to map 3. Rose, they close it out. Solo finds his 20th frag in the process there. And that's going to be a brilliant way to close out map number 2.
Bomb has been defused.
Yeah, I mean, Rose really stepped up. Look at Solo there, 20 and 10. A 2.0 KD with 20 frags, 115 ADR, 23% headshot ratio. Solo is playing like a monster today, and if Kingzone doesn't figure out what they want to do to answer back for Solo, they're going to have a rough time, because right now Dom's starting to wake up as well. And
yeah, it's definitely a tough situation here. I mean, and especially when you consider how Rose was playing on sub base yesterday. Their sub base was quite strong, so for this to be the 3rd map for Rose is actually a pretty strong map. I think that could potentially favor them. I know going into this we predicted Kingzone 2-1. I think it still could go that way. However, I think Subbase as a 3rd map is the best chance Rose could have right now to take this one away. Because, I mean, they have a map win under their belt now, and it was the most recent map, and they're starting on the global risk side, which they tend to prefer in how they play. So I think Rose, they're in a prime position to potentially even swing back here and take this whole series away, especially. The other thing I wanted to talk about is 15-0 had a very underwhelming performance there on port.
yeah, I think it's really he was just completely isolated most of the map, at least on his blacklist side there. He was smoked off, never had any chance of getting lane picks, and the same thing happened on the global risk side. He was continuously smoked off. He had no opportunities to make any sort of lane picks through the smoke, and they just abused that. 15, I mean, the same thing happened when we look back at the game against Instinct. He was smoked off. He had 0 impact in that map, even though, you know, that's why they got beat so bad.
And now we'll see who has what it takes to make it on to play Carbon. Guys, final map here between these 2 teams. The winner going into our finals to play against Carbon for a shot at CFS. But both teams in that final match will have a shot at CFS. The loser will play later in the day in our 2nd place showdown against the number 2 from Europe to see who goes through for another CFS slot. Right now, though, it's Rose and Kingzone. Tournament life on the line. CFS potential on the line here. Both of these teams have shown that they are capable of taking it away. It's just going to come down to one final map here of Subbase to see who can seal the deal and put themselves one step closer to CFS here. Both teams looking very strong. Rose, though, having the most recent map victory. If you guys are just tuning in, map 1 went the way of Kingzone. Map 2 went the way of Rose. We started off in Ankara, then Subbase, or not, sorry, then Port, now Subbase. And we're going to see how it pans out here. I mean, it's definitely up in the air at this point.
Yeah, let's see if Rose can maintain like the level of play they had on their Subbase yesterday. They played pretty well against Carbon here. I believe they went 10-8 or 10-7 here on this map, and that's not an easy thing to do because Carbon's one of the best teams on Subbase. Subbase, if you guys remember, was the map that Carbon destroyed SV on back in I believe it was CFS, 10-3.
And we do see the L-turn wrap coming through from Kingzone. I definitely like the strategy, but it backfires completely. Logic finds 2, and it's going to be 2D with the backstab. And they're coming out for blood here, Rose. They thought they were going to get in on the side of Kingzone, but Rose just completely decimates that L-turn push. And just like that, they find themselves in an early lead, 1-0. But Tooney, that backstab, that's got to hurt.
Absolutely. Getting a knife like that is honestly it's moral. It just breaks your morale. I think the first time we saw a knife in at least recent memory was a couple years back when Playing Decks did it. But I'm interested to see if Logic or Tooney or someone else on the side of Rose can get another knife kill this game, because that would just be the icing on the cake in terms of an insult to Kingzone.
Definitely it would be. We'll see what can happen here for Kingzone, but right now, Rose, a very confident start and a strong hold in their first round here. Definitely looking confident on their global risk half so far. Logic, though, he's going to run into some trouble here. He's actually going to sneak into a close position and play behind the edge of that smoke here. I actually kind of like this decision from Logic to see if they get overzealous and commit off of that smoke push, but Juice, he's going to just lurk it by himself, but Logic, he's going to catch double kill off guard. Oh my goodness, Logic. He caught Aaron and transferred right into the head of Zedwow there. Great way to open things up. Imagine does answer back with a kill there, and the A execution is coming in. Dom, once again, being the only player for his team today on the A bomb site, could backfire because that was their downfall against Carbon, leaving him alone. But right now, it's going to be down to a 3-on-3 as 15OL finds another pick. Logic goes down. Solo going to be quickly rotating behind, though. He's the one who has to make the impact here. If he can hunt down 15OL, he's going to be in a great position for his team. Solo finds him, and it's going to be a 3-on-2 for the retake. Rose with the advantage once again. Brando at half HP. Imagine, though, still alive. They've got to be careful. Both of these players very good in clutch situations, but not this time around. Ying going to work his way in and grab both kills, and that's going to be another round for Rose, who are looking very clean right now, but definitely have to give the credit to Logic. He was one of the weak points in their defense of subbase against Carbon, but right now he's off to a very strong start on that locker hold.
Yeah, it seems like Logic really went over the VODs yesterday and figured out what he was doing wrong and what he was doing right against Carbon, and has just been putting together a better performance today than we saw from him all day yesterday. I'm hoping that Rose can continue putting their foot on the throat of Kingzone, because if they can maintain this sort of pacing of not letting really Kingzone get any frags on the board, we're looking at a relatively clean sweep coming out from Rose.
They definitely have what it takes, at least from what we've seen so far, to establish a confident start here on map number 3. But Kingzone, this is their CFS potential life on the line here. So we're going to see more from them, I'm sure of it. But Rose, they're in a great position right now. They have the confidence. They're hitting the shots they need to, which is the key here. And that's been the ultimate difference maker. Ying and Logic were they were basically the two weakest players in day one for their team. But right now, they're the two top fraggers. So that kind of turnaround could be what they need to make this happen. But Logic, he goes down this time without an entry. 15OL finds a second frag. Tooney goes down the B bomb site. Now just in the hands of Ying on the rotation. Brando already finds one as well, though. Ying, left in a tight spot, finds himself a frag, but he needs to do more than that to turn this one back in favor of Rose. Solo finds another. The 2v5 down to a 2-on-3. Both remaining players, though, have taken a lot of damage, so this is still going to be a tough one to win. 15OL finds a third kill, takes down Solo, and it's Ying going for the big plays here to try and make it happen. But again, we see Kingzone reading the defense as well. As soon as they know there's a site that could be open, they swing immediately back to that other site. So perfect read from them. Now it's going to be a 1-on-3. Ying looking for the 1-on-3, though. We'll see if he can make it happen. I think he spotted 15OL through the edge here. May have just missed him here. Ying going to be swinging out, though. Runs into some trouble. 15OL, though. Not going to be able to hold his feet to the fire just yet. Ying picks up the AK with full ammo. Smart decision there. Now left in a 1v2. But Aaron will find his first frag of the map. Closes this one out with a win for Kings. And now it's just going to be a 2-1 game.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Kings kind of found the answer there in 15OL. Or Kingzone, yeah, Kingzone. Found the answer in 15OL against Rose. But is he going to be able to maintain that level of performance? I don't know. He has been shaky all day today. He has not been consistent at all. Now we see Logic pulling out the shotgun. Let's hope it goes better than it did yesterday.
And this is one of the bigger criticisms I had of him. I know that he likes to use the shotgun, but I don't think it is effective from this locker's position. We'll see if he could prove me wrong here, but the problem is here, if you have to rotate with that shotgun in your hands, you're already at a disadvantage here. So, especially if you have to try and retake A with the shotgun, it's just not going to happen. So we'll see what he can do here, but it looks like we are going to see a potential A execution coming out. But Kingzone, they're playing fairly slow here, just trying to get a feel for where these players may be lurking on the defenses. But right now, Ying too continues to step it up for his team here. 6-1 finds the frag onto Aaron. Logic though runs into some trouble here in the B control room. Magic finds himself a frag. Dom again goes down on A without a fight. But fortunately for him, there's already a couple players waiting in the shadows there. Still a 3-on-4 though. Here comes the execution. Solo tries to hold it off, finds the opener, finds the double kill, gets traded. Excuse me. Here we have it, though. It is going to be down to a 2v2. Ying finds one. Rose still in a position where they could hold on, but 15-0 tries to have something to say, but Ying, he has stepped it up big time here in map number 3. 8-1 finds 2 more kills to make it 3 for the round total for him.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Ying can maintain this level of play because, I mean, leading up to this map, maps 1 and 2, he was a non-factor. Yesterday, he was a non-factor. However, here in map 3, he stepped up quite a bit, which is definitely necessary considering Dom is 0-4, and that's something I never thought I'd say out loud.
Definitely a weak performance from Dom, but Juice matching it on the opposing side doesn't make it too much of an issue. But Logic, again, these positions with a shotgun yet to pay off, but we'll see if he can make it happen this time around. They know he has a shotgun there, so you may just see them keep the distance here, knowing that he does have that shotgun. They're not going to go, like, force the angle there, so I mean, I don't know what he was trying to do there. And now he's going to play Heaven with a shotgun. And see, this is where the shotgun loses its effectiveness. Once they know you're there, they're just going to force a long angle. And now he's stuck playing a much longer position with it. He's going to sneak back to that corner box. But now they're just going to go over towards A because why not? Dom hasn't had a single frag here so far. And he really has to show them that he can contest this hold. This is the one weak point they've had so far, but this time around, he's ready to react. Gets the double kill. Dom still alive in this one. He's going to be kept alive by Solo here. Gets the nade down. Does a little bit to Imagine. Grabs the kill, but now actually Logic's there to assist it. And this should be it. Brando completely shut down by the flank from Ying. And now it's a 4th round on the board here. Rose supporting each other nicely, but Dom stepping it up here as he needed to, showing that they can hold this map, and it's going to be 4-1, and it looks like we do have a pause called coming out from King Zone.
I mean, that pause is kind of necessary. You're getting completely steamrolled. You got to stop that momentum of Ying. And right now, I mean, Dom's starting to wake up. He got a nice double kill. He was able to stay alive by playing up in that janitor corner. He needs to thank Solo for that. But other than that, it's going rough right now for King Zone.
So, looks like we are going to we might actually have a potential dispute here mid-match, but technically I think King Zone's okay, but we'll see if there's any sort of admin interaction on it. But it looks like Rose is going to dispute the pause because technically speaking, you are only allowed a 5-minute technical pause due to a disconnection. So I think if King Zone didn't have a disconnection, technically there would either be some sort of round given to Rose or Rose would just win in this situation. I think logically it would make sense just to give them a round, an extra round from what they had, so it would go to 5-1. But potentially there could be a disqualification because I think it does classify as a rule break to take a tactical pause when it's not permitted. So we're going to see if there's any sort
GM
of...
has spoken.
The GM has said it's a pause on a disconnection. However, no one disconnected on King Zone, so I think that since no one actually left the lobby, that they might be in a situation here where that's it. But we'll see if the GM makes the final ruling. But by what they just said, my guess would be King Zone's in the wrong here, unless they say he DC'd to the lobby. So, I mean, King Zone definitely in a situation where they probably should have been more thorough in how they observed the rules, because I think technically they are in the wrong here. However, I don't know if it's justifiable for a full map to be given to them because of that, but we'll see what happens. I mean, it's already 4-1. I'd say, to me, what makes the most sense is making it 5-1 because they did make the mistake of pausing when they weren't supposed to pause, and if no one technically DC'd, Kingzone is technically in the wrong, even though they're going to say, you know, obviously they're going to say now that someone DC'd because they don't want to get DQ'd from the match. But
it looks like, and I mean, like, from what Rose is saying, they've already been disqualified from CFCL once for doing the same exact maneuver, taking a pause, and then that's how they found out about this rule.
So,
and I mean,
what they're saying now is it's because he disconnected from Mumble. So I don't know if that necessarily. It's tough though because you can't alt tab. So if you disconnect from Mumble, you would have to close the game though. So he wouldn't have left the lobby. So I'm not really sure if that justifies it either. Because if you disconnect from Mumble, you would have to close the game because you can't alt tab unless you have another monitor, I guess. Then you wouldn't have to alt tab. So I don't know. It's a tough situation. Maybe he left and just changed back into Mumble on another monitor. I don't know. We can't really know the full side of the situation. Obviously, the GMs are looking at it right now, so we're gonna see what they decide, and we'll see if there's any clear-cut answer as to how we'll move forward. Like I said, my opinion is 5-1 would make the most sense because Kingzone obviously made the mistake of leaving on a non-technical pause. From the looks of it, I mean, there could have been some underlying issue we don't know about where they didn't have to, but from the looks of it, if you're just looking at exactly how it played out, it looked like they all just left. So we'll see what happens here. I'm sure there will be a GM intervention to resolve the dispute, and then we'll move forward. But while we're waiting on that, let's look at what's happened so far. Obviously, regardless of if it continues forward or not, Rose is still in the control of this match right now. They're up 4-1, presumably at the worst for them right now. So 4-1. What do you think Kingzone is doing wrong here in this situation? They haven't seemed to be able to piece any rounds together really, aside from one where it was just a close down to the wire round.
Well, I mean, firstly, they haven't been abusing A enough. I mean, up until that last round where Dom woke up, he was playing A solo, and they just weren't pushing into it and just playing aggressively towards that side of the map. You know, Solo was able to move around in vents, get picks, and something that really bothered me was Solo was able to walk out of vents, shift all the way through the vents, kill somebody at the spiral staircase while 15 was in BC. And then he got into L-turn and got away. There's so many mistakes happening here, whether it's miscoms, them not watching their corners, them not watching aggressive angles, especially when these are the kind of plays that Solo, for example, has been doing all day today and yesterday. They have the video proof of him doing it. They know this is going to be something if they've done their homework. And it's clear to me that Kingzone's coming into this arrogant and cocky without doing any homework onto Rose, and they're being absolutely punished for it. You know, the reason why Rose lost Ankara, because I actually saw them talking about this earlier, was they've only played Ankara twice, and that was today and yesterday. That was the only times they've played Ankara as a team in a match setting. They've played every other map, and they're good at most of the other maps as well. And if I remember, if we look back correctly, Ankara is when I think they barely won in overtime against underdogs, or they didn't even play that map and they lost to on Carbon like 10-1. I don't remember what it was.
So right now, I'm just communicating with the admins to see how things are getting resolved. We should have a response here in just a few moments. And we're just doing, on the admin side, they're just doing a quick run through to make sure how specifically the rules detail how you can and cannot take a pause. So we're going to take a look at that. But in the meantime, it is a situation where Kingzone is going to have to work incredibly hard if they do get to keep playing out here. It's going to be a tough situation regardless. I mean, they're already in a map where they're struggling to say the least here, and we'll see what happens here. Kingzone right now, they've got a lot of work cut out for them. So right now, I think Kingzone, they're just going to have to bring everything they've got here. They're already with their backs against the wall, and obviously they're going to be frustrated from this pause situation regardless. But, you know, Rose, this could hurt them too.
Yeah, I mean, Rose is doing a lot of talking right now, arguing and just throwing a lot of stuff around. And
Honestly, I've already told them here in the chat once that just stay quiet, let the GMs make a decision. There's no reason to argue. There's no reason to sit there and just be constantly running your mouth, because that's how you can get yourself in more trouble.
And so right now, we are just waiting on the final ruling, and then we should be back into it shortly. My guess is, because of where things are at, like I said, my guess is a one-round punishment would be fair. I don't think a DQ is what we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong, though. We'll see what happens. But my guess would be either we keep playing with no change or maybe a one-round differential given, which... Yep, so there we have it. Confirmation. It will be a one-round penalty for making the pause. So it's going to be 5-1. There you go. It is going to be a one-round penalty, 5-1. We'll be back into it in just a few short moments. But it's going to be a bit of a game changer here for Rose. Not as severe one as obviously having the match turned over because of the rule issue. But still, that's 5-1. That's halfway to victory when the other team only has one round. So this round for Rose already guarantees them the half now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice bit of play right there, because you no longer have to deal with having to worry about whether you're going to win or lose the half. They only got 3 rounds left to play. I believe if I'm doing my math correctly, yeah, that's 6, 5 plus 1. 3 rounds left to play on this half. Let's see if what Rose can pull out. A free round given to you, even though it's not a full, disqualification for Kings to give them the free map win. 1 round's all you need. That's what it can come down to on the wire.
Definitely, and that one round could make all the difference. And for some reason, Rose, I feel like they've been given these gifts from the gods throughout this entire tournament so far. They get these golden round opportunities given to them. And hey, maybe it's just destiny that Rose is going into the finals, and maybe we'll see something incredible from them against Carbon. But maybe it's just building up for Kingzone to make the comeback of the century here, swing back full force, take map number 3 in a commanding fashion, because I mean, Kingzone, this has to have a fire lit underneath them now. I mean, 1-5, they know it's not over. They could still make this a 5-4 half, and then it's anybody's game going into half 2.
I absolutely agree with you, especially with a little bit of arrogance coming out from Rose, saying, oh, we're going to win anyways. We're just disqualifying. We want to get you DQ'd because you're not following the rules. Which, in fairness, is absolutely correct. That, right now Kingzone did make a rule violation. You're not supposed to take pauses, which is something I vehemently disagree with, but, outside of a DC. But, things are going to move on. We're going to see what's going to happen. The games are going to play out.
Right now it's Kingzone with everything to prove here. After the pause, it is going to be 5-1. Rose leading here, 3 rounds left in the first half of map number 3. If you guys are just tuning in, we're 3 maps deep here. Closing out this first half, Rose is looking like the more favored team, but it's not over just yet. Kingzone, they're going to show us everything they've got here to try and keep the dream alive and take this one all the way back into a map of victory for themselves. Here we have it though. Rose looking to try and find the opening pick here, but Kingzone, they have snuck 4 players into lockers already, just having a big control point on this position, but they've made the smart decision to make a presence towards A, still having Brando lurk in that position. But now the B execute is going to start to come through. Logic finds one, but he's immediately traded out. The smoke comes down for Cage. Brando, though, he's been spotted. He's in a tight spot here, but he finds the pick anyways, and he's able to get out of there with his life. Now, a 4-on-3 situation. Kingzone still with the potential to win it here. Dom, though, goes for the wide sprint onto Brando. Solo comes for the support. They get the kill, but Dom takes a lot of damage in the process there, and he is down quite low. 3-on-3, though, even number situation. Tooney isolated here in the back of Cage. Gets the shot, though, onto Juice. Still keeping it alive for Rose here as they hold on. 15 OL, though, has something to say about it. 2 Colt frags, and it's just going to be a 1v2 situation now for Solo. Both players definitely low on HP comparatively, so we'll see what happens here. But right now, Solo, he's looking to keep Rose in a big lead here. The bomb will get planted, so it's going to be on Solo to make this one happen. A 1v2, something we could definitely see come out of him. He's a player who's had some solid clutches in the past, but now this is a huge round opportunity. It would put his team up 6-1 here in a map that they surely need to close here. Solo, though, time is ticking, 20 seconds on the clock. Imagine going to be spotted on the back of missiles here. Neither player can connect just yet. 15-0 up above. Imagine, though, gets caught out, but it doesn't matter. He still connects the shots, and Imagine finds the kill to get his team a second round on the board. So 5-2, the 5-4 half possibility still on the table.
Yeah, it's absolutely possible. And why is Logic bringing out a shotgun once again? It hasn't been effective the entire game. All the kills he's had when he's had it in his inventory was off of a Colt. It's a continuous mistake. Maybe we're getting proved wrong right here and now if they decide to push through into lockers. I just don't see it happening.
It's going to be an interesting test here for Logic potentially, but they're going to back off once again. It looks like they are slowly favoring this A bomb site, and rightfully so. Dom, he's only been able to hold them off one time, so maybe they're willing to test their luck once again and see if he has what it takes. But 15-0, he's going to stay here and hold this position, and they're not going to contest it because they know Logic's played the corner with a shotgun before, and they're actually not going to give him even a chance to fight up close with it. 15-0, he's just going to hold this angle to wait and see if someone peeks. He's going to throw the smoke so he can back off and support his team. And now it is going to be on Dom once again to try and stall this A take. They're going to be forcing it up Bobby as well here from the looks of it, though. So there's going to be pressure applied across the map simultaneously, but Dom, he's really the one in position here to try and have to hold this off. But still, the rotation's coming back through. They're going to go double back here, potentially into mid. The bomb now in the hands of Imagine here on the A staircase, working back into mid. So Logic, he may actually have a chance to make this one after all a winnable round here with that shotgun, but I still don't seeing it be a viable win option for them, but we'll see what happens. Right now, they're going to go ahead and decide, just kidding, we're going to group in, we're going to go for the A take. This time around, though, again, Dom struggling on the A hold, goes down without a fight. Aaron finds him, Brando takes down one as well. It's going to be Solo falling, Ying able to get it, but it's not going to be more than just a frag. I thought he was going to get a second one there potentially, but it's just not going to happen. 3-on-4 situation. Kingzone, since the reset, is definitely looking stronger here. But Rose, they still have a 5-2 lead, potentially a 6-2 lead if they can find this retake. Logic finds one, and this is where things could get a little bit scary here. Logic, though, not going to be able to stand up to Imagine, who, of course, is there to find the double kill. Aaron finds the Colt frag to take down Tooney and find another round. So, since the pause, it has been Kingzone looking very confident here, 5-3.
Yeah, they've had their complete mental reset. It looks like Rose is, I mean, I guess their arrogance is really starting to come and bite them in the butt. They have not been able to piece together a round, and honestly, they've been looking very sloppy. I don't know what's going on with Dom, but he really needs to step up for his team. I believe he has 2 frags in the entirety of this map. And, I mean, we're going into the 9th round here.
And right now, they're trying to bait Logic out of this position. He's played it 3 rounds in a row now. They know exactly what he's doing here. This is actually the 4th round in a row he's played it. And he hasn't been able to make it work. Look at those nades, though. They know exactly where he is. 17 HP. There's no way that this position is going to work out in his favor. The last nade finishes him off. They don't even have to peek him. They just know that he's going to be playing there. Predicted perfectly there by Kingzone. Solo answers back, though, with a frag onto Brando. So Rose still keeping the numbers even in this situation, but the control of lockers starting to slip away from them as Juice does work his way into the Heaven staircase. 15-0 spotted on the cross as well. Tooney knows he has to flick over to Heaven here and try and help hold off this push. B starting to look a bit compromised here. Juice, though, still not committing on the attack just yet. Ying gonna throw a pop flash into Heaven. Doesn't actually do too much just yet, though. Rose looking for a chance to take this round away. They definitely need one since the reset. They haven't had a lot of luck. Here we have it, though. The bomb still sitting outside of B. The hesitation is real, but maybe Kingzone has something in mind to try and bait these players out. And Aaron, he's the one who goes on the attack first. The trade comes through immediately, but now it's on Tooney to hold it off. He can't find a frag. He will go down. Dom gets flanked as well. Imagine pushes up Wood, and it's just going to be a 1v3 situation now for Solo. But Solo, he has the bomb. This is a huge positional advantage now for Solo. He can just take isolated 1v1s around the bomb's position here. And it's going to be Zed, WoW, and Imagine who have to try and group together, but Zedwow, he's going to peek this alone. He makes the mistake, gives him the 1v1, but he wins it anyways. And Kingzone, they take this to a 5-4 half.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Kingzone's definitely feeling the momentum on their side. Rose, after having 4 rounds won and 1 given to them, they haven't been able to make any impact. Hopefully their blacklist side is going to be just as good as it was the other day versus Carbon. Otherwise, we're going to see them in kind of a good bit of trouble.
Here we go, though, guys. Second half, and potentially the final half here, unless we go into overtime. Both of these teams fighting for a shot to play Carbon in the finals. However, it is a very close-knit match here. 5-4 Kingzone. They are on track to try and bring this one back. 3 straight rounds since the pause here. It was 5-1, and then the half ended 5-4. So Kingzone, they are still down by a single round. But Rose, this is their chance to re-establish control of this match as we go into half number 2. Starting off, though, it is going to be a little bit of a slow-paced play here from the blacklist side, just trying to get a feel for the map control. Meanwhile, though, we do have pretty standard setup coming out from Kingzone, playing 2 forward A and playing 1 holding the push-up wood and 2 over towards B. So pretty standard setup for these guys. Kingzone, they know how they like to play here. Imagine going to be the one playing lockers, definitely the player you want in those high contact positions. However, Imagine, he's going to find the first kill there as well. Solo goes down, a great pick to have in the hands of Kingzone, who are already in a perfect position to tie us up after a 5-1 start. Rose have to be questioning their decisions all the way through now. They're having a tough time piecing rounds together since the pause. We'll see if they can make it happen, though. Slow play coming out from both teams. We're going to see a slow execution brewing over towards the B bomb site. They're going to leave a player lurking in the vents. It's going to be Logic, and he's the one who's going to have to pop off here, but it's not going to happen. Aaron spot checks him, takes him out, and it's going to be a 3-on-5. Rose now in a tough situation on this B execution. They have to have solid entries here. Imagine he's going to go for the wide peek, but he's taken down immediately. Tooney, though, taking a lot of damage in the process. 3-on-4, and the bomb forcing its way into the B bomb site. But Brando, he's under rafters, in a great position to try and react here, but they can't seem to find him. Ying just sneaks all the way through, drops into blue room, finds the kill. Brando, what are you doing? Goes down without a fight, and lets 15OL die in the process. Rose has full control of the B bomb site now. Tooney going to be spot checking the flank, could run into some trouble here. Gets the reaction shot, though, onto Juice. It's all on Aaron in the 1v3. Aaron, though, finds the first frag on the board, eats the flash, and this is where he just has to hold. Dom playing the close position, though, catches him off guard. And Rose, they do finally find a round here since the reset. They keep the lead 6-4.
That was a great round coming out from Rose. At least in the 3v5 aspect, they completely dismantled Kingzone. Ying's decision to push blue room, I was questioning it while he was doing it, but Brando making that decision to let him just pass him on the rafters, like you said, what are you doing, Brando?
Unfortunate mistakes made from Kingzone, and now Rose, they have a chance to regain their momentum. And Rose with momentum, we saw what they did in the opening of this match. They strung together a very confident early lead, but now it's dwindled down to just 2 rounds here. 6-4. They still have control of this map, but it's going to be a much harder task than they may have thought to take this one away from Kingzone. Rose, though, this time they're grouping for a split execution up A. We'll see if they can actually pull this off, though, because there is going to be a pretty solid setup here on A bottom coming out from these 2 players here. Zedwow and Aaron both in position to stall for the push here. A nice early nade comes out. Unfortunately, though, we do see Rose already moving out of position, and it looks like they're going to split B up Woods. I like this adjustment here from Rose. They know that there's 2 players playing on A bottom because of the amount of utility that was used there. So all they need to do is push up wood. They're going to have a 5-3 pinch onto the B bomb site, and they're going to just steamroll their way right in. Solo gets the opening. That's exactly what they needed to try and maintain control here. 15OL, though, able to get the trade frag, but he's going to be isolated in the back of Big Cage now. Imagine not able to get anything done either. Dom finds another, and this is just a complete slaughter on the B bomb site, leaving Juice all alone in a 1-on-4. He's going to try and retake this one from the L-turn. Already spotted, though, from Ying. He's going to be running into some trouble here, trying to force his way in, but he's already used 10 bullets and hasn't connected on anyone just yet. Those nades are going to reign supreme as well. as he is just isolated in the back. L-turn here. Ying 2 finishes it off, and he is still technically the top fragger overall for this Rose team and in the entire lobby this match.
Yeah, I mean, Ying's been playing extremely well on sub base, and it's nice to see, considering the fact that he was practically useless the past, yesterday. And now he's stepped up, he's made his adjustments, and he's coming in clutch when it matters for Rose.
And Rose continuing to abuse the control they've been given. They just steamroll all the way up the lobby already. And unfortunately for them, the response is already waiting. Tooney gets the nice flick around though onto Juice, but it's still going to be a 2-on-3 situation. And Tooney at half HP puts the pressure onto Logic here to make an entrance onto this B-bomb site. I think Logic may have spotted the corner of Aaron there, but he wants to try and get this isolated frag onto Brando if he can. He knows that they almost always play someone in the back of Blue Room here, but Aaron, he gives away his position, and Logic now has a chance to attack here, but Brando spots him at the same time. Not the position you want to be in if you're Logic here. Has to find a way to frag out, but Tooney, he's already found another 2v2 situation, but the HP is not on their side for Rose. Brando and Imagine both sitting healthily at their maximum HP, but Tooney and Logic, they have to hit perfect shots here to win this one. Logic at 34, Tooney only on 15 HP. One bullet could tear them both apart here at this point. We'll see what they have in store for us, though. Tooney, this half, has yet to fall 4-0, but now could be the round that it happens, as they are both struggling to stay alive in this situation. Brando and Imagine, two players who have shown their capability to clutch out as well. Going to be holding the cross here is Imagine, almost with a chance to catch Tooney. Tooney, though, he's just going for the quick reactionary shots, but that's what you got to do when you have this low of HP. You've got to go for a quick reaction shot and hope that it hits, because one false move and you are down and out here. And Logic doesn't have a lot of health to make this happen on his own. But Tooney, he again will look for the opening here, but Imagine and Brando both playing together on the backside of B. I like this decision. They're going to go for the gamble here, but Tooney, he's already spotted Logic. He's just going to anchor this position. He's hoping that someone will cross his line of sight. Goes for the pick, though, but Brando is more than prepared to make that happen, and it's just going to be one round differential here once again. So things looking pretty... Or sorry, it's going to be 2-round difference here, 7-5. So still a 2-round difference here, but Kingzone starting to make a recovery.
Yeah, they started making a recovery. That was good plays coming out from Kingzone their own defense. Getting nice isolated picks. However, I want to see if Juice can get back to playing well. He was not playing well before the pause. He was not playing well after it. It really just came down to Aaron and Imagine were going off, along with Brando and 15 kind of there supporting them.
Right now, we're going to see Logic trying to work his way into defense. Aaron spots him, though. It's going to be a lot of information to work with. But Aaron, he's actually not going to try and contest it. He's just going to hold this position. A nice pop nade comes out, but it actually gets stuck on the edge of vents. Unfortunate for Logic there, not able to get the drop down on it. And it is going to still remain a 5-on-5. Imagine and 15, though, trying to throw some damage here over onto Solo. No shots will connect just yet, but Solo almost finds a frag of his own there. Takes 15 OL down fairly low, but Imagine is still going to try and hold things off here. They know his positioning here, but 15 OL, he wants to aggress on this fight. Unfortunately for them, though, Solo, he's playing so patient in this position. He knows exactly where both of these players are, but Imagine he's going to try and sneak up and maybe even get the wide swing on things. But he actually decides to play it a little bit safe here. Doesn't want to give up an early pick. But Brando, he's rotated in for support as well. They really want to try and get this early frag onto Solo, but Solo's been pretty persistent about just holding this position, playing it fairly safe here, wanting to try and finish off that frag onto 15 OL, but Solo, he's going to sneak up here, but 15 finds a frag here. He's not going to go down just yet. Imagine, though, will go down to Solo. 15 OL goes down, and Tooney finds one. Rose just cleaning up across the board. 4 frags go to 4 players, and Aaron is now left alone in a 1-on-4. He finds the kill onto Logic, but he still has a lot more work to do if he wants to make this retake a reality. Looking for a big clutch here, and his team surely needs it at this point. Otherwise, it is going to be an 8th round on the board for Rose. Here we have it, though. It is going to be Tooney spotting him from the rafters. Dom closes in for the finish, and this is where you have to be scared if you're Kingzone now. 8-5, tournament life starting to look at risk here.
Yeah, I mean 8-5. That's a big scoreline for 15 OL and friends on the side of King's and to come back from. Though it does look like they're going to go 1 for 3, only losing Brando. It's not bad to go down. You have everyone on the side of Rose down, except for Toonie and Dom, who are both 5-1, and those are the dynamic duo of Rose. So if they're together, you're gonna have a hard time killing them both.
Definitely two strong players, and Toonie has made the decision to pick up an AK as well. Could pay off, but there's a nice little pinch set up here in the B control room. Imagine and Aaron have set up nicely to try and contest this. That's going to be a misstep as well from Dom. They know that a player is in mid now, so that's a lot of intel for Kingzone. We'll see if they can make the best of it, though. Aaron decides to use that information and goes for the peek. Spots both players as well, and it's all about the collapse now. Kingzone, they're just going to rush in and make sure they can't leave this mid position. Smart decision-making coming out from Aaron. He finds the first as well. The rest of his team will collapse to clean this one up, and they find themselves another round. It's going to be now 8-6. Kingzone just 2 down from a tie.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a good play by Kingzone. Nice aggression into BC. They went 3 for 1 on the trades, and then unfortunately, Dom made that misstep, and Toonie and Dom could not make the magic happen in that 2v4.
It is an unfortunate situation here, but still, they do have the lead on Rose. And Juice, he is yet to put one up on the board here. This is a crucial moment for him. He has to step up for his team to have a chance at taking themselves into the grand finals. But right now, Rose, they are making the best of it here. Just 2 rounds away from victory. We'll see if they can hold on. Imagine, though, in this Locker's position, he could have first contact on to Solo. Solo goes for the wide swing, but Imagine he's going to react just a hair faster, takes him down. That's going to be a nice way to get things started for Kingzone to try and bring this one to a tie. However, Juice is the lone anchor on A, and something we've seen throughout this match is lone A anchors are just having a lot of trouble here. We'll see if they can continue forward strong. However, they need this round very, very desperately, because if they don't, it's going to be match points on the table now for Rose. They would have 3 of them in a row if they do pick up this round. However, a man down, still a tough situation to come out of on top for Rose, especially against the likes of Kingzone, who have had a pretty solid defense the past couple rounds. So we'll see if they can hold on. Dom, though, great shot, takes down 15 well. Imagine, again, though, still getting a double kill before going down. Brando, though, he's been the issue on this B-bomb site. This is his chance to step up and have an effective hold here on B for his team. Right now, though, it's just Toonie and Dom. This time, a 2-on-3 situation in front of them. We'll see if they can make it happen here, though. They need to, in order to keep their team in a safe position in this match. Otherwise, the risk of the tie is going to be a reality here. That Kingzone could actually bring this one back in their favor. Juice, though, comes through at the perfect moment. And he's going to help find both players there. Brando finishes it off, though, with a Colt. And it's going to be 1 away from a tie now, 8-7. Kingzone trying to bring this one back full force.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job of it. Aaron's starting to pop off. Imagine's got his guns flowing. And 15 well, and Brando have stepped up to the plate as well. Right now, Rose having struggles getting into the bomb sites. They're having troubles getting any sort of early advantages, at least in the rounds that they lose. If they can continue getting those early picks like they had been earlier in this half, they should be able to continue on with their steamrolling that they were doing originally. However, if they continue to not get their trades, lose every single early advantage, they're going to continue funneling into the death trap that is the defenses of Kingzone.
Right now, Rose, they've got to step it up and find the opening they need to try and close this one out. However, Kingzone, they've done an incredible job of finding their way back into this match. 8-7, Rose only up by 1 now, and the lead could be completely even out here if they don't take this site. Juice finds 2, finds the triple kill. This could be what they need here. Juice not done yet either. Wants to see if Toonie will press his luck, but Solo, he's looking to push this one even further. Finds himself a frag onto Imagine. Finds another one on a 15 OL. The 2v4 down to a 2-on-2 now, and they're going to swing back onto the B-bomb site. Toonie, what a shot, though. Takes down Juice. It's all on Solo in the 1v1. Brando goes for the swing, but he knows that Solo is low here, so he's going to back off, play it a little safer. What a round, though. Crucial for both of these teams to try and push through to a victory here. But Brando, he's going to spot him standing on the box here. What a shot there. Brando saves the day for his team, brings it to a tie. It's just 8-8 now. Everything's on the line in these final 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty crazy. Nice shot coming out from Tooney there onto Zedwell. Unfortunately, Solo made the misplay thinking he went into vents and was launching it out in the open and got punished for it.
And now, everything is on the line here, guys. 2 rounds to ultimately decide a best-of-3 series. Both of these rounds, the most important rounds these 2 teams have played so far in the event, as it will determine potentially if we go to overtime or one of these teams moving into the finals against Carbon. However, considering how things have been going, overtime would not be a surprise to me at this point, but if one team can get that last burst of momentum, they may be able to just close this one out without the risk of OT. Right now, though, Rose throwing some pressure onto Imagine. They know if they can take Imagine out early, they have a solid shot here, but Brando, he's already taken down Logic. That's a big frag on the table now, as it will be a 4v5. Still, the pressure is on. Rose looking for that opening. Dom finds it. Imagine goes down without a frag. That's a big one there for Rose. 4v4 now. Still looking for the round here. 8-8. A dead even game here. Both teams wanting to hit that 9th round first to see if they can close this one in regulation. But such an important round on the line here. They've got to be cautious, and rightfully so. So much at stake. But right now the bomb is going to be rotating slowly here into the A bomb site. And this is where Juice has to shine. He's all alone here. They've gambled and stacked everyone towards B, but Juice, he's backing off. The opening's there. Rose, they read this one, and now that Juice is the only one here, he has to play full retake. It's going to be a 4-on-4 retake. They have full control of bomb site. Juice, he's going to be too late here on the rotation, and he's just going to have to wait for his teammates and the support. He's trying to find some headshots here, but it's not going to happen. No utility for the retake as well, except for a flash in the hands of Brando and 15OL here. One nade to work with from 15OL. They have to have a solid retake here. Otherwise, Rose, they're going to take us to match point, but 15OL finds the entry frag. It's going to be down to Solo in this position. He has to frag out, finds the first through the smoke, and he's not done just yet. He's going to try and find more, but it's not going to matter. Juice finds one. It's going to come down to the 2-on-3. Juice finds another. It's going to be a 2v1 Ying. He's got to be the hero of the day here. Juice versus Ying. He's just going to stall here. 7 seconds to get the defuse. Ying finds one. He's on the bomb. Can he get it? Ying, he holds on. It's going to be a huge round from Ying to keep Rose alive here on top, 9-8. And it all came down to the wire there. And this is it here. Tie or die. Tournament life on the line. Will they make it into the finals, or will the tie be a reality here? Kingzone fighting for survival.
That was so dang close. Watching that replay, I was able to see that 15OL has just moments left on that defuse before it went through, and Ying comes in clutch with that nice double kill to secure that round onto Juice. Juice pushed just a hair too early. Had he played more defensively, possibly it could have gone the other way. It could have went into the hands of Kingzone.
And now everything has to be on the table. Kingzone, this is their tournament life on the line. A chance at CFS. Or will they be ending their run here and now? Rose, though, for them, this is the light at the end of the tunnel they've been hoping for throughout this entire match. They've been in the lead the majority of this game as well here on map number 3. And this is their chance to put it all to a close without the risk of a comeback in overtime from Kingzone. And you can tell Rose is very concerned with how they approach the attack here. They're very cautious, and rightfully so. This is a chance to go to CFS on the line here. Both of these teams wanting that chance to take on Carbon and a chance to dethrone the reigning champions. But right now, Rose, this is their chance to bring it all to a close here in the lower bracket and move themselves back into that final position. But Kingzone, this is a huge clawback from them. At one point, they were down 5-1, and now one round stands in their way of remaining alive and a potential chance of taking it away in overtime. Imagine gets the opener. Tooney goes down, but it's going to be immediately traded, and here comes the rush onto B, but look at Brando's position here. They have no idea. Dom, though, he's already found a second. 15OL goes down, and once again, they pass by Brando. They don't even care about challenging him, and Brando, he can't find the shots to follow it up. Ying already takes down Aaron. Dom takes down Brando on the flank. It's all on Juice here. A 1v4. Can he make it happen? Gets the first on to Dom. This could be it here. Juice has to pull off a miracle. Down to the wire here, Juice. It's do or die. Tournament life on the line. The qualifier all in his hands for Kingzone. But Rose, this is the moment they've been waiting for. A chance to take it away. Logic finishes it off. And Rose, with a 10-8 victory, secure themselves in the finals against Carbon with a very close finish.
holy moly, Dom there in the last round getting 3 picks. All of them were vital. Picked one, he got the trade onto Imagine, got the pick onto 15. Comes back around after pushing to heaven, gets that pick onto Brando. My God, what an amazing series coming out from these two teams. And like we said early on, that one free round that got from that pause could have made the entire difference there.
And just like that, we have our finalists here, guys. Rose and Carbon will be the grand finals here for the North American qualifiers. An incredible performance from both teams in that best of 3. To be honest, that is the closest best of 3 we've had. Every map went the distance. Both of these teams fought back hard, and that last map was one of the most well-fought maps I've seen from two teams in quite some time. But at the end of the day, Rose, they're able to push themselves to the limits and close out the map, and that's something they struggled with throughout their tournament life so far, but they showed us here and they showed us now that they can indeed close a map when things get tough, and they've put themselves in at least a second place position, but now an even greater beast stands in their way. The reigning champions, Carbon, their opponents in the grand finals. Carbon also will be going in with a 1 map advantage for winning the upper bracket, so a lot of work to be done from Rose in the finals, but congratulations for them to making it with a chance to potentially dethrone Carbon or even maybe take it away in the runner-up showdown. So a lot of important matches on the way, guys. We're going to have our grand finals up next, Carbon versus Rose. Following that, we'll have the second place showdown as well. 2 CFS spots on the line in our next 2 matches, and I'm excited to see how it goes down, guys. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. The grand finals coming your way. Alright guys, we are back and just ready to get into it here. It's going to be the finals. Carbon taking on Rose. Just loading into the lobby and then we will be set and ready to go. Give us just one moment here and we will get things kicked off here. A little bit of a delay as we load in. Alright.
Let's rock and roll.
Alright guys, here we go, right into the action here. Grand Finals, best of 5, Carbon and Rose. Remember though, Carbon does have a single map advantage for their win in the upper bracket, so it's going to be a close one here, but Carbon does have a distinct advantage, I'd say, going into this one.
I mean, yeah, having a map-up advantage going into this series is a pretty big advantage going into here. They only have to close out 2 maps versus the 3 that Rose has to pull together after they were unable to take a single map off of them yesterday in the upper bracket semifinals.
Yeah, definitely going to be a tough one here for Rose, but if there was a map to start it on for Rose, Subbase has to be that map, so honestly, it's definitely a good choice, and it was actually Carbon's choice here in this series, the one banned map, because Carbon does have an advantage. Rose did get to ban one map. They chose Ankara, rightfully so. Their Ankara's been a little shaky, and Carbon's, well, we've all seen Carbon play Ankara. They're very, very solid on that map, so not a surprise to see that as the ban choice coming out from Rose. Subbase, though, is Carbon's pick, surprisingly enough. I'm not sure why they picked it. Rose has been playing really well on it, but Carbon may just say, you know, hey, let's approach their best map, and if we win on that, that's just going to knock them down a peg. So,
Nope. Yeah, I can definitely agree with you there, as Tony gets a nice early pick on the Hockney. It's just, right now, they had a pretty shaky match against Kingzone on, here in Subbase, and yesterday they lose 10-8.
had some ups and downs here, but right now, Tooney gets the opening pick, but Superman and the rest of Carbon are ready to strike on the bottom of A. Superman finds 2, still hasn't been taken down yet. Logic goes down very low as well, has to back off and wait for the retake, but right now, Carbon already in full control of this one here. First round looking very promising for them so far to kick us off. The bomb planted here on the A-bomb site. Logic going to be working his way on the full flank here. He does have the support of Tooney alongside him. Tooney, though, that's a big pick there on the retake. Takes down Michael DRK, but solo, he has to find an opening himself now. Otherwise, this could still go south for them. But Superman, he's not done yet. 3 frags on the board for him. And he's looking for blood. Gets the 4K, finally goes down. Famous gets the trade to clean things up. But Superman, he is ready to make it back to CFS again with that kind of performance. Rose, you've got to be careful.
Yeah, even though Tooney coming off hot in that round with a nice 3K pick, having a nice opening shot onto Hockney on that retake, following it up with a nice clean pick onto Superman, they just were not able to close it out, mainly because Superman with that nice 4K, he completely shut down solo. He took out everybody else on the board that mattered, other than the one pick that Famous did get on the site take initial.
Right now, though, slow-paced Rose, after getting manhandled by Superman in that first round, is looking to answer back. We'll see if Tooney can find those picks once again, but unfortunately for him, he is completely smoked out in this position right now, so not a whole lot he's going to be able to do, but Logic not going to be using the shotgun corner position any longer. I think being naded out of it taught him a lesson here, and he's going to find a way to start punishing players from this position now. Gets the opening frag here. Michael DRK goes down. Logic tries to follow it up with another. Unfortunately for him, Rek is there, ready and waiting in his new alias, Hockney, here in this tournament. We'll have to get used to that. Not sure which I prefer. Probably Rek, just because I've known him as Rek for years now, so... But Hockney is the way it is. We'll see if he can make a new name for himself here in the finals. But right now, Carbon, they are in a little bit of a tight spot here. They've got to be careful on their execution. They've already lost Michael DRK, however. They did take down Logic as well, and now they have full control to push up lobby here and potentially contest the backside of B or wrap down into the A bomb site. And it looks like they're going to test the waters on both fronts here, seeing if they can poke at some of these players on either side of the map. And it looks like they're just going to go ahead and storm down. 4 players just rushing down onto the A-bomb side here. Rek finds himself another one. Ying stuck in this position here. Swings wide, gets one. that's going to be it here. Solo has to come up big here on this quick rotation. Finds himself one wreck sitting on the back of site here. Toonie comes alongside to join him, but Kai's, he has to rotate in quickly for the support here. Otherwise, Rek could run into some trouble. The bomb down, though, hasn't been planted just yet. Toonie going to be taken down by Kai's. Solo left in a 1v2. Not going to happen. Kai's, nice reaction there. Pulls out the Colt and takes down Solo as well. And Kai's, he's coming to this one ready as well.
Let's rock and
Yeah,
roll.
Kai's is playing very good there. I'm sorry, I had a little bit of lag. There's a really nice play coming up for him. That early pick onto Toonie in that last 2v2 was absolutely essential, mainly due to the fact that they only had about 12 seconds left. Had Rose realized that they had the bomb in their control, they may have played it a little bit differently, and it could have been a completely different outcome there. Unfortunately, I don't think they realized it, or they didn't feel safe playing the bomb, and, well, Kai's made the big difference.
And this time around, though, Superman goes down. Solo finding himself a nice pick there, taking out one of the main entry fraggers here for Carbon, but they do lose Logic on the other side of things. Michael DRK finds that pick over as well. Very slow setup indeed here from Carbon, but I think they're just going to continue poking across the map and trying to exploit any holes they find in this defense. Last round, they were able to wrap easily through wood up, down to lower A, but Solo is making it much more difficult this time around. Finding himself 2 picks to start it off, but the rest of his team still has to step it up here. It's going to be a 3-man charge onto his position. They want to trade out Solo, and they know how deadly he can be from the back of this B bomb site, but he's actually going to rotate in to have some support here. I like the decision from Solo. Doesn't commit to holding a close position by the soda machine. He's going to fall back here and get some support from the back of Blue Room, but Famous, he's going to spot the nades coming out there, so they will know that there's at least one player back there, but they don't know that there's actually a full stack here on the B bomb site. However, Dom, he's also pushed out as well, has control of the A spiral staircase in case they decide to rotate back. So great decisions coming out here, but Dom has to be careful. When he sees the rotation coming his direction, he knows that he's going to have a chance to make a play here. Dom going to run into some trouble. Peeks out a little bit awkwardly. Excuse me there. Peeks out a little bit awkwardly. But he still manages to get the frag trade as Ying goes down, trying to come in for the support there. Famous, he's going to try and reinitiate here, but on the reload, he's going to get caught there. Famous swings in right at the perfect moment. 15 seconds, though. They've got a plant here. They have no time. They have to run right into Solo's position here. Rek, he's going to be taken down. Famous has the bomb, but no time to plant. It's not going to matter. Or he gets it in time. Oh, my goodness. I thought he ran out of time there, but no, he actually hit the shot in time. The rest of his team pulled through, and Carbon, they walk away with a round that they probably shouldn't have won there.
Yeah, I mean, Solo there had nice 3 picks. Dom had a good trade onto Michael DRK for losing, I believe it was Ying, but unfortunately, Dom made that mistake of reloading out in the open. You know, he was only around the corner. He wasn't exactly safe, and Famous capitalized with a nice 3K to put him on the board.
Here we have it. Carbon up 3-0. A confident stance for them to be in right now, and rightfully so. They haven't had a single map loss in the entire qualifier so far, and they're looking to do that even here in the grand finals, and this is definitely the start. You would need to make that happen. 3-0. Haven't given up any rounds yet, even though the rounds have been close in some cases. It doesn't seem to stop them from holding on to them. And so far, they're all fragging pretty nicely across the board as well. Everyone's sitting on at least 2 frags. Now they're going to go for the full B execution, maybe even a full split here. They've got 3 players actually going back towards A. It's going to be a B fake as the bomb works its way towards A, but of course Superman on these A takes is such a key entry fragger, making it happen. Takes down Dom, who continues to play it alone. Ying tried to rotate into top A. He goes down to Famous. Michael DRK finds one on the fake as well. They keep Logic isolated here as well. Both remaining players aren't even able to contest this B position or the A position. They're just sandwiched in between. They have to force a fight here to try and get out, but it may not happen here. Logic goes down. Toonie able to trade out, but still, he has no way to retake this bomb site, and he's already getting pinched. Michael DRK on the quick flank here. Famous takes him out a little bit sooner, though, and it's going to be another round for Carbon. 4-0 Rose. They are in a tough position here. They may have been able to slide their way into a win on sub-base against Kingzone, but Carbon, they do not go down that easily.
Absolutely not. And we're looking at a completely different, Rose coming out than we saw just, 20 minutes ago back in the previous match. Right now, Logic, Ying, and Ethereal have 3 combined frags going into the 5th round. Solo and Tony aren't too far ahead at 4 and 4, but I mean, this is very reminiscent of what we saw yesterday. Solo and Tony being really the main fraggers against Carbon and no one else really being able to step up to the plate.
Definitely could turn out to be a tough situation for Rose. We don't see some stronger individual performance here. 3 players, 1 and 4. Definitely needing to make some impact, but right now we are going to see Carbon playing a little bit slower here, but still going with the strategy of poking at all sides of the map, and rightfully so. They have the aim to try to contest individual fights here and just slowly pick apart at the defenders. And right now, that's all they need to do. Up 4-0. Still yet to drop around here, and they're going to go ahead and poke over towards the A-bomb site. This time around, Dom is not alone, but Ying is in his position. But he's still alone. There's no support here on these A-bottom players, and Tooney tries to follow up with something, gets caught playing long as well. Dom rotates in late, gets taken out by Michael DRK. 2 ohms on an aggressive push here on the Blacklist side, but it still works because Carbon, they just know how to make the best of it here. Right now, though, Solo on the flank for the retake finds himself a frag there. Kai's will go down. However, it's just Logic and Solo still with 4 players in between them and the defuse, so they need to be cautious here. Logic knows there's a player playing down below, finds one. Solo gets another. The 2v5 down to a 2-on-2 situation, and they have the HP advantage, but only 12 seconds. They've got to move quickly here. Famous, though, in a great position here to support Rek as he takes down Logic. 5 seconds. There's no way this is going to happen. Solo, you've run out of time, my friend. Even with the frag, it doesn't even matter. Famous, he's just going to let the bomb die with him. And there you have it, 5-0. Halfway to victory on map number 1, and they still are yet to give up a round.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Solo's definitely playing great. Unfortunately, no one else can really go up to that level besides Tooney, but Tooney's been losing the sniper duels against Kai's. He can outpick everyone on the team of Carbon except for him. He's not been able to land a shot on him quite yet. Hopefully that will change as the rounds keep on going.
Kai's looking for some trouble here, but Solo, he's going to give it to him. Finds the shot A long. Superman looking to be there for the trade. Can't get it. Solo, again, leading the charge for his team. Finds 2 entries, but it may not matter if we see some struggles again out of this lineup. And towards B, there's definitely going to be some struggles. Tooney and Logic already down without a pick to go their way out of it. But Solo, he found 2, so it's still an even number situation here. 3-on-3 as they look to try and take this control back into their hands on the side of Carbon. However, the bomb is down in the spawn of Carbon, and I'm not sure if Rose has caught on to this position just yet, but they do have a nice pinch potentially around the bomb if it's grabbed. But I don't think they know exactly where it's at, but this is going to be an awkward position for both teams because neither one knows if they're guarding the bomb or where they may go here. But Rose, they're very far out of position here if they don't know where the bomb is. And this is where they could just try and sneak and grab the bomb and go B. Famous going to be leading the rest of his team in here to try and snag this bomb. Solo playing behind the double doors. I don't think they actually know that it's here either. So Famous, he's going to be able to pick it up and go. And Rek, he's already going to start cleaning the B bomb site, which is completely exposed. Michael DRK, though, catches one. Trying to get a little bit cheeky there. Solo still hunting for the entries for his team, but this time around, he's not going to make it happen. 2-on-3 situation. Ying and Dom, both individuals who need to step up for their team. Now would be the time to find a round here. Michael DRK is going to shut it down, though. Ying not able to connect that frag, and it's just going to be on Dom. A 1v3 situation here. Very tough one ahead of him. 20 seconds for the bomb to be planted, though, and it still hasn't been planted yet. If Dom just survives here, he might be able to stall. Famous has the bomb as well. If he kills Famous, he might just be able to run and hide here and win the round, but he's going to be able to do it. If he can stall the clock here, he might do it, but no. They pinch him just in time, and he slides right into the crosshairs of Michael DRK, who seals another round on the board for Carbon, still uncontested in the grand finals, 6-0.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing why Michael DRK got repicked up. And as I say that, Kai's gets a nice pick on Ethereal on the BC push.
Very nice pick indeed from Kai's, but the push hasn't subsided just yet. They're still going to try and pressure some picks into mid, but unfortunately for Rose, they cannot seem to piece anything together here. And Carbon, they are just going to toy with them in this position, not even peeking wide on them, just waiting to see if they'll swing out again and try to make something happen for themselves. But Rose They've got to make it happen. They are starting to get in desperation mode to get that first round on the board. They have no forward momentum in this match yet, and it's starting to show as they are crumbling here. And when they're already down 0-1 in the series score, a 2-0 series start for Carbon is surely a series that they can at least close out with a victory here today. But Rose, we've seen them do some crazy things on subbase. Now would be the time to crank it up a notch here. Logic going to get boosted into vents. Unfortunately, though, they're having a little bit of struggle here actually getting this position to go down properly, and they may have to back off if they can't get it soon. Fifth attempt's a charm, though, and they're gonna get it. Logic, he finds his way up into the vents. We'll see if they can use this position to hold off Carbon, who are definitely grouping up for a B execution here. They're gonna have Wreck on the lurk. Here we have the execution, though. It's gonna be coming through. Interesting decisions, though, coming out from the defense here, not trying to get too antsy on a Batuni. He's going to put a little bit more forward pressure here on this position. Unfortunately, though, if you're holding this angle with an you're going to almost surely be immediately traded from this position. He finds one, but he actually is able to back off there. Smart decision. Falls back as quickly as possible, but it's still going to be a traded position. It's very, very hard to get that pick to go your way. And Wreck, forward aggression with the in his hands, finds one. Unfortunately, Logic's there to punish two players, takes down both Wreck and Kai's to make this one a 2v2. But 15 seconds on the clock. The bomb still goes down, and Carbon, they're just the kings of running down the clock here to add even more pressure onto this roster of Rose. Superman going to be playing in the blue room here. Catches Solo. A nice frag there. Logic looking for the 1v2 clutch. Surely at a time where his team would need him to pull through. But Carbon, such a monster to go up against in these late round situations. All of them phenomenal under pressure, and it continues to show for them. 7-0, still yet to drop around here. Looking great.
Yeah, we're seeing Carbon in rare form today. I mean, normally there's always the memes going about that famous can't frag while online, and look at him today. He's 6-2. That's the best KD in the entire lobby, and he's playing very well. He's getting nice solo picks, he's getting good headshots, and he's honestly not playing like we normally see him online, which is kind of lackluster and very well, just underwhelming to begin with. That's just the easiest way to put it.
And right now, the only hope here is Solo on the defense, because Tooney continues to struggle here. He had 3 kills in the first round of this match, but in the remaining 6 rounds since, he's only picked up 2 frags. Solo this time is not able to make an impact for his team, so it's up to these players who haven't quite been able to do much here on the remaining players of Rose, and they're not going to continue forward strong either, as 2 of them are already dropped out of this one. Dom will fall to the fire as well. Carbon looking to pull off a 10-0 potentially to start off the grand finals here, and that's a big statement.
I mean, yeah, that's a humongous statement, especially against a team like Rose, which is completely developed by their momentum, and Michael DRK just rips Solo a new one as he goes for the aggressive BT little cheeky picks along that quad box.
Definitely a tough position for Rose to be in here now, potentially falling 10-0 in map number 1. Not a whole lot of luck going their way for Rose. They were able to make it this far into the grand finals, but when you get up against Carbon, you've got to be prepared for everything here. And if you're not, it's going to be a very, very tough fight here, as we can see Rose may be able to pick up a round here. They're looking for that first round on the board, maybe to make it an 8-1/2 if they can pull it off. But still, if these players still alive, you've got to be cautious. Kai's already finding one on the Logic to even the score. Right now, we're going to see if they can pull off a round win here, though. It'd be their only round of the half, but it may just be enough to kickstart something to take it up a notch for map 2. We'll see what can happen, though. Rose, they've got to be careful because Carbon, they're just going to be poking across every corner of this map. And Tooney, he's in such a difficult position here if he gets caught. We'll see if he can find the frag, though. Famous is ready for him to be there, but Tooney, he's able to get one before he goes down. But will it be enough? The 2 lowest fragging players now on Rose are the only hope for a round in this first half. They've got to do something to try and stall Kai's and Wreck, who have a lot of time to play with here in Carbon. As we've seen, they don't have any fear of running this clock down to the wire here. They'll even rush onto the site with under 20 seconds left. It does not phase them at all, and that's the same thing they're going to do here. Just continue to toy with these players until the very last moment. Now they're going to slowly wrap their way over towards this A bomb site. They still have enough time to get it down, but Rek, he's going to go ahead and take the bomb potentially back to B here. And again, Carbon, they're going to push things to the limit here. They don't even care how much time they have to work with. They're just going to go for the best position possible, even if it means running this down to a 10-second plan here. Rek's going to go for it. He knows he has an open bomb site, doesn't want to risk losing the 2v2, but he's going to put himself in a 2v1 here. Goes for the collateral. Isn't going to happen, though. Ying gets the crouch headshot there, and finally, they get a round on the board, but it's the last round of the half, so not the best situation still, but at least they're not going to fall 10-0 here.
Yeah, I mean, right now Rose is playing kind of really lackluster. Tony's been hitting some decent shots. Logic's really stepped up, and Solo, you know, he's been phenomenal all day. He was phenomenal all day yesterday, but Dom's really bringing down this team. And Carbon, like you're saying, they've just been toying with him the past couple rounds. I mean, when they play serious, they normally don't bring out the triple LOM setup because that's, I mean, honestly, it's just a huge amount of disrespect towards the team they're playing.
Definitely a tough road ahead, but Rose making the best of this opening round in half number 2 here, but they've got to make the best of everything they've got left here because they have to bring this one back full force if they want any hopes here of remaining alive in this grand final. They really need to start putting up a stronger fight soon. So far, though, this round is looking pretty promising for them. Superman and Famous left in a 2v5 situation. We'll see if they can find a way to make this happen. Superman, though, a very deadly player in these late round situations, finds himself one onto Ying already. Still, a 2v5 even for Carbon. Not an easy task, especially with the bomb already being planted here. Famous and Superman, though, looking to make it happen. Famous, though, this is his chance to just show us some of that land flare we've seen from him in the past. Superman coming in for the support as well. We'll see if they can find a way into this retake here, but Superman is already down and out here. Famous runs into trouble, though, manages to get one, but that will be it. A second round now on the board for Rose, but still 6 separate them from being even with Carbon.
Yeah, I mean, they played that round really well. Solo had nice double kills to open up that round, open that BC area. And right now we're seeing Hackney and Famous sort of aggress the BC control, which is something I think Carbon should be doing. They should be taking aggressive control in BC. They have the rounds to play with. They only need to win 2 and, you know, for it to be a map over and 1 to go to overtime. And but on the flip side of things, you know, you're looking over at Rose, they need 7 or 8 rounds just to either make it to overtime or to potentially take this map. And honestly, that's a huge ordeal in itself to be able to 9-0 Carbon on sub base to take a map from them.
We'll see if they have what it takes to pull off the miracle upset here in map number 1, but right now every single round has to be perfection here from Rose if they want to take this one in regulation. 8 more rounds in a row needed. We'll see if they have any glimpse of a hope to make that happen, but Carbon, after losing 1 round on their defensive half, my assumption would be they are ready to adapt and step it up here in round number 2 of the second half. Nice little flashbang comes out there from Rek. Just toying with these guys. He knows exactly where they are, but the patience is on his side. He waits for the rotation from his teammate, and another flashbang comes through, and Rose, they're still going to make noise. Carbon knows they're here, and Rose is almost a little bit annoyed that Rek won't peek them. He's just playing so patiently here, waiting for someone to cross into his line of view, and he takes him out, and that's exactly the patience you need to play at this caliber here. Rek finds himself another, and Rose starting to look like a grim fate here for them on map number 1. Ying and Tooney, the last 2 alive. Definitely a tight spot to try and get out of, though. 30 seconds on the clock, and they don't even have control of the bomb here. It's not looking like a round win, but you never know. Tooney and Ying could pull off something crazy here. But with 20 seconds, they have to do it quickly. No time to make this happen. Tooney has the bomb, but he has to force something here on this bomb side. But it's just not looking like it's going to happen. Famous just sitting on the corner. Knows there's no time to make it happen. Gets the jump shot onto Tooney. Ying, all alone, nowhere near the bomb. No time to make this happen. He would have to kill every player in 2 seconds. But that is not a reality for him today. 9-2. Carbon already looking to take map number 1. And now they have 7 opportunities to close this one out in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Rose probably just wants to let this map end, go into map 2, get the full reset going, because right now you're struggling, you're burning extra energy that you really can't be affording to expend. You're looking at a huge deficit. You're down 7 rounds to break the overtime. I mean, it's possible. Teams have done it. And if they can do it and then pull back all the way, yeah, then there'll be a huge statement coming out from Rose.
Let's see if they have what it takes to make a last-second push here back up the scoreboard. But right now, they have a good start to the round, but they still have a lot of recovery to do. And Superman is going to make that even more difficult. This should be a chance for the map to be closed now as Carbon takes a 3-2 man advantage. And unfortunately, Ying cannot hit that shot at all. Poor guy, struggling here, but Logic comes in for the support there to make it happen. But just as I say that, Kai's, he's already on the back lines here, finds himself a frag. Logic trying to save the day once again here, though. We'll see if he can make it happen. Michael DRK and Logic going head-to-head for the round, but Michael DRK, he doesn't actually seal the deal on that frag. Hits the lag shot, but Logic, he is down to just 11 HP. Michael DRK, huge advantage here, but still, he doesn't have any gun to spray with here, so he's just going to have to use the Colt. And that's the one saving grace for Logic here. He can still get the one headshot and walk away with the round victory here, but he has to be extremely cautious because Michael DRK, if he sneaks in, even if he gets a Colt shot to the foot, he's going to be down and out. Michael DRK trying to rotate around here, but now he's going to know it's on the A bomb site. Unfortunately, no AK within reach, so he's just going to have to go in guns blazing with this Colt, but he does have a flashbang to try and stall Logic's position here. Logic gives away his position here. Michael DRK, though, misses the shots. Logic looking to do this here for his team. The 1v2 clutch down to the 1v1. Michael DRK will hold on, though. Logic, just a hair impatient there, goes down. And Carbon, they take map 1, 10-2.
Bomb has been defused.
Yeah, I mean, Logic had a chance there, and unfortunately, they may have had an even better chance had Ying been able to actually hit that shot onto Superman. Superman was standing still, and Ying missed about 4 or 5 bullets. You can't be doing that, and especially on the round where it determines whether or not you're going to lose that map.
And now it all comes down to this. Port will be the decider here. If Carbon takes the national finals here for North America without dropping a map and putting themselves a guaranteed spot in CFS this year. So it's all on Rose now. Do or die. This is their chance to take down Carbon and start clawing back to potentially take this grand finals. If they do fall here, though, Rose, they still get the consolation of playing against the number 2 team in Europe in that showdown. And just as an update, Penta did win the grand finals for Europe. So Flipside Tactics is the team waiting in that second place showdown for whoever falls here in North America to fight for yet another CFS spot. So it's not over for either of these teams here in North America just yet. Both of them could potentially make the CFS finals. So we'll see if they can make that happen. But right now, Carbon, they're the ones trying to lock it down here and now without any risk of that second place showdown. Carbon looking very pristine here in the grand finals. A 10-2 first map. They have the 1-0 advantage for going undefeated in the upper bracket as well. So now all they need here is Port, and they're starting on the global risk side, which is a very confident side for them to start on. And things couldn't be better for them right now. Rose, this is everything for them to prove here. They've got to show us they have what it takes to claw back. Very slow start to the round, though. Rose, they're trying to find the opening they need to work their way in here, but against Carbon, these openings are very difficult to find. These guys play very methodical setups, making sure they're able to trade efficiently here. Michael DRK, also one of the most deadly A-top players in North America here, and really, with the support right now, he's got a very, very good side hold in the making because Famous is nearby, and there's a third support behind them as well, but he's going to float away as the bomb looks to be potentially going back towards B, but again, Rose, we're seeing them run down the clock, and maybe they're just trying to take a note from what Carbon did to them in map number 1, running down that clock, trying to force some impatience here out of these players. Michael DRK did take a little bit of damage getting antsy on A top here, but there's still no commitment here just yet, but it looks like Rose wants to slowly work B. Solo, though, finds the pick. Kais goes down, and now wait to see what they can do here. Solo finds himself a second frag here, and he may just have what they need to find this first round. 26 seconds on the clock. Famous, though, still alive. Finds himself a frag here. He's not done yet, but Logic, he finds himself a double kill in mid here. Superman finally takes him down, but it's not going to matter. The flank comes in from Ying and Rose. They're finally off to a good start.
I think this is the first time they've had a lead in the series today. Hopefully they can maintain this level of pressure they've been putting onto Carbon here on port. That first one was really clean. You know, everyone was moving up. Like, I believe Solo snuck through AC. He got a nice double kill, and that really opened up the map for Rose to be able to sort of slink around and catch everyone off guard, like the caught Famous, like the caught Hockney, like the caught Superman.
Carbon, though, knowing the pressure situations quite well, looking to bounce back and tie things immediately. Solo was the one to find those openings in the first round. They can't overly rely on him, though, if they actually want to take him out off Carbon today. They have to have everybody firing on all cylinders here, or it's not going to work, especially now because Solo has been taken down without a frag here. Tooney able to trade out. He finds Famous there, but still it's an even numbers situation. HP advantage slightly in favor of Carbon here as well. 2 OMs in their hands. Michael DRK and Kais consistently looking to snipe here throughout this match, so we'll see if it pays off for both of them, or if we'll see one of them sort of take over, or maybe even change off to an AK on the other side. But Michael DRK, of course, one of those guys who loves to snipe on this map, loves holding that A top position, and bringing him back is going to strengthen Carbon on this map quite a bit, because before they had to use either Brando or Kais in those positions, and neither one of them was too keen on playing that. So definitely a good choice with Michael DRK back here in the finals to put him in a position he's so strong in. But right now, it's going to be all about the B-bomb side hold. But Superman, he is ready for it. They don't check his position quickly enough, and he finds 2 before going down. Kais gets the trade frag onto Dom as Superman falls, and now it's Logic alone, all again, this time a 1v3 situation that he cannot win. And it's going to be Carbon finding a quick way to tie this one up.
Yeah, I mean, Superman there, that's a deadly position if nobody checks it, and he just completely punished Rose for not doing a quick shoulder check. You know, it's the easiest thing in the world to check outside of the little name box over back in the back corner of B side port. All you have to do is while walking out, you have one person do a full, quick little flick, and you're cleared. Unfortunately, they made a mistake of not checking it, got punished, and it costed them the round.
And now Carbon looks to do it here in map number 2. Would put them in a 3-0 series victory with their 1 map advantage here. And they're starting to feel the momentum now as Rek finds the opening frag. Solo goes down again without a frag. Unfortunately, we may not see too much from him if Carbon makes a continued effort to make sure he gets shut down early. The rest of Rose now left to pick up the pieces here. 4v5, fighting for survival here in the grand finals as Carbon closes in slowly but surely on a match victory here and securing themselves to CFS once again. These guys have fought hard throughout this tournament, though, so Rose, it would be great to see them put up a strong fight here. They've had so many good match performances where they were able to pull out the victories for their squad, but right now, this is the toughest match they've had to face so far, going up against Carbon in a grand final. No easy task. The roster of Carbon, very strong roster in this region, but also internationally, these guys are currently one of the best as well, so really a team you have to look out for here. But right now, Rose, they're going to see what they can do. They're going to test their luck and try and maybe get a pick here in the hands of Ying over towards B. He's scouting it out, but again, Carbon, they play so patient in these positions, just holding tiny angles, waiting to see if they can catch players off guard, but they don't overcommit to these peaks too often, which makes it very hard for a team like Rose to find a way in. Famous, though, will be caught in this position. Tooney runs out, gets the pick. Ying goes down, but Tooney, he's found another. Logic, though, he finds Michael DRK trying to wrap behind, but Superman, look at this patience in the position here. He knows he has to try and make something happen here. He gets a lot of damage down, but not enough to find the kill. Logic finishes it off, and we do see a nice clean round here on the Blacklist half of Rose, once again showing us a much stronger performance here so far on map number 2.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be that Rose has really done their homework on their Blacklist side port. It was just drastic improvements from the 7-2 half that they had against underdogs just yesterday. Now we're seeing them be able to do confident mid takes, confident B takes. The only thing we have yet to see in this match against Carbon is a confident A take that ends successfully. If they're able to do that, they have the trifecta. They can use all 3 of those in their belts to keep punishing and pressuring Carbon. And, you know, they're not forced into that tunneling into B site if you can't take mid or A.
Right now, Rose looking to swing back into this one and make it happen for themselves. They would have to not only win this map, but win 2 more maps in a row to actually make it all the way through and dethrone Carbon. But winning 1 map would be a feat in itself, considering no other team has been able to make that happen so far in this CFS qualifier. So still, we'll see if they can make it happen here on port. They're off to the start they need as well. Michael DRK not having the best performance here so far, hasn't been able to hit any shots just yet. But Kai's, he's had a lot of success here in mid. We'll see if he can continue that forward. Almost finds the shot there onto Dom, trading a little bit of damage here, but still no kill going his way just yet. Pops another close shot there through the wall, but that's going to be a nice nade to take him down to 18 HP. So good pressure coming out from Rose, and an important adjustment from them too. They had a lot of struggles earlier on in their other matches controlling mid here on port, but so far on this Blacklist side, they've done a great job of putting pressure on Carbon and making sure they can grab mid early if they'd like to. Rose, though, looking to potentially contest Michael DRK on A top here. Solo's been able to give him a good shot or 2, but this time around, it's not going to happen. Logic going to go down first, though. Solo very close behind, looking for the trade, see if he can make it happen. Michael DRK and Famous, though, they're going to hold it down with a little bit of support from Rec there. It's going to be a clean sweep and shutting down that A push to tie it up.
Yeah, Michael DRK is so deadly on that A top. It's so hard to force him out of position because he trusts his teammates to rotate in time, and he knows how to avoid the nades, avoid the flashes, and keep himself in a good position. And as I say that, they're taking B by storm. Rose gets a nice 2-piece. Superman gets a nice cleanup kill onto Ying, and Rose has fallen off of that B aggression, looking to try to get some picks in mid.
Definitely a nice start to the round from Rose, though. They take down Kai's and Rec here over towards this B bomb site. However, they're going to try and swing back towards A, but when you have Michael DRK on A, that is not an easy task. He already finds Solo, and now he's going to be looking for more here. Smoke screen comes down, but Michael DRK, he's just going to be able to evade it, play to the wide left, and see if he can find himself another frag here. Michael DRK, will he go for the wide peek here from ladder? He's going to swing out, but he misses the shot, and Logic finds him in the process there. Famous and Superman looking to try and hold on. Famous, he's already snuck his way to finding a kill there, but it's not going to matter. Tooney and Dom, the dynamic duo, find themselves another round here, 3-2. Still a close game, but they do remain on top for Rose just now.
Yeah, I mean, right there, that was great play coming out from Solo. Even though he's not the one that got the frag onto Michael DRK, he had dropped him down to 1-shot potential. And Logic got the nice opportunity to hit the shot and open up that A site for them. Also, on the other side of things, Ying and I believe it was also Solo, when they pushed up into B, even though Ying got traded out, he got a frag and he did a massive amount of damage to Superman, which allowed Dom to just walk up, one-tap Superman, because he was also 1 bullet. Clean run coming out from Rose. Great support staff coming out from both Ying and Solo in the previous round.
And now Solo finds the opening frag. Kai's immediately there to bring a trade to it. Now it's going to be a 4-on-4. But still, Carbon struggling a bit here on their global risk half so far. Not as easy as it was for them over on Subbase in the first map here, but it's not over for them just yet. They still have the ability to take this one in a 3-0 fashion, so we'll see if they can do so. Here we have it, though. It's going to be the bomb slowly working its way into the B tunnels here. 3 players ready to attack, and not too many defenders nearby for Carbon as well. It's just Kai's playing in this position, sniping, and a retake position angle. He's going to have to hold it off all by himself here. or hope that the support comes in quickly. This is going to be a huge risk for Rose, but if Kais can pull it off here, he's going to have a great way to get his team back into the tie. Rose, all they have to do is isolate him in this position. A nice flashbang, though, stalls him out, so he misses the shot. Great utility usage coming out from Rose to find their way into this bomb site. And now it's all about the retake here for Carbon. Still, even numbers on the retake, but the full control of the site is in Rose's hands. Superman already on the flank, putting the pressure here onto Tuli and Logic. Kais finds one on the back line, takes down Ying. Carbon putting the pressure here onto these defenders of the bomb site. Dom finds 2 before going down, but will it be enough? Michael DRK sneaks his way in, gets a second Colt frag. It's all on Tooney to keep the dream alive here on this bomb site. Will he be able to hold on, though? Finds one. Superman, though, stands in his way, and he's not going to let that one go down. Superman finds the round. With 10 seconds, he'll surely be able to get this defused, and that will tie us up. 3-3, a close round, but in the end, Superman comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, Superman's just that kind of player. He's always cool and composed, never lets the pressure get to him. That was just a phenomenal play coming out from him to get that, clinch that round, to make it a tie game for Carbon. It's a little bit unfortunate that Tooney and Dom, when they were in the B sort of hut, they weren't able to do anything to take out Superman, and that unfortunately was the downfall of that team.
Fairness finds the opening here as well. Carbon looking to take the lead control here. If they can put up a round on the board to make that happen. Rose, though, they can't afford to give up this lead. This is the map they need to swing into control of this series here and bring it back potentially in 5 full maps, which we would have to see unfold in their favor 3 times in a row, which against the likes of Carbon doesn't seem too likely at this point, but you never know. Miracles do happen here and there. But right now, Carbon, they've got control over this one once again. 5v4 solo out of the picture, has been shut down so many times here on this map. Only 3 and 7, the lowest frags for his team. Surprising scores from him, but not surprising that Carbon is the team to put him in that position, because these guys are fantastic at throwing shutdown frags in the face of their opponents. Kais catches Tooney trying to get cheeky on the Harvey jump there. 5 on 3 now. Ying, Logic, and Dom looking for some hope to keep them on top in this match. They had a good start here on Port, but it could all be taken away very quickly. Carbon still with the potential to take a 6-3 half here if they close 3 rounds out in a row. And it's going to be a tough one to take away from them, because Carbon, once they feel the momentum, this team is incredibly difficult to shut down. Ying tries to put the pressure on mid. Kais, though, holds him off nicely, makes sure he doesn't feel comfortable enough to swing in for that pick. Rose, though, 30 seconds on the clock. They've got to make their move quickly and go in for an execution. Not a whole lot of luck just yet in making that happen. Ying does find that frag onto Kais, but still 4 more players to work their way through. There's going to be some commotion here in mid. Wreck on the flank, but Ying, he's in position to shut it down, finds himself a second frag, and now there could be a chance to take control of this bomb site, but not if Famous has anything to say about it. Finds himself 2 frags, and it's going to be Ying all alone. Ying has to find all 5 frags to make this round happen, but he has no time to do it. 5 seconds on the clock. The time will run down. Carbon splits up just to be safe. Famous goes and hides behind the AC box, but Michael DRK says, hey, I want this frag anyways, and I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good play by Michael DRK getting that last little frag there. Smart play by him and Famous to split up. Famous was 1-shot potential. Had they been playing together, Ying may have had a chance to get that 5K and, completely swap that round to give the lead back to Rose. However, if Rose can manage to continue playing like how they started off in this half, Carbon's in a good bit of trouble.
Right now, though, Superman continuing to keep his team winning the numbers game here. Definitely one of the main anchors here for this team when it comes to entry fragging. He's been all over these guys on Rose throughout this matchup so far, and now they have the bomb down in a 3-on-2 advantage, and this is where Carbon may just start to pull ahead and start to close out map number 2, which would give them a 3-0 series victory here if they can pull it off. Tooney and Solo, though, looking to turn things around. We'll see if they can do it. Solo finds the frag in mid. Michael DRK goes down, narrows it to a 2v2. The bomb still in control for Carbon, though. And this is where they have to be careful on Rose, trying to find a way to sneak in and grab it. It will not be easy. Solo presses his luck, but a little bit too far. He's going to be taking down Wreck. We'll find him. Tooney nowhere near able to trade off that one. So now he's going to go for the full flank through B, potentially here to try and catch them off guard, but they're set up pretty well to trade off of each other here around the bomb. Tooney, though, a minute left. He has time. He's going to check all of his angles on the B-bomb site, work his way up through the shadow boxes here, trying to find an entry. Right now, these B tunnels are completely locked down, and now they've rotated over towards the BL spawn side as well. I like this decision here from Carbon to force the long angle. They have a hunch he's going to be coming from the backside of the B tunnels, so they know they can trap him in this little corridor here to try and isolate the frag and make sure they trade. Superman makes sure it happens, but no, Tooney, he comes out on top there. He has a chance to steal this bomb now. The flash is enough for him to swing in and take the bomb, and now it is all on Rek, but Rek, he may try to go for the double juke here, going for the full flank instantly. What a smart decision here from Rek. He has a chance for Tooney to run right into his crosshairs, but that flashbang gives away that he is indeed in that position. But Rek, he's going to abuse that. He's going to use that flash to wrap all the way around the opposite direction. Again, great read coming out from Rek, but Tooney, will he catch on in time? He's already out though. Rek gets the double fake there. Nice positioning choices from him to keep his team on top, 5-3.
Brilliant play coming out from Rek. Honestly, that throwing the flash to sort of show that, oh, I'm over here, then instantly doubling back. Because Tooney threw a nade at him, he knew that Tooney knew exactly where he was. And the amount of timing it took, Tooney should have known something was up, that Rek had not peeked. It was a little unfortunate that he didn't quite catch on quick enough, but nonetheless, that was a fantastic play coming out from Rek, who's been really kind of silent in this matchup today.
Definitely hasn't had the largest of impacts, but the rest of his team has been doing quite well alongside him here on map number 2. And so far, they're all pretty even fragging on this map. But right now, Rose, they're looking to grab the last round of the half here. They find 3 frags already, so it's looking good for them to potentially take this final round here. Michael, DRK, and Superman, the last 2 alive. Superman, though, about to run right into Logic here. However, Logic, he cannot connect this shot. He's having a lot of trouble isolating this frag. Finally able to get it, though. And now it's going to be a 1v5 for Michael DRK, who is sort of just stuck here in the back of the GR spawn, looking to try and make some impact. But right now, not really a whole lot he's going to be able to do. Tries to isolate the 1v1s, finds Ying, but still 4 players standing up. Will make this a challenge. Now the bomb's planted as well on top of A, and the smoke screen is going to skew most of his vision to try and isolate some players here with that Om in his hands. Great decision making though from Rose here. They know what they need to do to hold on. They're not going to give him any chance at some solo aim duels. Solo though himself trying to find the pick in mid. He will find it though. Michael DRK doesn't check the wide angle on bridge. He'll go down. That's going to be a 4-5 half. Definitely a much more respectable showing here in the first half from Rose in map number 2.
I mean, that's a very strong showing. This is normally a map that goes 7-2, 6-3 in favor of the Global Risk. Well, let's see how Carbon can respond. Will they be able to get A long control and dominate the A top? Or are they going to be stuck funneling into B and mid, like most teams end up doing when they cannot control the A long pressure?
And now we'll see if Rose has what it takes now on their Global Risk half. They have to do something incredible here to make it happen. But right now, the pressure is on them. Carbon, they're just 5 rounds away from making it to CFS once again, so they can see the light here, and they don't want to have any risk of going into the runner-up showdown. So now it is going to be a tough one for Rose. They have to win this map and then 2 maps back-to-back right after it in order to fully take this series away from Carbon. Not looking too likely at this point, but still, the hope remains alive here. Rose, we'll see what they have in store for us to try and make that happen. Carbon now trying to scout out some early picks here, taking their time. I'm sure we'll see some similar plays like we saw on Subbase, where Carbon, they're not afraid to run down the clock to the very last minute in order to try and isolate some picks for themselves and make sure they have the opportune moment to get that bomb planted in a safe position. Carbon, though, they're going to be rotating very slowly, but working their way for a potential pinch here towards A. They send a player up into connector here. No presence really over towards B just yet, but look at Logic here. He sneaks out into mid. He's going to find Rek there. Nice position there. Almost able to catch Michael DRK as well, but there's no follow-up, and Logic, he's able to get out with his life, and that's exactly what Rose needed to start off this second half for themselves. But it's not over just yet. 4v5 against Carbon doesn't mean it is safe by any means. But Ying, he finds another, but look at Famous in this position. He has control of the lower B tunnels. Almost decides to push out there, but still, he is a bit hesitant. Now wants to go for the pick onto Logic, but Logic finds himself a second frag. Make it a 3rd frag on the round. Logic, great performance from this position, finds himself with 2 frags and Ying. He's going to finish it off. Ying and Logic find all 5 frags between the two of them, and that's going to be a nice way to start off the half for Rose.
Yeah, I don't know if you were spectating Logic there, but that was one hell of a spray transfer there. He literally was just Famous caught him completely off guard. He gets the spray down on Famous and instantly flicks through the wall that while then starts peeking to get that spray transfer onto Michael DRK. It was absolutely nuts seeing Logic do that.
Logic definitely stepping up his game here in the grand finals, but right now there's more work left to be done for Rose here. It's a 4-on-3 as well. They've got to try and hold on to this one, but Famous, he found a nice trade frag there, and it looks like they may just be able to hold on to this one as the bomb will start rotating over towards A, which is completely exposed here. Rose, they're going to gamble stack the B tunnels, but they go for the wide swing, and it pays off. Logic finds the kill on a Superman, but Wreck, he's there to put the punish there. It's going to be a nice frag traded back as Dom will go down. Logic and Tooney looking for the round here to try and recover this one for Rose. We'll see if they have what it takes to make that happen, though. Rose going to be wrapping back here, pushing through spawn to try and rotate. They might have to go for the double long retake, but retaking A from long A is very, very difficult in this situation, especially in a 3-on-2 where they are going to have Kai's with that Om in his hands. The lane control surely in favor of Carbon here. It's going to be Rose having to frag out here. A nice pop flash, though, comes out. Rose, though, they have the utility to try and answer back. Tooney throws a pop flash top A, but Logic, he's slow on his rotation into A connector, so Tooney just has to awkwardly wait here. Goes for the pick a little bit too early. Logic not there for the support. This should be Carbon's round to take away now. Rec finishes it off, and now they're back in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a simple, just Carbon playing Carbon things. That's all they were doing. They got all the frags they needed to, and Rose just had no answers for it. Logic's really stepped up right now, and I want to see him continue this, but the biggest factor right now is going to be if Rose solo, 8 fresh, Brandon the man himself can step back up and start getting those solo picks that he's been so keen on getting throughout his matches, both today and yesterday.
Definitely would be nice to see him step up, but Carbon, they've done a pretty incredible job of shutting him down. I mean, he hasn't had a whole lot of opportunity to really get aggressive like he was. But Superman, what a shot there. Takes down Ying through the headshot box, and now there's an opening on the B bomb site. But Carbon, again, they pull back. They know that Rose is going to rotate off of that pick, and they're going to wait and make Rose even more uncomfortable. And this is what I like about Carbon's current playstyle. They get aggressive, but they know how to play it safe. Solo on the flank, though, finds one. It's not going to be enough, though. Carbon, even when they get flanked, they're ready to react. They only lose Superman in the process. I mean, overall, it's just a pretty tough round for Rose. I mean, anytime they think they have a positional advantage, Carbon, they're just there to rob it. They have the shots to not get caught off guard. The reaction is there, but right now, we're going to see if they can take control of this B bomb site here. Rec has the bomb in upper barn, looks ready to peek. They do have a decent setup over towards B. Logic, just going to be playing, looking down on the corner boxes here, waiting to see if someone can find a way in, though, is Carbon. Right now, though, there's just so much patience here. Are they going to go for it here? Carbon, they're doing a lone bomb carrier strat. I rarely see this. It looks like they're going to send everyone A except for the bomb. But no, they do send one player back to group up with Wreck, it looks like. But still, this looks like a potential lone bomb carrier strat right now. Michael DRK slowly creeping up there. Very interesting setup from Carbon, though. Rec now has Michael DRK with him. They're going to go for a 2-man split. Nope, everybody's back on board. They're just going to go for another last-minute execution, but though they have to be careful. Both Logic and Dom are here, and with 15 seconds, they've got to get this plant immediately, and since Tooney's on A, if Logic can just stall the time, they're going to win the round, but no, just barely enough time to get that down. The stall is not there, and now Tooney, it's retake or bust here, and it's just not going to happen. Michael DRK finds the shot, and again, we see Carbon pushing things down to the wire, but they know exactly what to do with timing to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, that was just great plays coming out from Carbon. They were so lucky that they have the ability to be able to just instantly flick on the Solo. Had Solo been able to line up more than one kill that round, Carbon would have been in some serious trouble, because that was just a clean flank that he did all the way through the A barn from the A long. It's just crazy. It's unfortunate that he was not able to make a bigger play, but congrats to Carbon for being able to just completely flick on a dime and just be able to take him out on that play.
Solo almost getting caught there pushing along A. Logic will take some early damage as well, but there's going to be a collision here in the top of B. Barn, Dom, and Ying both are pushed up, but they get caught in this process, and now Superman finds the second through the B windows, and this is going to be a devastating round. Now Superman, what a shot there, takes down Logic as well. He is on fire here today and ready to put his team through to the CFS main event. Right now, it's looking very likely here. Michael DRK seals the deal on this one, and it's going to be 2 rounds away from being the North American champions here for Carbon.
Yeah, I mean, Superman, when he gets hot, he gets hot. It is so hard to shut him down. And when he just swings out, gets a frag, is able to take another one, and it looks like now we're about to see a full 5-man A-long coming out from Carbon. With Superman getting a pick on a solo, but they're going to fall off, which is the smart thing to do. Force them over rotations, make Rose feel uncomfortable with how they have to play defense now. You have a man up, Port becomes extremely difficult to hold when you're down a man, no matter what site they're attacking.
This is where Carbon has thrived. They get the opening pick, but then they go back the opposite direction, and they're ready to fight here. Kai's gets the trade onto Dom. It's a 4-on-3 situation. Rose in desperate need of this round. Their tournament life starting to fall apart right in front of them here. We'll see if they have what it takes to pull this one back. Even if they do fall, though, they will be going into the runner-up showdown to try and fight against Flipside Tactics for the 3rd spot between the 2 regions to see who can grab a hold of that one. But Flipside, another very strong team for Rose to have to try and conquer today. We'll see if they have what it takes if they do indeed fall in that position. But right now, Carbon, they're looking to uncontested sweep the CFS NA qualifiers here, and they are just 2 rounds away from perfect maps to make that happen. Right now, though, Ying is going to try and shut things down. Only one and done, though. 3v2. Toonie and Logic trying to hold on to this one. Logic trying to get some pop shots across the bridge, but they aren't going to connect quite enough to take anybody out of the picture. Kai's, Michael DRK, and Famous looking to put this one on match point. Nades coming out into the top of A, but it's not enough to take anyone down. Toonie and Logic, though, looking to try and hold on to dear life here, as they are completely isolated in the back of the GR spawn. Flashbang comes out of the top. They've got to make it in here, and now Kai's going to be isolated there. Toonie finds one. They're still not done just yet. Toonie finds another. It's all on Famous, and he's nowhere near in a position to stop the defuse. It's just going to happen. Famous, he can't get it, and that's it. Famous nowhere near in time to help. A little bit of a delay and missed position, but you wouldn't have expected Toonie to just waltz in with a Colt and grab 2 players that quickly either. So props to Toonie, and now the dream remains alive.
Absolutely, that was a beautiful play coming out from Toonie. Huge impact and shift of momentum coming in the way of Rose. Now, if they can capitalize on it, they're only 4 rounds away from being able to close this map out. And Solo getting that opening pick on direct is definitely how you want to start that. With Carbon having 3 people funneled into the B lobby, if Rose is smart and can hear and can be able to tell how many people are there, they should know that they can do some aggression towards the A-long side of the map, like Solo is doing right now. He might catch Kai's out with his nades. Nope, Kai's is falling back up to grab with his team.
Smart decisions again. He doesn't want to put himself in a position where he cannot be traded, and this is where Carbon plays so well. They're not afraid to play properly. They don't risk anything just because a fight is presenting itself. And that's why they've been able to do so well in this match. Kai's finds the double kill as well. Rose still with the advantage, though, as Solo sneaks long A, finds Kai's, gets the backstab onto him and takes him out here. Now it's going to be a 2-on-3 situation. Superman and Famous, though, they have the bomb, but more importantly, there's an opening on the A bomb site. Solo was the only one on site, and now they have full control here, but Famous made some mistakes in holding this post plant last time around. We'll see if he can recover them and put Carbon on match point here. Superman, though, being alive makes this even more difficult. He's been the lead fragger for his team in this match so far. Very deadly aim, and you can tell he's got CFS in the back of his mind already with the kind of shots he's hitting. He's prepared to go up against the best of the best with how he takes these aim duels. Superman, though, just going to be playing it safe here on the bridge. Famous, probably going to be the first point of contact. They need to be careful, though. There is Solo still lurking A-long. Famous going to avoid that confrontation to assist the push here, but it's not going to happen. It's going to be Famous going down again, but Superman, can he do it here? The 1v3 Superman, he does it! 1v3 Superman making it happen. Famous, it almost slipped through his fingertips, but thanks to Superman, They make it happen once again. This guy is phenomenal under pressure and takes his team now to match point.
Superman is the foundation of Carbon. They are so much weaker without him. He is the reason why they've been so uncontestable for the past few years. That's why they have such strong performances when they're at CFS, at CFGI, when they're invited to these lands. Superman shows up, and he's showing up here today. That's I think the third round. He has saved Carbon from losing strictly to Rose by winning a insane either 1v2 or 1v3 clutch.
And now this is what it all comes down to. 3 chances to end the grand finals here and now and make themselves your national champions of 2018. We'll see if they can do it. Just 1 round needed. But with Supermen playing like that, this could be the end in sight for Rose here. They fought hard to get to this position, but Carbon, once you awake the beast that is Superman, things can get out of control here. Tooney manages to find the first, though. Kai's goes down, but still, the pressure is returned as Rek takes down Solo. And now, the chance to close the match is on the table here. Carbon, just 4 players stand in their way of closing out this national finals with a victory for themselves. Tooney, Ying2, Logic, and Dom, the last 4 standing here. The last hope to make it happen. Logic, though, he's caught behind the AC box. Superman takes him out, and it's going to be a 3-on-4. Carbon closing in slowly but surely on a victory for themselves here today. But it's not over just yet. Rose looking for that last bit of hope to keep the dream alive and take this one step further. Superman hunting for these frags. He has the shot to do it right now. He's just going to continue to put that pressure, but Ying, he comes out alone. What is he going to do here? Finds one. Can he do any more here, though? It's not going to happen. Rek trades it. It's all on Tooney to hold off this solo push onto the B bomb site, though. It's going to be a tough one at that. Michael DRK is going to slide his way in, but it makes an opening on the A bomb site. Tooney, though, catches on. They know that the cross is coming, but Rek, he's already slid by. It's all on Dom to try and stall this push. Tooney finds one, though. Dom finds the other. There's 10 seconds. There's no time to plant. All they have to do is split up. There's no time to plant this bomb, and they're going to send Dom running in to hide on the top of A. There's no chance. There's no time, and they live to fight another day. Rose 2 rounds away from overtime, but Carbon 2 away from a championship.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Carbon's definitely feeling the pressure. However, Rose, that was a nice response, ignoring Michael DRK. That was a great call coming from Ying, saying there's 2 guys towards A. There's no way the bomb is at that solo player on B. They made the right choice, ignoring Michael DRK, doing that full rotation immediately to A. Great pick on by Tooney, picking off, I believe it was either Superman or Famous. And then Dom get that training frag onto Rek, open up the map entirely. Great time playing. That's when playing the time really bit Carbon on the butt, because Michael DRK only had 4 seconds to get both frags or plant the bomb.
And now, with 2 more options to take this one in regulation, we'll see if it can happen here for Carbon. Trying to avoid overtime, and rightfully so. Just 1 more round makes them the national champions here. But Rose, they've got something to say about it. They're going to try and bring out everything they have to try and take this series away from them. But Carbon, they're going to throw the fake here towards A. They're going to send in 1 solo player to try and do something, but it's just not going to happen. Michael DRK goes down. The final push here, though. Carbon trying to storm their way into victory here. Ying2 will fall. It's a 4v4 retake now. Rose looking to try and dethrone Carbon here and take it away from them, but Carbon looking to try and close out this championship. Rek finds one. This could be the beginning of the end here. 4-on-3 situation. Rose trying to go in for the retake, but Superman's in pit. Finds one. Finds the double kill. It's all on Dom here. National qualifiers on the line, but Superman seals the deal in an amazing fashion here. 21-12. Carbon, they will be your champions here today, guys. Superman, the king of port here. 21-12. Helps his team cross the finish line, and Carbon will be the national champions. 3-0, 0 maps lost in the entire qualifier. Huge shout out to these guys for playing excellent all throughout, but an incredible performance on map number 2 there from Superman to put this one to a close. What a match there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Carbon has to be thanking their lucky stars that they've had fought for so long, aka Superman. He's the sole reason they won that map there on port. He did so much work for them 21 and 10. The next best person on Carbon had, I think, 11 or 10 frags. That's half the amount of frags that Superman had. And most of his frags, I want to say about, I think it was a 9, I think I counted, came from clutch situations where he was the only one alive and one out. That is the definition of a clutch player right there.
And that just goes to show you what national champions truly look like here, guys. Carbon, an incredible performance, and they will move on to the Crossfire Stars Global Finals, where they will face the best of the best teams in the world. Joining them already is Penta, who are the European champions. But we're not done just yet, guys, because for the first time ever, we will have a second place showdown. Flipside Tactics, the runners-up from the European qualifier, will be taking on Rose, the runner-up here, as you've just seen. Both of these teams have been given a golden opportunity as a second-place team to make it to the Crossfire Stars main event here if one of them can pull through and win this match. It's a best-of-5 coming up, guys. You won't want to miss it. Rose versus Flipside Tactics, a third CFS spot on the line today. It's definitely going to be an intense one. A very, very strong European powerhouse lineup taking on one of the best up-and-coming rosters here in North America that we've seen in quite some time. I'm excited to see it, guys. We're going to take a quick break, get everybody ready for that match, and we'll be right back with the second place showdown, guys. Flipside Tactics and Rose coming back in just a minute. All right, guys. Excuse me, we are here and ready to go. It is indeed the second place showdown. How you feeling about this one, Thorns?
I'm excited to see how it pans out. You know, we got Flipside, who's been playing relatively strong the last 2 months in CFCL, and I heard they just picked up Scream Jr., aka Favor, who's one of the better aimers over on the EU side. And, you know, we saw Rose, seeing them play pretty well today. They took down Kingzone, and they lost 2 maps in a row to Carbon, but they did take them, I think it was like 7 and 6 rounds apiece. So, I mean, today's looking like it could go either way, honestly. My money's going to be on Flipside, but, you know, got to represent NA. I'm hoping that they take the W.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the teams that Flipside had to face just to be here, it definitely makes you wonder if they have a bit of an advantage. I mean, they took down About Blank, which is Vize's team from the EU. On top of that, they took down Final Gaming, a team that people were saying they may not even beat. But Flipside, they've pulled through with a very strong performance. Unfortunately, it wasn't strong enough to win their region. Penta, just being a powerhouse in Europe, was able to win the qualifiers 3-0. As Carbon did in North America. But now both of these teams, this is an extra bit of fun for them because they are not done just yet. The winner of this will be going to Crossfire Stars still, guys. It's the second place showdown, and Rose, they're going to pick up the first frag of it. Keep in mind, map number 1, we are in the UK servers to start this. We will go UK, NA, UK, NA, and the final map, if we go to a map 5 situation, is 1/2 in each server. So as balanced as we can make it here, guys, to try and give no unfair advantage to either region due to the ping disparity between the two when playing on the other server. So obviously not too much of a hindrance so far, at least. Solo gets the opener here on the UK server map of Ankara. We will be playing all 5 maps here as well, potentially. There's no bans in this series. All 5 maps are on the table as well. This could actually be the longest series in all of the qualifiers because both grand finals ended in a 3-0 with a 1-map advantage. So this could be the first full 5-map series that we see here in Solo. He wants to make it to that grand final here. He starts it off with 2 big frags. Dice, 7, already down and out in this one. And now Flipside, they've got to look to try and pick up the pieces here because Rose, they are ready and swinging here. Solo, that's another frag on the board here. But Blame, guns back, finds 2 of his own, gets traded out. It's Scream, aka Mr. Favor here. Left alone, but Tooney shuts it down. Solo with a 3k entry here. Tooney with the 2 cleanup frags, and it's going to be a very confident start here from Rose, but Solo, great way to open it up.
Yeah, I mean, right there, he just walked straight up mid. He hopped right through the smokes that his team had thrown down to prevent the people in the underpass to see him. Walks up and just takes out 7. The defensive setup that Flipside's running does not work against a player like Solo, who will just push through a smoke and hop across it just to get through the defensive line and just take a pick.
Right now, Flipside looking to answer back. Blame, the only one picking up frags in the first round. Still, a lot of matches left to be played between these two teams. 5 maps in total. And that is going to be a lot to put on the shoulders of your entire team here, because after an entire bracket is played out, both of these teams still have a best of 5 to play. So a lot of pressure after an already full weekend of Crossfire for these two teams. But this is the true test of resilience here. Who can power through and who can take away a big win even after playing the entire weekend so far. It's not over yet. One of these teams still gets to keep the dream alive and work their way all the way to China in December to represent their region alongside the winning team from their region, which will be the first time, I believe, ever that either of these regions has had 2 teams in a grand final. So exciting times for regardless of who wins. But it would be exciting to see North America, obviously. As the North American side of this broadcast, we are hoping that North America can pull it off. And Flipside, I would say, is the favorites here too, so it would be a little bit sweeter even if Rose pulls off what I would consider to be a strong upset here, because Flipside in CFCL is the higher performing team of these two if you compared them side by side in who they've beaten in the past. So Flipside should be the favorite looking at these two teams on paper, but Rose really hasn't had their chance to shine yet as a team. They haven't been together very long, but in this qualifier, they've been playing well so far, and in this match as well. They've got a good start here, but will it be enough to carry them through to a map 1 victory? Starting off, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but Favor gets the triple kill on a top. Logic and Solo looking to try and hold on here. But Logic, he finds the double. Solo finds another. It's down to a 2v1. The 2v4 looking favorable here for Rose, but they are very low on HP, and Blame is already hot on the flank here, working his way through vents. Logic, the first point of contact here from lower A. He's not going to find it, though. It's all on Solo, the 1v1 versus Blame for a big round to keep the momentum on the side of Rose, or flip side, to tie it right back up. Blame, he's led the charge so far for his team, but now more than ever, he needs to try and find this round, but Solo makes the mistake of getting a little bit too eager on that one, and Blame gets the 1v2. Flipside Tactics, they will tie us up right away, and this is one that I'm sure will continue to be close here.
Absolutely. Favor there had a fantastic 3-man spray down. Or really, it was 2-man spray down inside the A hut there over on the A bomb site. That was a great positional lockdown that he had after getting that nice pick through the A main that I don't remember who took down. I think it was Ying too. But then he had that nice spray down, and unfortunately, Solo and Logic could not close it out in that 2v2 situation.
And now we wait to see who can grab round number 3 and put their team on top. Rose, they had the first round, but the tie came immediately here back from Flipside Tactics, thanks to Blame and Favor having a pretty solid round here. Overall, though, there's still loads of time left for either one of these teams to pull ahead here in the series, but Solo continues to be a dominating force here for Rose, finds his 5th frag, taking down 7 and doing a lot of damage as well. Blame very low here in the B Hotel. Dice, though, gets a nice frag there. Dom goes down, 4v4 Logic. Very low on HP here as well, but Solo spots Dice, but does he know there's still a player just lurking in the corner waiting for him? The question is, does he swing wide? He does swing a little bit too wide, and Blame is able to clean this one up, but look at how low both of these players are. 3 HP and 9 HP. Still easy cleanup frags if someone can swoop in. However, it's going to be a stack on the A bomb site as the remaining defenders are all on B, so very good read coming out from Rose. They know they have the opening, and Tooney finds the cross pick through onto the mid-tower position, takes down Favor. It's going to be a 3-on-3 now for the post plant. But right now, Dennis has a lot of pressure on his shoulders because both Blame and Dice are under 10 HP. And this should be a round that they can hold on to here. A nice pop nade comes over the top, but Blame, he finds one, goes down. Dennis, though, he's not able to find it. Ying gets the turnaround triple kill. Ying holds on, and he has stepped up in a major way for his team today and is continuing to make that happen here in the second place showdown. Definitely have to give him credit because after day 1, I wouldn't have told you this guy would be putting up the numbers, but today he's played quite well.
Absolutely. He's been playing, honestly, in par with Solo and Tooney, who've been really the playmakers for. And as I say that, Solo makes another entry pick. That's 3 rounds in a row where he has the first frag on the board. If Solo can continue this dominance that he's performing over these EU players, they're going to have a real tough time because he's been able to get through their defenses and get a pick almost every round. This is the first round he's taken a shot on somebody that he doesn't just walk behind and get a free 1-tap on.
And now if the NA hopefuls here can pull ahead on the UK server side, that's going to give them a lot of comfortability here going into a map 2 if they could win a map to start this one off on the UK servers. Solo, he will go down after getting that initial pick. Blame down on the side of Flipside Tactics here. 7, though, and Dennis not on the board yet. Dom is joining them, though, on that 0-3 scoreline. However, it looks like we are going to see a slow attack here coming over towards the A-bomb site. Favor and Dennis going to be the 2 in position to try and hold this off. Favor, he was able to pick 3 kills on the last A execution. However, Dennis has been pretty silent here so far. Good time for him to step up, but it is going to be a fake here, and the rotation is actually sold. Again, Flipside Tactics, they're gamble stacking the wrong site, and they're going to have 3A, only 1 rotator in the GR spawn, but the bomb is already working its way over towards B. Flipside Tactics making the wrong gambles so far in this matchup, and it could come back to bite them once again. All 4 players now creeping their way onto the B bomb site. There's only 1 player even close to contest this, and it's going to be Dice here playing from the GR spawn on the B side of things. We'll see if he can find somebody on this cross pick, but he has to be the one who puts a stop to this. He does have some rotations coming in for support here as well, but it's not going to matter. The site control is already in the hands of Rose. 26 seconds. They're going to get the bomb down here. It's going to be Ying on the plant, but look at Logic's position. He has a chance to contest Dice here. Finds one. He's going to back off. No trade coming through. The perfect flash coming out from Logic 7. He's completely blinded here. Logic in a great position to stall it out. Finds another one, but he doesn't know that 7 is still in the corner, unfortunately so, but it's not going to matter. Ying comes in for the support, and Dom cleans this one up. And Flipside Tactics having a rough start of this one here on Ankara, a map that Rose was not the most confident on, but you couldn't tell that from seeing how they're performing here.
Yeah, but I mean, when you have Solo and Ying, who's honestly been stepping up a crazy amount right now, but Solo's the one I want to keep talking about because he keeps getting these facts, and he's going to take on duel with Dennis, and it looks like he's taken out by the support from Blame in the mid, by the mid garage.
Nice way to start it off here. Solo not able to entry frag this time around, but Dennis finds himself some frags, but Dom and Ying answer back with 3 kills combined. 7 will manage to get Logic on the lurk here, but it's still going to be a 2-on-2 situation. HP in favor of Flipside Tactics this time around. Dom and Ying looking for the round, 2 capable players, and again we see Flipside Tactics, they're not on the site where the bomb is going, but this time they're going to be wrapping together through a connector and could run in at the perfect moment here. Favor, he is going to spot one player, actually both players now, as Dom goes for the repeat here, and this is looking like a round that Flipside should be able to hold on to. And Favor, he's going to seal the deal there, being very strong close quarters player here so far for Flipside.
Yeah, I mean, right there, Blame and Favor are really the ones that have been stepping up for Flipside. Dice, 7, and Dennis have all been relatively silent. You know, 7 had a nice frag last round on this Logic, and that honestly helped a lot because it made sure that their B side of the map didn't fall and it wasn't a 1v3 situation down in all in Favor's hands.
Right now, it is going to be Flipside looking for the tie here. And they've got to know in the back of their minds, this is the map they need to win. When you have that server advantage, it's not really something you can afford to let slip away from you. A UK map going into the hands of Rose is going to give them a huge boost of momentum to potentially take a 2-0 lead to start off the series. Here we have it though, Flipside looking to tie things up before things get too far out of control. Rose, though, we'll see what they have in store for us here. It's going to be some slow play over towards A. We've got 3 players grouped up here. Ying going to be rotating through towards mid to potentially pick up the bomb here. Has to be careful, though. There's 2 players pinching this mid position. Blame not eager enough to swing out just yet, but Ying wants to throw a little bit of pre-fire there into the double stack. Unfortunately, though, Solo makes the mistake of peeking A connector, and Favor takes one down from Vents. That's going to be a nice start here as Dennis and Favor grab the opening frags. Logic catches Dice but can't secure the frag. And now we are going to see a potential rotation here from these remaining 3 players on Rose, who just don't seem sure where they want to go here. They're sort of roaming around. Logic all the way pushed up towards B, while the rest of his team is sitting back here in spawn. Logic, though, knows that B is fairly exposed, so he calls for the rotation from his team, but look at Flipside Tactics. They are pushing out, clearing long A, and wrapping towards B, so they're going to have a pretty good amount of information as to where this bomb will be going before it even gets planted here. Logic does spot 7. He's going to get one before going down, traded out by Dennis, so it's up to Ying 2 and Tooney to try and make this happen. Unfortunately, Tooney is only on 22 HP, though, and it's not looking like a very likely round to go their way unless one of these guys can pop off here for Rose. Dice, though, already flanking quickly behind him. He has the support of 3 players as well, and it's just not going to happen here for Rose. Flipside Tactics, though, doing a good job of clawing back early here, and right now we're all tied up again.
Yeah, it looks like that found the answer for Solo, and that's stacking one person sort of mid, one underpass, one AC, and that allowing him to lurk around the map. And that's what they did last round, and they caught him off guard in a 3-way pinch, and that prevented him from being able to open up the map for Rose. Hopefully Rose can adjust and find some way to break through the defenses of Flipside to keep getting those early round picks, which have been so vital in the 3 rounds that they have won.
Definitely some vital picks going their way. Favor and Blame, though, leading the charge on that front. Dennis stepping up in the last round to grab a nice opener as well. We'll see if they can continue that forward, though, because the UK server side should be one that favors Flipside pretty heavily here, but right now it's definitely not been any heavy favor in their name because it's been Solo and Ying getting the nice early picks. Here we have it though, Logic has stepped up as well. He's sitting at 5 and 5. Solo though, again with the early pick, takes down Favor. Logic though runs into trouble but gets the flick onto Dennis. Nice shot there from Logic, takes him down. And it's going to be a pretty favorable round now for Rose. 7 down very low. He's taken out by Logic, who picks up his second of the round. Now it's just up to Dice and Flame to try and recover this one for Flipside Tactics. Not looking too hot though, as it is going to be Blame going down. Dice left to grab everybody and has to ace clutch this one in order to make it happen. Dice catches his second though, but it's not going to be without the punish there from Ying, who is still fragging hard for his team. But honestly, across the board, they're looking pretty solid again on the side of Rose. But unsurprisingly, still Dom has sat around the bottom of the scoreboard for his team today. But to be fair, on this map, he hasn't really had to step up majorly just yet.
Absolutely agree with you there. Dom has not had to step up yet, though it would be nice to see him pop off. Unfortunately, now he's down once again, making the scoreline 3 and 7. And Blame with a nice double kill, 7. Blame with a triple kill on the Solo. 1v5 Fortuny. Can he do it? There's 3 men pushing him. He gets the shot. He misses. He takes down Blame. It's a 1v3. He's stuck, and Dennis finishes off Tooney with a nice Colt kill.
Beautiful performance in mid there from the entirety of Flipside. Really, they collapsed into Blame. He has definitely been leading this push over and over again, and it's going to pay off here. Flipside Tactics, they tie us up as we go to the final round of half number 1 here. They're definitely looking pretty confident here, but it's not over by any means. Still neck and neck, 4-4, even in the last round of our first half here. Anybody's match for the taking. But right now, Flipside, they're looking to close out this first half in the UK servers with still a win under their belt at the half. But right now, we'll see if Rose has the response. Solo, he's gotten an entry frag almost every round here, but right now, he's going to be looking for one once again, this time playing for some information here over towards A connector. Not going to find anything just yet, though. Not any mid-control really present here from Flipside Tactics. Playing this one fairly passive and trying to put the pressure onto Rose, who has actually lost a lot of HP from Ying there, down very low. And look at Favor here, ripping his way into 3 kills on A top. Beautifully done. And Solo will go down to Dennis as well. Favor and Dennis, perfect hold there to close out the half and take the first lead of the game here for Flipside Tactics.
Yeah, Favor just has some insane aim there, holding on to that A-top position. He was flashed and still got a double kill. And then from there, he was able to translate to a 3rd kill while Dennis just cleaned up the rest of Rose. However, with a ping disadvantage, going 4-5 on Rose's side isn't that bad, especially considering the fact that earlier today and yesterday, the Blacklist side wasn't necessarily the strongest side for Rose. Their stronger side was their global risk. They're a defensive team. They're not as good on their Blacklist pushes as they are on their defensive holds.
Definitely not, but now this is Rose's chance to have a solid defense here. Still a very close game, but Flipside Tactics surely wanting to take away the UK server-sided map number 1, and that may be the story of all of these maps here. Both teams just wanting to dominate on their server, but Rose, this is a chance for them to pull the upset on the UK servers here. They're still within reach of this match. They just have to have a very strong showing here on their global risk half. Flipside Tactics, though, they are going to be leading this one 5-4. But Tooney is going to find a nice opening frag here. Blame going to try and shove his way into spawn. Actually gets the trade there onto Tooney. And now Dom left in a troublesome situation as he's taken down on the backside of B as well. Solo and Ying, though, they swing in aggressive as ever, finding a double kill there as Solo finally goes down. It's up to Dennis in a 1v3. 2 more players standing in his way. Ying, though, very low on HP, but the bomb is down, and that's a huge advantage for him to work with in this situation. And Logic in a perfect flank position. He just has to move quickly here before Ying goes down. Right now, though, he's going to try and creep around and find Dennis. He's going to find Dennis in this position. Logic, a nice pinch there to take him down, and it's going to be tied up once again. Neck and neck, round for round. Still no clear-cut front runner just yet, but that's definitely the kind of match we wanted to see here. Just back and forth, and everyone seems to be playing fairly well as there's really no bottom fraggers, I would say. I mean, obviously, 7 and Tooney haven't been, or 7 and Dom haven't been amazing so far, but they're still keeping up with the pack, just going down a little bit early.
Definitely agree with you there. Actually, if you look at both rosters, most of them are even all the way down. The 3 main fraggers from both teams are typically at 9 or higher, and then the secondary fraggers are, 5 and 3 or 4 and 3. And that's really evident that these teams are pretty well matched, and that's a little bit surprising, especially considering we're starting on the UK server, where NA always has a more noticeable server ping disadvantage. However, that doesn't take away from the fact that Flipside is still performing extremely well.
Especially Blame here, 12-7. Top fragger of the entire lobby. Tooney, though, this time around still gets the opening frag. This time it's on to Dennis. 7. He will be there to trade it out, but Solo, he's already found himself one as well. Dice goes down. It's going to be a 4-on-3. Rose in a good position here to potentially take another round here, but Solo is going to try and contest this B bomb site plant. And this is where Rose could run into trouble. It's a nice 3-man setup here in the GR spawn from Flipside to try and hold on to this post-plant position. And Rose, they have to try and dig their way back in. Dom and Yingo, they're making their way back into the spawn. They find 2. It's just going to be on Blame here. Can he do it once again for his team? Finds 2 kills. Can he find the 3rd? It's on Solo. He's going to try and throw a nade across the board, but Blame, he's played the time so perfectly here, but he peaks just a hair too soon. And Solo comes up big to keep his team in the lead here. 6-5. Very close game, but now Rose may have just found their momentum as they pick up a second straight round here.
Yeah, I understand why Blame did this swing. He's feeling hot. He feels he can take the shot versus 1v1 in solo. However, he only had 5 seconds left, or 7 seconds on the clock. He only needed to stall for 3 more seconds, then swing. There's no way Solo could get to the bomb and defuse without him hearing it. I think maybe the grenade faked him out. He thought maybe, oh, he's throwing a grenade and going for the defuse. But at the end of the day, that was a little bit of a misplay that, you know, potentially could have cost him the game, because that one round is... Well, these games, this whole series has been back and forth, round for round.
This time 7 will be the one grabbing that opening pick here, but Flipside, they're not done just yet. They're going to try and shove their way all the way under to B. Right now it's working out quite well. Solo and Logic already taken out of the picture here. Rose forced to rotate in a 3-on-5. And this is where things get very tough for them. It's looking like Flipside may have a round of their own here to work with, and Blame, he shoves his way into the spawn, but he's punished for it. Dom somehow managing to save Tooney's life there, and this could be what they need to get this retake started. We do have Favor very low, but it's not going to matter. 7 pushes up the B bridge, finds 2 kills, and now he knows Dom's there as well. Looking for the 3rd kill, grabs it with the last bullet in his gun, and 7, he's come to life here as well. That's what you had to be scared of. Everyone firing across the board here on Flipside. 7 stepping it up, going from 3-7 to 5-8 in the past 2 rounds, and making a good impact.
Yeah, Flipside's definitely found their footing now that they've lost these previous 2 rounds, or they've gone 2-1 now going into this second half on Ankara. They definitely seem to have found their footing. They seem to be very good at moving these 5-man or 4-man blockades. They don't seem to want to split very much. They want to stay as a big, huge, centralized group, which has worked out for them once so far, but has also failed them 2 times to start off this half. Let's see how they can adapt and see if they're going to continue doing these 5-man or 4-man block pushes.
We'll see how they approach it here, but right now, both teams definitely wanting to start on the right foot in this best of 5 here, but Solo, it's been all about him on these early round picks. Almost every time you see the first kill pop up on the board here in this match so far, it's been Solo doing something or Blame doing something, and they just seem to go back and forth here. But this time around, Rose gets the best of the early round situation, taking out Blame and 7. 2 of the hot players right now on the Flipside roster taken down and out early. It's up to Dice, Dennis, and Favor here to try and find a way back into it for the Flipside roster. See if they can do it. A site is open though. However, the rotations are already coming in, and Tooney, he's playing for the plant here, so he may have a chance to stall this one off. He spots the head of Dennis as well. They have all the information they need, and Dom already works his way and flanks against Favor, so things are looking pretty solid here. 5-on-2 situations. Dice and Dennis need to do something insane here to try and hold on, but Tooney, he's already working his way into the bomb site, finds himself a frag there. Logic will clean things up. Just like that, Rose, they're back on top once again, but the question now is for how long, because every time they've got a round lead, Flipside, they have been right there with an answer.
Yeah, I mean, Rose has been playing absolutely phenomenally thus far in this match. We did not expect them to come out, especially in Ankara. This is what they even dubbed themselves as their worst map. And they've been playing extremely well here against Flipside, who historically have been a pretty strong team across all maps. They really don't have any map, at least that I'm aware of, that particular weak map.
Right now, Flipside doing sort of what we expected, firing back to try and tie it up already. And it's looking like they may be able to do just that. Solo and Toonie down and out. Dom has to try and back off here and play for the retake. He loses a lot of HP, though, in play, but it's going to be Logic and Ying both caught here by Dennis. And it's going to be Dom all alone. Nothing he can really do here. 14 HP. Nothing short of a miracle needed to make that happen. Dennis finds his third. All tied up once again, though. 7-7 still. Anyone's map for the taking, and we have only 4 rounds left in regulation.
Yeah, this map right now has been going back and forth, and right now I think the breaking point for Rose will be if they can't get Dom to really start popping off. He's still only 6 frags in, and as I said, Toonie gets the biggest pick that you can get to start off a map, especially against Flipside right now, with how hot Blame is, getting that nice snipe onto Blame, taking him down, and it looks like we're about to see an A execution coming out from Flipside as 3 people will walk through the A vents.
The benefit here is that there's 3 players from Rose already waiting in position for this, so they should be able to hold on here if they just play for the trade game. Right now, it is going to be even trading, so they do stay on top due to their numbers advantage on this site. But Dennis, we've seen him do some work in the past couple rounds. Definitely a player you still have to look out for. Bomb in his hands as well. Nice advantage there. But there is a pinch coming through here. Solo on the flank. But Dennis, does he want to take this fight? It looks like he wants to take the fight here. Solo, though, he's ready for it. Gets the headshot. Uses the pull to evade the extra damage coming in from Dennis. That might have been a headshot if he didn't have that protection there. But Solo, he's been playing so smart in this matchup and will keep his team on top.
That was a great hold coming out from, I believe it was Ethereal Toonie Ying, as Logic was able to push back from the global respawn and hold that upper angle. Solo with a nice flank there. Great way to close off that round, especially after Toonie got that nice pick to start off against on Blame. And this round, Logic picks up 7 and is merely traded out by Blame at the A-long push. It looks like they have 3 guys stacked towards A-long. Looks like they're going to start falling off to start playing this map a lot slower.
Right now, though, Rose, they're 2 rounds away from closing the first map here on the UK servers. Would be quite the way to get this series started here, but it's not over yet. Flipside Tactics looking to tie once again, but it is going to be an even number situation. HP in favor of Rose, as Blame is already down on half HP, but Blame can't disregard him no matter how much health this man has. He seems to find a couple frags before he goes down almost every time, but Solo, again being an impact player for his team, finds himself a frag here. He's going to go for the wide peak. Almost able to secure a frag, but not quite. It's going to be Favor who finds another here, so this is a winnable round, but Dom still finds the frag onto Dice. Blame almost runs into trouble as well. Dom and Toonie, the dynamic duo, looking for some action here over towards mid, but the bomb works its way into A, and they will have a chance to lock this down. Toonie going to go ahead and pick up the AK here as well, swaps that arm out, and it's going to be all about the retake here. Blame, though, very deadly player in these post-plant situations, so Dom and Toonie, they have to be incredibly accurate here with their shots to keep up with these 2 guys from Flipside Tactics. A tough situation to be in because both of these players, Blame and Favor, are playing so patient here. They know what's at stake, and they have to be cautious in their approach. Dom spots Blame here under the stairs, but it's not going to matter. It's going to be a shutdown here. Blame finds the double kill, and he's already on a 20 bomb here, 8-8.
Oh man, this is just so close, neck and neck. Unfortunately, Dom was not able to come alive there and get that nice 2K onto Favor and Blame, who are both relatively half HP. Unfortunately, they just had the stronger defense, and there was no way for Dom to really break through. He missed his shots and just wasn't able to do anything.
Definitely a tough match for both of these teams to close out. Blame leading the charge by a large margin now for his team, 20-11. The closest fragger to him, Dennis, on 13-11. However, Rose still with an opportunity to close this one out. However, it has been a struggle for them to finalize this first map of victory. Both teams just neck and neck all the way through. Overtime, definitely a possibility here on the table in map number 1. Would not surprise me in the slightest to see this one go that way, considering it's just been one after another, round for round here. And now it is going to be Blame who gets the opener. Go figure, Blame continuing to make the large impact, but it's an even bigger one because Solo going down very early on in a round is nothing but a good time here because Rose has definitely been reliant on him to help them find these early round openings that have led to their success, and without him getting a single frag before going down, Flipside sees the opportunity now to take this to a 9th round. Flipside going to be collapsing here over towards the A bomb site. Logic, the only one really close by to make an impact here with Tooney. Logic gets caught with his back turn. An unfortunate time to get caught turning around, but Ying and Tooney are going to try and make an impact here, but it's not going to matter. Ying and Logic go down. Tooney goes down as well. Favor doing a nice job of exploding out mid and finding some key frags, and it leaves Dom alone in a 1v4. A very tough scenario here. Not one he will be very likely to win. Unfortunately, this means they will be about to fall here in map number 1. It's going to be a tie or die situation now. Favor picks up 3 frags on the round to close it out with that kill on to Dom. 9-8 here. Flipside Tactics, 1 away from victory, but Rose, if they can continue the 1-1s we've seen, we may be going to OT.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it's do or die for Rose. Can they force an overtime, or are they going to fall to the old powerhouse of Europe, Flipside Tactics? I mean, this is really the determination for them. This is, if Rose wants to take an upset in this EU versus NA qualifier, they have to take this first map, because this is the only real shot they have before Flipside will warm up and be on understanding of how Rose is going to play moving forward.
Now we'll see what exactly they have in store for us on Rose to try and prevent map 1 from going the way of Flipside Tactics. Dice, though, gets the opener solo, the first one down again. Not the way you wanted to start the last 2 rounds. So Rose, the rest of the team, will need to rise to the occasion here if they want to make this map go into overtime and have a chance at taking it away from Flipside. Ying goes for the wide peak. Dennis, though, up close and personal, doesn't seem to have a chance, though, as Ying will flick him down and out of the picture. Flipside losing a ton of HP here too. Look at these players losing HP, but Ying, he finds a second here, but he's not done. He's looking for the kill on to Blame. Logic finds Dice. 7 takes down 1, but it's going to be a 3-on-2. Blame and 7 finding to close this map out for Flipside Tactics, but Rose doing everything in their power to make this one go straight into overtime. Blame down to 37 HP. Huge advantage over to Rose now, and they have full control of this map aside from B Hotel being the one position they don't have a presence towards, but that is exactly where Blame is going to take this bomb. He knows that the opening is there, and he's going to force this one to be a fight on the B side, but Logic, he's already rotated underpass, has a chance to shut down Blame, misses the shots though, it's not going to happen. Blame repeaks, finds the kill, and it's down to a 2v2. 7 and Blame looking for the map for their team. Some trouble brewing, but 7, he's already found Tooney on the back of B. It's going to be all on Ying here. Overtime or bust. Blame and 7 looking to clutch this one out. They've made it a 2-on-1 for themselves, but there's only 15 seconds. Ying has to know that the cross is coming, but has to reload his gun first. An unfortunate situation. He spots one of the players here on the top of staircase, and now it's all about how he wants to approach the retake here. Has 2 players in his way. 7 and Blame. Will Blame go for the peek here? Both players swing out at the same time, peeking in unison, and Flipside, they still close it in regulation.
Wow, that was a great comeback from Flipside there. They were down. They won 3 rounds there in a row because it was 7-8 in favor of Rose, and Rose unfortunately had solo fall as the first player down 3 rounds in a row, and that just clinched the victory there for Flipside. They had no answer for Flipside other than having solo go get those early round picks. Definitely
A very close first map, though. The UK server side map from Flipside Tactics will go 10-8 in their favor. But if that's any indication of the overall series playing out here, the NA server side could prove to be a strong showing for Rose now as we go into map number 2. What are your thoughts here, though? I mean, we saw a strong performance from both teams, but given the UK server side advantage, I'd almost say that I think Rose has a pretty good chance of taking map number 2 here.
Oh, I definitely agree with you there with how close things were. I think Rose does have a really strong chance to take map number 2 here. What is map number 2? Just out of curiosity, I did not get to see the
map number 2 will be Black Widow.
Black Widow. I don't know about that one actually, mainly due to the fact that we haven't seen Rose play on Black Widow quite yet. I don't know how they're going to play. I would assume if they maintain their normal level of play, we should see Rose take this 10-6, 10-5. But I'm never going to count out Flipside because, like we just saw, they won 3 rounds in a row when they were in a round deficit. And that kind of comeback is not easy to do on the fly.
Definitely not easy at all, but Flipside Tactics, they've pulled it off here. They have the series lead 1-0 as we go into our first North American map in this series. It will be Flipside Tactics on top, but definitely Rose with a chance to fight back here on the NA servers now. Black Widow, they are going to be starting on the global risk side, so we'll see if that plays to their advantage or disadvantage here, because Flipside, I know they're a team that does prefer to be on the attack here on this blacklist side here for Black Widow, so we'll see if that plays to their advantage. I'm pretty excited to see this one go down, though, because I ultimately think this match will determine how the series plays out. I would be very surprised to see Flipside not win 3-0 if they take this map, because the one thing that you've got to remember here, guys, is if Flipside wins, we're going back to the UK map regardless for map number 3. So this is really a chance for Rose to show that they're still in the fight and they want to push this series even further. And if they can't do it here, it's going to be even harder to do that in the UK servers for map 3.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Here, if Flipside takes this map, it's almost over for Rose, because then they have to take the next UK map and the next NA map, and then the split map on half UK, half NA.
And that's ultimately the situation I think both teams probably want to avoid. Going to that split map is just a situation where you don't really want to be in, and honestly, this is still a good position for Rose if you think about it. They were close on one UK map. If they can come out with a strong win on this map, then win the next UK map, they could finish with a 3-1 on a North American map. So they still have an advantage here if they can win this map and prove themselves on the next UK map to push it even further. And considering Ankara, I would say, is one of their weaker maps out of the current pool, it's still a winnable situation for Rose to come back into this one, especially with how close they were on the UK server-sided map. They didn't really let it affect them, especially the performance from Ying today. I mean, that's been the biggest improvement, I'd say, from any individual from day 1 to day 2 that we saw.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I put Logic up there right where with him, because Logic's been making some huge plays for Rose, both against Carbon and here against Flipside today. I will say that first King Zone, both Ying and Logic were both lackluster until map number 3 on sub base. But the real one that's been the most, I think the biggest detractor from day 1 to day 2 has been Dom, because he has been absolutely, honestly, he hasn't really put up any serious showing today of any real huge plays besides, like, I think he had like 1 3K or maybe 2 3Ks today, and that's about it.
This time around, though, Flipside, they're not messing around. They get the opening frag already. Dom goes down, and they're going to be putting a lot of pressure here over towards the B connector in mid. Looks like we may see a push coming through over towards Catwalk. This is where Rose needs to be careful. They've already lost a player, but Logic, he wants to do something a little bit aggressive here. He's already pushed up for A-long control, and now he's working his way all the way around. But it's going to be a little bit too slow of a flank because Flipside, they're already pushing up Catwalk, and Tooney has no support due to Logic's position. So Logic, he has to make work of this flank, and he has to make work of it very quickly. And he's already going to run into trouble. Finds the opening frag here. He knows he has to make up for his mistake on that forward push. He needs more than 1 frag here. Has the support of Ying, though, who picks up the double kill. But Dennis takes down Solo, and it's all on Ying in the 1v2. Has to do something big here to try and grab this round away. Needs the quad kill opener to get this half started for his team. Both players going to be close by. He spots the head of Dice there, just on the edge of ramp. He knows both players are there now, too. Can he catch them, though? Dennis, very low behind the ramp box. He has to reload, though, and there's only 10 seconds. No time to make this happen, and the bomb is perfectly planted for Flipside's position. He has to just try and stick the defuse, but he has no time to make it happen here. The bomb goes off, but Dice gets the frag anyways. And just like that, a very close round, but unfortunately for Rose, they let it slip again just due to some positioning errors.
Yeah, right there, Rose is really showing their lack of experience as a full roster there. Logic's positioning was not the greatest for being able to help Tooney on the defense, especially once he said, oh, hey, they're coming up cat, they're coming up cat. He was able to all of it rotate back to the solo box on a ramp, but Logic was nowhere to be seen. He was already trying to flank all the way through Snake.
And unfortunately, That will lead to a 1-0 deficit here for Rose. NA servers not starting off on the right foot for them. And Flipside Tactics, they're already up 1-0. If they can take this map on the NA servers, they're going to be feeling very confident in their abilities to try and close this series. Rose, though, we'll see what they have the fire back with. Solo gets the opening frag here. He's not done yet, but he's going to be challenged and taken down by Dennis. Tooney gets one from the B window, but Ying goes down. Tooney, though, finds another one here. Can he get the triple kill? He's going to have some support rolling in here, just stalling for the rotation here from Logic and Dom. We'll see if he can hold on, but Tooney, he's still going to be toying with them here from the back of B window. 2-on-3 situation. Rose, though, they have the player advantage, and the bomb still is yet to be planted, so we'll see what they decide to do here. Logic trying to collapse in here, but will he know 7 is still lurking in the back of water, waiting to see if a mistake is made. Dom, though, going to run into some trouble here, but Logic, he gets the trade, and it's going to be a 2v1 dice, just playing under the B window here. Logic coming in for the support here, but Tooney has to wide peek him and takes him out. And that is going to be a big round from Tooney here. 3 kills for him, and he helps bring his team to a tie here, 1-1. And it looks like we may be off to the races for another round-by-round trading match.
Yeah, and that's probably the best situation that can happen for Flipside, because if they can keep trading rounds for round, Black Widow is one of those maps that does favor the Blacklist side. It's not a super heavy one. You're not going to see a 6-3, 7-2 scoreline all that often, but it normally does go 5-4 in favor of the Blacklist.
Right now, Rose, they're already down a player early once again. Last time around, though, they didn't let that hinder them too much. However, this time, Flipside has much better control over the B-bomb site. Logic, again, on the flank. He does have some support as well, but 7, again, playing the backwater position. He gives away with the misstep, too, but Logic knows there's got to be someone else here, and Solo and Logic do a great job of cleaning out these players on the back of sight. Dom finds one from the windows as well. Dennis, he's going to be stuck in the top of the box room, and it's already down to a 3v1 dice. The last player alive here. Can he get the 1v3 clutch? All he has to do is stop the diffuser now. Will they be able to get it in time? It is going to be the round just in the nick of time. They make it happen. Solo there for the support as Dom pulls off with the defuse. And just like that, Rose swings into the lead.
Now let's see if they can hold it. Unlike back on Ankara, where they were able to get the lead numerous times but never could pull far enough away to have any sort of significant lead.
Logic, though, already taking heavy damage. Great way to start the round here for Flipside, putting some heavy damage onto Logic, who's decided to use the this time around. We'll see if that makes any difference in his performance here. He's been hybriding here and there, but not too consistently throughout this matchup. And in the past matches, he had it a couple times as well, but he actually makes the decision to quickly go for an AK swap. I definitely like that call from him. Now it is going to be Flipside Tactics again, trying to force B for the 3rd round in a row. They want to show that they can control this bomb site, but right now, the shutdown has been real on this B bomb site. Even if they have to take a full retake, Rose has been able to do it, but not this time around. Tooney and Ying, the last 2 alive here, but it's not going to matter. A complete slaughter goes through, and Tooney is left alone in a 1v5. Not a likely round to come out on top of. He's going to be taken down by Dennis. Finally, they get the clean execution they've been hoping for here over towards the B-bomb site, and Flipside, they're going to tie us right back.
It makes me wonder if Rose is going to adjust and notice that this B aggression is consistently coming out and just take that mid-ramp aggression, take control of it to try to affect that bridge cross. And it looks like Solo's tried there and just got tagged up doing it, but Tooney was able to answer back quickly onto Dennis and get that nice opening frag.
Definitely a nice start there for Rose. And the trading of rounds seems to be in continuation here, because nobody throughout this match so far has had anywhere close to a confident lead on the score spread. 10-8 was the result, if you guys missed it, for map number 1 Flipside. They did win on the UK server 10-8. North America now looking at Rose as the hopefuls here on their server side. And we'll see if they can make it a reality. But right now, Rose, they've definitely had some struggles on their late round defenses, especially on these aggressive executions from Flipside. This time, Dom and Logic will be put to the test in this catwalk position. Here comes firepower, though, from Flipside. 7 finds both entries. And this is looking a bit difficult now, unless Solo can hold on. Solo gets the double kill, holds on for dear life, And now it's up to Tooney and Ying to try and answer back. Dice, though, here's the misclick from the gun. Blame there for the support as well. Takes both remaining players down. And flip side, they find a way to take the lead right back.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great play coming out from Blame there. He flanked all the way around from B. He trusted his teammates to win a 3v5 over towards the A bomb site, and they did. They were able to take Catwalk, and they got in, and they completely punished the Catwalk defenses of Ethereal and Logic there by going 2-0 without a single trade going their way.
And now Rose looks to bring us to a tie once again. We'll see if they can make that happen. Unfortunately for Rose, though, they definitely have some major struggles in their defense. Most notably, though, Dom has not been able to entry frag very effectively here so far on Black Widow, sitting at 1-4, matched only by Favor on the side of Flipside, but the rest of his team all have 5 frags, so Favor, he hasn't necessarily needed to step up just yet for his team. The rest of these guys, though, have stepped up on Flipside tactics and made sure they've stayed in the lead here, at least just by a round for now. So far, though, the pace definitely slowed down here. Flipside just trying to sneak their way onto this A bomb site. Logic, though, again, to be potentially the first point of contact here for Flipside. They don't seem too scared, though, to go for this attack because they do have a split coming from A long as well. And so far, the A holds have not been the best from Rose. Dom and Logic, the 2 players on side here. And again, Dom will go down without a fight. Logic gets pinched, and he's already taken out by Blame. Things not looking too good as Rose loses Tooney from the A window, and it's all up to Ying and Solo. They've been 2 of the power fraggers for their team throughout the day so far, but a 2v5 against Flipside tactics, and not something that you can do very easily. Ying does manage to find one on the catwalk, but Favor, he's not able to trade it either. Still looking for some sort of impact frag here. He's going to be able to finally secure it, and Solo, he should go down here as well. No health to work with from the A windows. Blame finishes him off, and it's going to be Flipside finally extending to a 2-round lead.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's really looking rough for Rose. They really can't get too much going for them. If they can just grab another round or 2, they might be able to pull it back on their Blacklist side, but Flipside is looking in great form today, even though Scream, aka Favor, who's apparently one of the top aimers in EU, is not having the best match today. He has not had too many great frags, other than a couple. He had like 2 great holds on A over on Ankara, but that's about all he's really put forth in terms of impact frags today.
Definitely a tough match for Rose right now. Losing on the NA servers is not the way they want to go down, but it is a Blacklist-sided map generally, so it's not to say they couldn't bring this back on a Blacklist side of their own, but they're already down 4-2, potentially 5-2 as Blame continues to be a very strong performer here for the side of Flipside Tactics. He had 22 frags on the first map, and he already has 9 here in the first half on map number 2. Definitely being the key impact for Flipside's success so far. However, the rest of Flipside has stepped up alongside him here to try and make this second map theirs. But Tooney, he's already going to stick the defuse. 7 has no time anyways to stop that defuse, and Solo holds him off anyways. A great 2v3 retake coming in from Tooney and Solo to keep this one close.
I don't know if you caught that right there, but Dice actually was watching the drop down from the window, and he completely whiffed onto Tooney, who just did an insane 90-degree flick and just no-scoped Dice. And that's kind of what threw the round there for Flipside, and if you're Dice, you've got to be kicking yourself for making that kind of mistake.
And this time around, we do see Favor getting the opening pick, though. Solo going down early, not something you like to see if you're Rose. You know he's one of your vital entries, so Flipside, they're going to go ahead and challenge up Catwalk once again. They know there's been some struggles from these A-side players. This time, it is up to Dom to try and save the day here, and once again, it's just not going to go his way. 5-on-2, Logic and Ying. This time, the 2 looking for some hope, but it's not going to be too likely as Logic goes down without a single frag. Dennis, though, is there to find the final frag. 5-3, Flipside Tactics able to get a 6-3 half potentially here if they play their cards right. And on the NA servers, it's definitely a little bit of a scary start if you are Rose.
Absolutely, and it's kind of been the story that she's been writing along the way for this match here on Black Widow. Rose, other than this round, really hasn't been able to get too many key opening round frags, and they've actually lost 3 rounds. going down with 5 people still alive on flip side.
Now it's already down to a 1v4 for 7. Not around, he should be able to win, but 7, he's a player who knows not only qualifiers, but international games quite well. But it's not enough to help him here in this 1v4 clutch. He'll go down to solo. A 5-4 half, a respectably close one considering it is a blacklist-sided map. So with that NA advantage, Rose should, in theory, still be able to bring this one back. It's just a matter if Flipside will have the right answers to continue to remain on top. Right now, though, the pace very aggressive here for Flipside to start off their A-long push here. They have tons of information to work with. They've got to know pretty soon that it is going to be a B execution. Favor, though, he's all alone here. They've only got one player supporting him from the mid double doors, but now they are going to go ahead and rotate in off of the positioning of their teammates getting control on A-long. They know the B execution is coming, and 7 and Favor have to try and hold this one off. So far, though, it's going to be a 1-for-1. 7, though, grabs the double kill. And this is where things start to get a little bit scary. He gets the triple kill. Finally goes down to Solo, but what a great hold there from 7. But Solo, he's popping right back, finds a double kill of his own, and it's going to be a 2v2. Blame and Dennis versus Toonie and Solo for the round. Definitely a tough 2v2 for Rose to go up against, but Solo, he has been on point today. Here's Dennis on the misstep, but Dennis fires at his head anyways and takes him out. Toonie now left at a 1v2. He does have the bomb in hand, though, so he can rotate over towards A if he'd like to, but Flipside, they've already rotated A for him. He has a wide open B bomb site here, and this is a great opportunity for Toonie to try and sneak this plant. Flipside, though, they may not have done their homework on this one. They don't know exactly where Toonie's going to be coming from, but the stack in A window, a bit risky. They decide to push out and grab more information, but they should realize quite quickly that Toonie is going to be B, but he's actually going to try and go behind them. Toonie going full risk here. He actually hears the missteps on A. He's going to wait to see if they maybe even rotate off here. This could actually be a great play from Toonie if he catches them rotating all the way off. But they're actually going to go back towards A. Flipside, they're in such a difficult position. Toonie playing so patiently, though, knows he doesn't want to make any missteps, but he could catch them both under the catwalk. He's going to look in this position right on time. He's going to catch Dennis here. He's able to get the shot. It's all on Blame. The 1v1. He has to know that both players are nearby each other. He's going to hear Blame make the misstep below him. He's going to try and check, but he misses the jump check on Window. He catches Blame. It's down to the 1v1. Toonie and Blame for an important round for both teams here. A nice pop flash comes out, but Toonie hits the headshot and takes it in a 1v2 to bring us right back to where we started here, all tied up.
That was a crazy play coming out from Toonie. The amount of patience that he had there was mind-boggling. That's honestly equivalent to like some of the patience you see from tier 1 teams like SV, like Carbon, like Penta. And seeing that come out from Toonie is insane, considering that his teammate went down almost a full minute prior to that clutch finishing off.
Right now, though, Dom taking a ton of damage in mid. He's going to run into a lot of trouble here, already down to 2 HP, as Flipside get the best of him early on. However, Ying actually gets the opening pick. 7 goes down. That's going to be a nice answer to losing a lot of HP on Dom, but Dennis, he's going to take down both Solo and Dom and keep things in favor of Flipside tactics for the moment being. But big implication to the future of this round is the bomb is knocked out of their hands on Catwalk, and Dennis has full control of it here. However, no support, so we are going to see Rose attempt to retake this bomb. However, Dennis, he makes a misstep there. They know exactly where he is. He's going to try and flash it and just back off here, knowing that he'd rather stay alive than force a bad fight dying to the bomb. So they will have control of this bomb. However, Blame already finds the pick onto Ying, leaving this one in a 4v2. The flashes come out. It's going to be a full execution onto the bomb's position now, and Blame and Dennis do a nice job of cleaning this one up and keeping Flipside tactics in front of this one 6-5.
Yeah, and here we see Dennis really starting to pop off, and he just came back to the game not too long ago. I think it was about back in, August. He came back to the game after quite a long break. And he's been just making some serious noise since he came back to Flipside.
Definitely has been a very strong player to add back into this roster. However, I was told Favor was going to be quote-unquote the best aimer in Europe, but right now he is the one struggling the most on this Flipside Tactics roster. Tooney is going to get the nice punish there onto Dennis, but Favor, the caster's curse has stricken just as I call him out. He picks up the double kill, starts to come to life here, and keeps his team in a solid 4v2 situation. Logic and Ying looking for some hope here to try and keep the dream alive in this round, but right now Logic and Ying, they're going to be nowhere near a position to execute onto either side just yet. Just sitting back here towards the blacklist spawn, looking for some sort of entry point to try and bring this one in. Flipside Tactics, though, in full control of this match so far. They won the first map 10-8, and they're on track to potentially take a 2-0 lead in this series, which would make it incredibly hard here for Rose to have a chance at making it all the way back into a best-of-5 victory. However, this map is still not out of their hands just yet. Logic and Ying could potentially tie us up here and bring it to a victory at some way through for Rose. We'll see if they can make it happen, though. Logic and Ying going to be pushing here towards A. The bomb site, though, completely open, so they've read the situation well. Now it's just a matter of if they can set up to get some efficient fragging on the post plant here. They will be going up against 4 deadly aimers, though. Some of Europe's finest here, trying to hold on and keep themselves in the lead here. Not only doing it to get them to CFS, but doing it to prove who's the greater of the 2 runner-ups, Europe or North America. Not only is this a spot in CFS, but it's really proving some of the strength of each region here as well, which is always fun to see, and a little bit of a grudge match to see which region may be stronger at the time. But right now, Europe proving to get the best of the situation so far, as we do see Favor pick up a 3rd frag on the round. Ying goes down to 7, and just like that, it's going to be Flipside Tactics picking up another round, extending their lead to 7-5 here, and now they are 3 rounds away from taking the NA server map.
Yeah, and right now you're seeing Flipside just in strong form, absolutely dominating over here. They forced 3 of the players on Rose to just have really hard negative score lines, and that's Logic, Ethereal, and Ying. It's been the same story repeated over and over, and it's really unfortunate that we have to keep saying that, because it's why Rose is struggling so much right now. You have Solo, you have Tony, who are opening up so many rounds, but the rest of the team just isn't quite able to capitalize on it.
It is a bit unfortunate here for Rose, but for Flipside, they have their eyes set on another trip to CFS. For 3 of these guys, they've been multiple times. However, Dice and Favor, I don't believe either of them have made it around to CFS before, so it would be great for them to have a first showing there alongside some veterans of the European Crossfire scene. However, Rose, this is a team where you have 0 players who have been to CFS, and the potential they have is still pretty high here to try and bring this back. They find a nice opening here, a 4-for-1 exchange over towards the B bomb site, leaving Favor all alone in a tough situation here. Logic, the only player to go down here on the B execution. A nice entry point here for Rose, but Favor, could he do the insane and somehow win this 1v4? Not looking likely as Solo wants to take him out of the picture here. Nice headshot from the Colt. Will put it at a 6-7 score here. Rose, they are certainly down in this one, but they are willing to fight back for it.
Yeah, that was a nice clean execution on into Boxroom coming out from Rose. That's the most clean execution we've seen on their blacklist side so far, even though they've won 2 rounds. Hopefully they can continue this trend of being able to have good executions. Otherwise, it's going to keep falling back to the same old tagline of Logic, Ethereal, and Ying not stepping up to Tooney's and Solo's performance.
And now Rose, they're looking to try and make this a tied game once again. And this is definitely a map where they need to make it happen. The NA server map will only be theirs for a moment longer. Then we go back to the UK servers for map number 3. So if they fall here on map number 2, a very high likelihood that we would see Flipside walk away as the winners of this second place showdown. However, Rose, a great entry frag, make it 2. Ying picks them up, finally going down to Blame. It's going to be a 5-on-4 though, but here comes the rotation that they have to be careful of. Flipside Tactics, they are ready to collapse and swing in for the retake. Dom taking the position from Ying after he has fallen on the catwalk here. Both Favor and Blame ready to contest his position though. Here comes the collapse. Flipside ready to establish retake positions here. They've got one cat going down though, and 7 trying to make his way under cat, but Favor, he's already found 3 frags on the retake. It's only a 2v2 now. 7 finds one, Favor finds another one. Beautiful retake. Favor finding 4 kills of the 5 there in that 3-on-5 retake. Beautifully done. And Flipside Tactics, that's a round they shouldn't have been able to win, but now puts them up 8-6.
Yeah, Logic there missed 3 shots onto Favor, and Favor just walks up and one-taps him because Logic cannot connect his shots, and Favor played that phenomenally. He did it picture perfect on how to abuse being able to take A long control from the rest of Rose.
Definitely a great step up in performance from Favor. When I called him out, he was 4-7. 3 rounds later, he is 12-8. That's a huge step up in performance from Favor. He has been doing a lot of work here to bring Flipside to a close on map number 2 with a potential victory here. If they can grab just 2 more rounds, they've got the advantage here in potentially their 9th round on the board. Logic, Toonie, and Dom looking to have something to say about it right now. Flipside Tactics, you can tell they see the light here. They are ready to work this one into a close for themselves, and they may just be able to do it here. Toonie, the last alive, a 1v4 opportunity though. Toonie manages to find 2 kills. A nice attempt, but it's not going to be good enough to get the job done. Flipside Tactics now on the verge of a 2nd straight map here in the series.
Yeah, and this has got to be a huge blow to the morale of Rose right now. You went 10-8 toe-to-toe on the UK server, on the EU server, and now you're 9-6 on your home server. Your advantage is gone. You have to be able to step back and take this to overtime right now. Otherwise, you're at a huge deficit going into that 3rd map on the EU servers.
It's going to be a tough road ahead for Rose. Unless they can find a way to pull this map into overtime, they're going to be looking at a loss. 2 maps in a row, and Flipside Tactics will just be 1 map away from making it to the Crossfire Stars Global Finals. We'll see if they can make it. But right now, Rose, this is their chance to put it all to a stop here. They find 2 kills on the entry, keeping the dream alive, but it could be a tough one ahead still as 7 finds a way to take down Ying. The bomb site A is open, but the retake already starting to process here for Flipside. And with Favor and 7 still alive, you've got to be cautious on this one. 7 already finds 1. Favor finds another. It's going to be all on Logic, who has no HP to work with. He's caught behind the elevator boxes, and Dice will finish him off. That's going to be map number 2, 10-6. Flipside Tactics leading this series by a considerable margin now as we return to the UK with them leading 2-0.
I just have no words right now. It just seems like right now Rose is falling apart at the seams. I don't know how to respond to Flipside Tactics aggression on the NA server. They had the pink advantage. They needed to be pressing that advantage more so than they were. And unfortunately, they weren't able to take enough aggression to Flipside and just fell in that 2nd map.
And right now, more than ever, Rose is going to have to summon something incredible. And honestly, if they could turn this one into a victory and somehow make it all the way to CFS, it might be the best match I've ever seen unfold, because it would take not only a UK win, not only an NA win, but both and a mixed server win for them to actually walk away with the series. However, there is one thing that plays into their favor going into this, and that is the map being sub-base. I think is their only shot really here at turning this one around. Sub-base, one of their strongest maps throughout the tournament so far.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Subbase has been a historically strong map for them thus far in this tournament, and if they can maintain that level of play that they have against Carbon, against Underdogs, against, I do believe they also played it against Kingzone, they should be able to have a really good shot at taking down Flipside.
We'll see if they can do it here. The UK servers, a tough way for this one to go down as well. They are down 0-2 in the series, but if you guys are hoping that NA can pull it off, I'd love to see your support in the chat for Rose. Wish them luck as they bring this one to a potential 1-2 series. If they can make it happen here, this is their moment to try and turn things around. But Flipside, they see the finish line here. They're ready to close it out. They've been playing throughout this entire day, tons and tons of matches. It's also much later in the day for them. It's only late afternoon here in the North American side, but right now for Flipside, it's about 10 o'clock or so over there. So these guys are on their last leg of the day, pushing strong still after a long weekend of matches. Both of these teams have to be a little bit burnt out, but it's just showing that Flipside has that extra bit of courage behind them to keep strong even when things are starting to get a little bit tough and you're starting to feel a little bit of fatigue from the day. Flipside has shown that they can power through all that and still remain on top in this situation. But Rose, regardless of what happens here, I have to give them credit. They definitely shattered my expectations of performance. I didn't even expect them to make it here, to be quite honest. I thought we would be looking at potentially Instinct or King Zone in this spot, but they've already proved themselves to me by making it at least this far.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Rose has shown tenacity to get this far into the tournament, although they have faltered to Flipside's tenacity, because they have honestly, Flipside has rallied together, and even though it's late at night, they're exhausted from a long day of CFS qualifiers back on their home servers on the EU side. They're here and they're taking the fight to Rose, and Rose is just not quite ready for them, at least on the previous maps so far.
And this is what it'll all boil down to here. The potential end of the entire qualifiers could be right here and right now on Subbase here, a map that both teams I'm sure have seen quite a bit of in their qualifier runs, but now it's going to come down to who has the ability to play it to perfection even at the highest point of the stakes. So we'll see what happens here. Rose, they need it more than anything right now. They are down 0-2 in a best-of-5 series. And right now, if Flipside win this, it'll be a third straight uncontested qualification match. However, Rose, we'll see if they can break that curse here, see if they can be the team to rise up and potentially give us an incredible match and maybe even a comeback to boot. We'll see. It's all going to come down here and now, though. On the defense will be Rose first. On the attack, Flipside tactics here. We're back on the UK servers as well, so keep that in mind, that Flipside already does have a nice server advantage on top of a 2-0 lead after winning the first two maps. And not only that, they have the first pick already going their way, but Solo, he'll be taken out as well. 7 finds the pick. Rose already struggling to kick things off on this potential final map to try and keep themselves alive here. Here we have it, though. 3v5. Tooney already taking a bit of damage as well. Ying 2, Tooney, and Dom looking for some sort of redemption on the round. But it's not looking too likely here. Flipside, you can tell they just have the fire within them now. They see the finish line. They're ready to move on and think about what they're going to do if they make it to CFS. Rose, though, disconnection. I believe there was a player who was already dead, so no huge impact there, but it will be Dom who is the final player alive here. 1v4. An unfortunate situation. Ying 2 is the one disconnected, so we'll see if he can get back in before the start of the next round. And just like that, it is going to be a 1-0, and there you have it. The pause will come out.
Yeah, it does look like Ying did die before he was killed, actually, because the Flipside only had 4 frags on the map.
So Ying will be down and out, but it looks like we're already back and ready to go. So we're just going to hop right back in, guys. 1-0. Flipside Tactics, they've got the lead here on the final map, but of course, it's not over till it's over. Rose still with some potential here, but it's going to take a huge amount of effort for them to bring this back. Not only one map, they need 3 in a row to take this one away from Flipside Tactics. They've got to start it on the UK servers. Subbase, though, a map they tend to be strong on, but Flipside, a strong team overall, and they've proved that they have the shots to just slightly overpower these Rose players throughout this matchup so far. It's been neck and neck, but now Flipside, they're starting to pull ahead here, and with that 2-map advantage, this could be what they need to close this series out with the 3-0. Solo trying to find the entry frag here, runs into trouble, has to back off, but he doesn't get out in time. Dennis, he's there to take him down. Now down to a 5v4. Rose looking to try and answer back here. Dom looks to find a shot, but Dennis, he finds himself a frag there. That's 2 for him already on the round. Ying 2 takes a little bit of nade damage, but it's Logic and Tooney still with full HP to try and bring things back. Ying 2 goes down to Blame. And just like that, Flipside Tactics looking very clean here in their second round on Subbase. Logic and Tooney trying to get this one in a 2v5 retake. Not looking likely. Logic He's able to trade the kill onto Blame, but a 1v5 clutch, surely not here against Flipside Tactics. He gets the triple kill, though. Logic, could he do the unthinkable here and somehow take this one away? 20 seconds on the clock, though. He has to make an impact, and he has to do it now. 15 bullets in the chamber to work with as well. It's not going to be a likely one to go his way here. He has to force the issue here. Gets the frag, but not the last one. 4 kills deep isn't enough to win the 1v5, though. They say it's always hardest on the 1v1 in any clutch situation, and right there proves it. It's not enough to get it done. A great attempt by Logic, but still Flipside, they lead it 2-0.
That's a strong showing coming out from Logic there. Nice 4K. Great positional plays coming out from him. Unfortunately, the rest of Rose just kind of felt like dominoes early on in that round, and they seem to have no sort of response for the Woods aggression that Flipside has been laying down in the past round.
Definitely a situation where Rose needs to begin the recovery now. Otherwise, Flipside could just steamroll their way into the 3-0 sweep today. And that would be an unfortunate end to an incredible performance here from Rose. But at the end of the day, when the pressure is on, that is when you need to show up most. And Flipside, they have proven that they can do that here today. But Tooney gets the double kill. Nice way to start things off. Logic gets the follow-up, finds one of his own, but Dyson... He's actually alone now. I was going to say Favor was there with him, but Favor went down very quickly in the trade fire. But Dice, he's trying to find his way out of this one, but it's looking like they may have a chance here. But Dice, he gets the double cold frags. 1v2 doesn't phase him, even with 15 HP. Finds both kills. Incredible shots there from Dice to keep his team in an uncontested lead here on map 3, 3-0.
Yeah, I have no words for that. That was an insane play coming out from Dice. He had the late lurk coming out from Elter, was able to quickly deduce that there's nobody playing deep in the B-bomb site, got the trade frag onto Tooney, and then he's got that insane double cult frag through the cracks of Blue Room and the cracks of the Cade. That's one insane play coming out there from Dice.
Dom finds the opener, though, gets the double kill. A decent hold on the bottom of A, but it's not going to matter. The trade frags come back, and it's going to end in a 2v2 after that exchange over on A. Favor and Dice up against Logic and Solo for the retake. Logic, though, found 4 on his last A retake attempt. We'll see if he can help Solo and make this happen here. Logic, though, gives his position away, and now he's stuck on the vent drop. Doesn't actually lose any health, though, here. Solo and Logic working their way back in. Dice going to be playing on the back missile position. That flash, though, is going to completely isolate Logic from this fight. Dice takes down one. Dice not able to do it just yet. Logic looking for the 1v2, though. Scream, a.k.a. Mr. Favor, stuck here behind the Bach. Logic, though, again, it's the 1v1s you got to win, and unfortunately, he falls short in the 1v1 once again. 4-0 the score on the board now, as Flipside continues to extend this uncontested lead.
Yeah, I mean, right there, Logic made a little bit of a misplay there. He had the opportunity to grab a new AK, reload his gun. He had the time to do it, and he just chose to force the situation with the Colt. Unfortunately, did not go the way. Now, looks like Blame gets taken down by a quick L-turn push, but Flipside is quickly pouring into the B-side, getting absolute dominance. Solo quickly gets a nice solo frag on the Scream, and it looks like it's slowing down back with B control in the hands of Flipside.
Definitely a solid start from both teams. The trades come out, but now it is going to be in favor of Flipside as 7. He just runs his way up Wood, finding 2 frags. Can he get the third? Why not? Seals the deal on another round for Flipside Tactics. Already halfway to CF Stars now. 5-0 in map number 3.
Yeah, right now, it's just the dominance of Flipside is really starting to show. You have Dice, who's been really silent throughout this entire series so far. He's been the bottom fragger for Flipside. He's showing up right now in huge fashion with a 7-2 scoreline, along with a 1v2 clutch that he won out for his team to prevent Rose from getting any sort of momentum. Right now, the dominance is just absolutely monstrous, and Rose has zero answer for anything Flipside has been putting out on the table.
And right now, Rose, they have to step up to the plate. Otherwise, this could be where they start to crumble once again. Dom, though, gets the opening double kill. A Solo finds one of his own. It's a 4v2. Dennis and 7, the last 2 alive for Flipside, but 7, he's been pretty confident in his shots, especially in these last couple rounds. He put up 3 kills in the last round. We'll see if he can continue that strength forward here into this 2v4 situation. They do have the bomb and all of B under their control, so there is a nice bit of advantage here, at least on positioning. But 7, he doesn't want to plant this bomb just yet. Sees 3 players in the big cage, does a ton of damage to them as well. This is still a winnable situation here for Flipside. Dennis finds 1, and now We see if they can hold on here. 7 goes down. It's all on Dennis. He has to grab 4 kills and the clutch, but it's not going to happen. Finally, Rose, they do pick up a first round here, but it is still 1-5 overall.
Yeah, right now you're seeing Dom and Logic actually start showing up for the team, and unfortunately, Logic bringing out the shotgun on a play where everyone from Flipside, except for, say, for one player, seems to be going towards the A-bomb site. Hopefully he doesn't throw any utility, and as I say that, it's just a tad bit too late, and he has thrown the smoke, and he's now stuck with the shotgun in his inventory.
We'll see if we can make some use of it, but right now, Dom, he stepped it up on the A-holds so far in this map, but unfortunately the rest of his team on these rotations hasn't been able to make much of an impact in favor. He finds a nice frag there as he takes down Dom in the trade as 7 goes down. 4v4 though, the retake of A going to have to happen once again for Rose. They've had a lot of trouble on these A retakes. Logic has taken it down to multiple 1v1s where he has lost, unfortunately so. But still, the rounds are coming down to the wire, and if Rose can start to make them go in their favor, they can start to work their way back into this match. Fortunately for them, it is going to be Dice shutting it down with a double kill. Favor finds himself a second frag of the round as well, and it's Logic alone once again. And what a familiar situation for Logic. Another 1v1, but this time, can he do it? This time he does it! Finally getting a sense of redemption on that one, wins the 1v2 clutch, and rightfully so. He's leading the charge for his team on frags, and will finally get them around out of it as well.
5-2 scoreline. This is still a possible comeback situation for the team of Rose. This map has tended to, at least in the series that we've seen in the past couple of days, has been going in the favor of the Blacklist side. So, should Rose be able to rally up, get these next 2 rounds, make it a 5-4 scoreline, we can see a comeback potential coming back from the team of Rose.
This time around, though, Flipside looking to end any hopes of a comeback here from Rose, because this round is looking like theirs for the taking. Ying and Tooney, already the last 2 alive. Tooney does manage to find that kill there onto Dice, but it may not be enough as Flipside once again has full control of the lower A bomb site, and there's no Logic to save them from this despair now. It's just Ying and Tooney. This 2v4, Tooney stuck and isolated in the vents as well, means Ying has to go huge here, but they already know he's there, and Tooney's gone down. Ying, not a whole lot he's going to be able to do in this situation, except hold down mouse 1 and cross his fingers. It's not going to happen though. 6-2 overall as we go into the final round of this half. Not looking good for Rose just yet, and this is a big round for them. They need at least this to try and pull back here.
Yeah, if Rose can get this 6-3, it's possible. It's unlikely, but they can do it. They've done it before. They've come back from a 7-2 deficit. Let's see if they can just pull something together to get their juices going. Unfortunately, losing solo to Scream as the beginning of the round is not how you're going to do that.
Definitely not, but we'll see if Dom can do anything here. But he goes down as well without a fight. And this is where it starts to get scary. Ying, he's just going to hightail it out of there. Doesn't want any part of it, but still he gets followed up as well with a kill by Dennis. Logic and Tooney, last 2 alive. Logic has had some solid success on retakes here, but a 2v5. I just don't see this one happening here, especially with Flipside so close to victory. Logic left in a 1v4 now. It's not going to happen. And it is going to be Favor and Blame to finish this one off, and that is the half as well, 7-2.
That's such a monstrous scoreline to try to mount a comeback from. 7-2. You only have room for 1 round of error before you're on an 8-2 scoreline. And at that point, you have to win out from there if you want to take this map without going to overtime. And hopefully, Rose can make the right adjustments that they need, reset their mentality. They can do this. They just have to be willing to step up and have everyone across the board step up. It can't just be Dom popping off. It can't just be Logic winning 1v4 clutches. It has to be everybody across the board.
Definitely agree with you there. They've got to bring out anything and everything they've got left in them. I know it may be close to the end for them, but there's still hope. They don't have to give up and give in just yet. Rose, we'll see if they can turn this one around, but a 7-2 opening half to what could be the final map may just be the end of times here for Rose and their chances at making CFS this year. They fought hard to get to this position, but going against the likes of Flipside Tactics, a veteran roster here, a tough team to try and face for that qualification spot. And Flipside Tactics, definitely have to give them the credit here. They've all been playing phenomenally. Everyone has had huge plays on their side of the field, and it's definitely shown in the scoreline here. 2-0 and now 7-2 on map number 3. 3 away for making their journey to CFS once again. We'll see if they can do it and make the impact they need to close out this map and take the 3-0 sweep. Starting this one off, though, it is going to be some slow play from Rose, trying to find the early picks here. We've seen Tooney have a lot of success from this position in finding some early shots, but unfortunately, the smoke screen will make that quite difficult for him to find anything this early on. Solo going to group up in front of him here, but Dennis has already found a kill on the other side of the map. He takes down Logic. Logic, who had a great first half, definitely is having a little bit of struggle here. But Solo, the entry frag machine for his team, we'll see if he can bring that to life here right when his team needs him to most. He finds the opener there onto Dennis, getting a nice trade frag here to start off the half. Solo sneaking his way under the rafters. He's going to walk right past someone into Seven's line of sight. The drop down comes through from Dice, though, to seal the deal. Seven probably threw some choice words at him for letting him sneak by, but still, they managed to secure the frag. But still, Dice and Seven are very low after that exchange. Winnable round here for Tooney and Dom. We'll see if they can find their way into it. But Tooney, he does manage to find the only player with solid HP left, but he's going to have to rely on Dom now to close this one out on 1v2. Both players, though, very, very low. One hit from death. Dice, though, whenever he has low HP, it just seems like his aim gets even stronger. Hits a nice little crack peek there onto Dom, and now they're just 2 rounds away from closing it out.
Yeah, that was just a strong performance coming out from Dice. And now we see a nice aggression coming out from Flipside. Let's see if they can capitalize on it. Dice with a nice opening frag onto Solo. That's how he wants to have Screen following up with a pick onto Gang. F0 answers back, but Blame has the response already written on his notepad, ready to go. And it's down to a 2v4, and Logic coming in with a frag against 7. There's constant frags going back and forth across this map. 2v3 situation for Team Rose.
And now we'll see if Rose has some way to close this one out with a win. They desperately need it, otherwise it will be match point and qualification point here for Flipside Tactics. Tooney, though, alongside Logic, trying to prevent that from happening. They do narrow it to a 2v2, but they have to be careful as Blame is ready to challenge the bottom of A. Blame finds the shot onto Tooney. It's all on Logic once again on an A site clutch. Can he do it? It's not going to happen, though. Dice finishes the last player once again and puts his team on match point 9-2. 7 match point opportunities. Flipside Tactics surely should be walking away as the champions here. Rose, they need a miracle, and they need it now.
Right now, they definitely do need a miracle, and it looks like, I don't know if it's me lagging or if that's server lag, but it's pretty intense across the board.
Looks like it's some server lag. Yep, the entire lobby crashed there, guys. So I'm not sure what happened there. We're going to go ahead and take a quick reset there. I believe that the room itself crashed, so we're going to go ahead and just hop right back in after the reset issue. It looks like everybody's already reconnected here, so I'm not sure if everyone just disconnected right away because of some sort of server issue, but we're going to hop right back in here. And we'll see if Flipside can close it out. If you guys are wondering the score after this reset, it is 9-2, 7 match point opportunities. Flipside Tactics, this is their moment. This is their chance to shine. Even if they have a few hiccups here, there's almost no way they should be walking away with a loss in this map. Rose, they need to bring it all, and they need to bring it now. Otherwise, their hopes of CFS will be gone, and they will be out of this one, at least for this year. We'll see if Flipside Tactics can close it out, but Ying starts it off right to try and keep the dream alive for Rose here. Dennis goes down. It's a 4v5, but Solo, he's taken a lot of early damage here, and it's going to be a tough one if he can't recover quickly and help his team out. Rose, they may be up a player, but it's not enough to be too comfortable just yet, especially when every round is a round you cannot lose to stay alive in this tournament. We'll see what they can do here to take the showdown back in their hands, but right now, Flipside, they've been handed a gift here. A player disconnects, and this may just be it for Rose. Blame finds himself a frag there, 4-on-3 situation, and this should be it here. The end of it all. Tooney, the last hope alive for Rose, and that's going to be it. Flipside Tactics, they're going to walk away as your champions of the second place showdown. Gotta give them credit. An incredible performance. They take this one 3-0. The maps started off close, but slowly as they went on, Flipside pulled further and further away. Map number 1, 10-8. Map number 2, 10-6. And the final map here, 10-2 in their favor. Definitely a well-earned win for Flipside Tactics, rounding out themselves as the third team out of this weekend to make it in to the Crossfire Stars main event. The 3 teams that have qualified for Crossfire Stars out of this weekend, guys, give them a huge congratulations. If you see any of those guys, Penta Sports, Flipside Tactics, and Carbon, all 3 have made it to the Crossfire Stars main event. They'll be joining 2 other CFCL teams who already qualified, Rue Legends, along with Anubis Gaming, formerly known as Waffle Makers. So big shout out to all of those guys, 5 out of the 12 teams in CFCL making that representation at the CFS main event. I'm excited to see all of them compete there, but a huge shout out to everyone who competed as well. We saw tons of great teams try and contest these 3 for those titles, but at the end of the day, these 3 teams proved to be the strongest in their regions, and they really showed us some phenomenal performance. But any last words here from you, Thorns, before we call it a day and wrap this one up?
Even though Rose did fall, I have to say they've impressed the absolute living heck out of me this weekend. They were not a team I pegged to win the upper brackets, or at least get to the semifinals and follow Carbon. They were not the team I predicted to make it to this showdown match, but they proved everybody and they wrong that they are currently the second best NA team. But unfortunately, their inexperience as a roster, being that they're only a month old, and the fact that none of them are quite as LAN experienced or have participated in as many events as Flipside to be quite ready for this pressure, just put them down a peg. But other than that, I have to say I had a great time this weekend. It was absolutely fantastic watching all of these teams compete. Things went primarily according to how we expected. There were no major upsets other than Rose taking down Kings, and I personally felt that was the upset I felt was justifiable as considered as a big upset. But I just want to say congratulations to Carbon